Okay, no, that's interesting. Jesus.
is...
Well, I think he's the Messiah.
I think you're fucking...
What?
And you, the other guy too. He's not worth the conversation.
Yep, done.
I'm sure there's other people in this chat to have a conversation with. And even if there isn't, I'd much rather talk amongst ourselves. I don't understand why it's so hard to understand that, like, the way curvature is measured, it's measured against the tangent, and you just measure the deviation from the tangent over distance.
But satellites.
I know, right? Like, it's sad, right? Like, I don't want him to dox his aunt, but I bet his aunt has nothing to do with, like, actually sending the full satellite and its components and watching it from beginning to end. I bet she probably does some computer work, or maybe she
Probably just a receptionist at the front gate.
well, you know, there are some women out there that are math smart, so I'll let them do whatever, you know. But that would be some crazy shit if that's what she was a receptionist for the company. Why would my aunt lie to me?
I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just saying.
I gotta live in the real, right? I'm sure she makes her like $110,000 a year, $150,000 a year, whatever, you know. That doesn't mean that she knows the Earth is a globe.
I mean, I've listened into my kids having conversations with their friends, and they've told their friends some crazy stories about, you know, I'm this hardened, you know, whatever. You know, you hear stories from your kids embellishing truth, and I can just imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean,
So if I had a question, how would I ask a question?
You'd say, "Can I ask a question?" You'd say yes, and then you'd ask a question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you guys believe other planets are round?
There are no other planets.
Yeah. The Earth isn't in that cosmology with Mars and Jupiter, where the Earth is either similar, we're all flat planets, or the Earth is the odd one out. The Earth is flat, like a disc, and those are spherical. I don't know what they are. They look spherical, but the Earth is underneath those, not within them, like moving around the sun. So the other things, they look like circles. They could be spheres, and we could possibly, you know, come to a logical reasoning as to why they could be, but without actually going there, we wouldn't actually know.
Mm. So, all right, with asking that, do you guys believe in NASA with the satellites
Blaze.
or anything? Or?
Blaze,
what do you mean?
hold on.
Satellite.
Think of the Earth as the floor, all right? Just start there. The Earth is the floor of everything.
Okay, I mean, obviously, yeah, we stand on it. I get you on that. I get you on that entirely, 110%. But no, what I'm saying is like satellites and everything like that. So, observationally, I think that's a word. If you look at like the other bodies in our solar system and everything like that, they
We're not in
do
the solar
appear to
system.
be round, right?
We're not in the solar system.
Yeah.
So that is what my question was. So is just the Earth like special, where it's just
Yeah.
flat?
We're
Yeah,
not in a
like
solar system.
the floor that you stand on is different and special than the lights that are on your ceiling, right? Now let's
Okay,
say that those lights are the things that are in motion, like the stars, and the floor that you stand on underneath those stars is flat and stationary, like you experience. We're not within them, like the third disk or planet. If the other ones, like the Earth, are planets, we're not one of those. We're underneath them. We're the floor. They are above. They might be spheres. We don't know. They look like it.
Right, they might just be facing the right kind of way.
Hold on, bro.
No,
Listen.
I'm with you.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if the Earth is not a sphere, right, an oblate spheroid, a globe, whatever you want to call it, if it is not that thing and it actually measures flat, then your entire story, you can just throw it away.
What?
Your entire story. Yeah, the whole planets going around the sun. We're in the Milky Way galaxy.
I didn't say anything about
In the
that.
corner of the universe, somewhere in Orion's shoulder or whatever. You can throw that entire story out the window. It's gone. The Earth's not a ball anymore. It doesn't belong in that story.
Uh-huh. So wait, what was the answer?
Yeah, the Earth is different.
Okay.
It's very special. Very, very special.
Do we believe there's a sea turtle under it? That is a very serious question. That's a very serious question.
That would be belief, not knowledge. I don't believe this story, except has got any validity. I've heard about it.
Because that picture looks badass, dude. I hope that is what it is.
It's pretty cool. Yeah,
It's
some
pretty
ancient
fucking
cosmologies. I think there's like a disc world where the disc is on the back of 4 elephants, and the 4 elephants are on the back of a
I
turtle.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to read those books when I was a kid. No,
Is that Hindu?
I think in symbology terms, when we look at the turtle that represents water, now that's an interesting idea. Being as we are surrounded by a lot of water, maybe there's more of it than what we know. But I digress. That's what the symbology of the turtle is.
Yeah, I like that. I do. I like you guys. I hope you know that.
Appreciate it, man. You got any other questions?
Y'all work hard, man. Like for real.
Some of us have been doing this for like a long time now, coming up myself personally since 2018 with 24/7 on different channels. So yeah, I guess so.
I want you to know, man. I appreciate that.
Cool.
Appreciate the game, Dan.
Is that a subtle brag about talking to kids since 2018? Yikes.
What? Wait, talking to kids?
Yeah, that's what they like to do, is talk to kids.
All right, dude, you're here under goodwill now. We operate really well within terms of service.
An hour and a half.
If you want me to talk about an idiot who's 18 years old. 18.
He said he was 15, actually.
He said he's 15, then he's still going to get it if he gives it to me.
The kid that was in here for an hour and a half.
Don't care, dude.
Hold on.
Really don't care.
You guys are loving talking to him for over an hour and a half. That's crazy. Why do you like talking to kids so much?
You got some kind of accusation here, dude.
Yeah, you guys like to talk to kids. That's what you're here for, is to talk to kids.
No, we talk to everybody of all ages, dude.
Age restricted?
What?
Because you love to talk to kids. That's why you're here.
No, we talk to people of all ages, and at the moment, I think you're going to be gone pretty soon.
That's cool. I wasn't the one talking to a kid for an hour and a half.
All right, well, then you can leave then, dude, can't you? Off you trot.
I'm just going to sit right here.
Okay, you can stay on mute, dude. That's fine. And I'll say this, if people genuinely display that they are not taking part in the conversation, gaslighting, and all other forms of, riling people up, where people have to repeat themselves 15 times and are just taking a contrary position to make their friend sound smart. Yeah, I'm going to call him an arsehole. Sorry. Now we can carry on.
Right. It's just asshole behavior at that point in time. But yeah.
You know what, though, Jedi? If he was really a protector of kids, he would have stepped in front of a kid an hour and a half ago and intervened and told that kid that he needs to leave because this is an adult conversation, if he actually cared.
Anyway, we should move on.
I agree, yeah.
The audacity that we can't have a conversation.
I don't think you guys are baiting anyone into a conversation or anything like that. I don't agree with that rhetoric whatsoever.
We sit in here, right, as a pastime. We sit in here, we have conversations with people as they come in and out. This is literally the most entertaining conversation for the majority of people on the internet, regardless of how...
Yeah, I won't lie, yeah.
We're the number one room in this server, dude.
Yeah, because it's kind of like 50-50. You want to find out if, like, you actually believe or not. Like, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's the number one conversation, right? Mm-hmm. People think that you have to believe everything, right? Like, everything is a belief. You can know things.
From what I understand, the movement is behind is don't believe everything that you're told, right?
That's not it. It's go out and verify it for yourself. That's
what I'm saying. Yeah. So
you don't have to verify everything, but if you want to know something, go verify it, right? Don't people will bullshit you and snake oil sales you on everything. So why not just go out and figure it out for yourself? Did you know that curve and flat are the only two real measurements?
Wait, what?
A curved surface and a flat surface are the only, when you're measuring anything, those are the only two real measurements. Because, I'll give you an example, right? You have a meter stick, and that meter is broken down into centimeters, and each centimeter is broken down into millimeters. What's a millimeter made of? How do they measure a millimeter?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm on that imperial measurement.
Anybody can measure a curved surface or a straight surface. All you got to do is find another straight surface and then look for the deviation from the straight surface. If it's not deviating, then it's parallel, and you can call it flat.
Okay. Yeah. It sounds about right. Yeah.
So, I mean, all we did, I kid you not, and this is how I came to Flat Earth. Someone told me it was flat. I knew the person. I respected the person. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, just look into it. I didn't look into it. I waited 6 months. He told it to me again. I was like, all right, I'll look into it. I'll throw my bias away, and I'll just be objective. So when I'm Googling Flat Earth, everything I Google on Flat Earth is how to debunk Flat Earth. I'm like, I don't need to know how to debunk Flat Earth. I know the Earth is not flat. That's stupid. And so I'm fucking with the algorithm, doing everything I can to find an actual genuine flat earther that might sound like he knows what he's talking about, to see what they would say. Can't find it. Why is that such a suppressed thing? If it's so stupid, why is it so pressed? That was the first red flag. Then I was like, how do I know?
The people, though, too, right? To create these kind of things, right?
Well, so Google or YouTube went to Congress because Congress is having a crisis on disinformation, and so YouTube admits that they censored Flat Earth. And then not only that, but the World Economic Forum also admits that they partnered Google to bury Flat Earth in the algorithms.
I like it though, man. I like the discussion of it. You know what I mean?
But so here's the thing, right? So finally,
that's what I like about it more than anything else.
That's fine. Well, so here's what got me turned over, right? Was when I was like asking my friends, like, okay, so how do you know? What am I gonna do to see how it's flat? And he's like, well, you have to know where the horizon is. Like, okay, the horizon. That's the thing the boats are behind. That's where the sun sets behind, right? And And he goes, you got to find the distance to the horizon. I said, okay. So I Googled, my height, what's the distance to the horizon? I'm 5'10", so 6 foot tall. What's the distance to the horizon? It's 3 miles. That's not right. My whole life when I was a kid and I was 10, 11, 12 years old playing at the beach in Los Angeles and Long Beach, I used to watch boats dock at what the hell is the name of that? Catalina Island, 20 miles away all the fucking time. All the time. And like, why am I seeing these boats in their entirety pulling up to the fucking island to do tourism, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
there's a certain point of curvature where they're actually magnified or something like that, right?
Could you imagine?
I started, hold on. I started thinking, I'm like, when have I ever really had any evidence of a curved Earth? Because when I was a child, like smaller than that, I'd already flown in a plane a few times. So my worldview was that the Earth is flat. Never thought about it. I didn't think that it was ever a thing. I was just like, oh, okay, this is the Earth.
You don't think about
it. Wasn't flat Earth. It's just the Earth. And then my teacher tells me we live on a globe. And I raised my hand in class. I said, but I've been in a plane. I don't see curvature. Because I can see the globe and I see what curvature looks like. And like, it doesn't look like it's curving. And the teacher's like, that's because the Earth is really big and you're really small. I was like, okay. So I took it for granted. And then every time after that, when I flew in a plane, I always said, wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat.
Why don't we all see the same night sky?
Because it's different depending on where you're at.
Why? But it's flat.
Okay, that's actually a very good point. That's actually
Let me try my best. Let me try my best. If you're talking about an observer,
that the shadow of the Earth actually
he doesn't want to listen.
Which one, dude?
You know it's circular, right? When you see it.
Okay, do you want to talk about the moon shadow or do you want to talk about the stars?
I'm going to fuck you up even more. You know ships. Everybody knows
which one do you want to talk about? You're not fucking anybody up if you're not going to talk about
they don't shrink when they go into the distance, right?
Shinobi, let him explain. Let him explain.
The curve of the Earth. Just for
let him explain. Let him explain.
Shinobi, like, dude, like, not scared. I just want to talk about each individual thing. You just like claim stacking at the moment. Oh, for fuck's sake, these people.
So anyway, why can't
things, make empty claims and not speak to anybody or be challenged on anything? What is this?
So the reason why you can't see the night sky, the same night sky everywhere, imagine like a warehouse that's like really, really long, like thousands of miles long. Are you going to be able to see the light at the other end of the warehouse?
I mean, depending on how far we're going.
Why do the lights, the further you look down the warehouse, appear to get lower and lower and lower? For example, if you were to look at the one that's above your head, you've got to look up. Then you look at the one next to it, and then the one next to it, and then the one next to it. If you're pointing, this is an angle. The angle declines towards the horizon. Now, the lights on the ceiling aren't actually going down. You can carry on walking across the floor, and they will come up until you're standing underneath them, and you can point at them. Same thing with the night sky. That's why we've lost the resolution of some of the night sky. It only appears to us when we go there. For example, I'm standing at the North Pole. It's above my head, Polaris. As I walk away from it, it descends downwards towards the horizon, like the lights on the ceiling. As I look south, other stars start coming upwards, like I'm walking down a corridor and the lights are coming up. It's perspective.
We're talking about the night sky, right? Not like you traveling through the sky.
It's a comparison. It's a comparison. It's a comparison between things for an observer where they are above your eye line or below your eye line.
Okay,
right? Because you are making an observation. So they appear to you in a certain way.
Okay. Earth perspective, though. Yeah.
No, our perspective. Like, for example, if you're standing...
you're standing on the floor, yeah.
Yeah. It's our perspective.
It's no different than art. Like, and when you draw up in perspective, that's how you only ever always see. You're not going to see Earth from a different perspective.
No, well, Alaska. What about that?
About it. When you go to Alaska, you're looking in perspective.
No, there's multiple months where the sun is.
Your eyeballs work in perspective.
Why is Alaska important?
Well, there's a month that the sun is up entirely.
Yeah, summer.
It does.
There's times where it's not as. Yeah, there's times where it's not as well, right? The further inside the Arctic
and then there's a month where it's down for an entire month. Yeah,
exactly. That's winter, right?
Yeah.
You'll notice that conversely, like oppositely, when it's winter for you, the sun is up somewhere else 24 hours in Antarctica. And then when it's up for you for 24 hours in the summer, then it's winter in Antarctica and the sun's not there. The sun's moved.
So that's what I'm asking. On a flat Earth diagram, how does that work?
Okay. It appears that the sun changes its position throughout the year, creating seasons, right? It appears that the sun rotates around two poles, the north and the south, for 6 months approximately every year. You can stand inside either circle in the summer and watch the sun rotate around you. If you were in the winter inside one of these circles, it would be darkness because the sun would be in the other circle.
And that's just because they're closer?
I don't know the distance to them. Yeah, when we say closer, we're in comparison to the sun being millions or hundreds of times bigger than the Earth and 93 inside distances to everything else.
Yeah, because if it's a flat plane,
I don't think that's what is necessarily the case. Maybe the sun isn't 93 million miles and bigger than the Earth, because we don't know the size of the Earth to compare it to, right? The Earth being bigger than the sun, don't know either size, right? But all we can go in is what we observe. And the observation is the sun changes its position throughout the year.
So, Jedi, just to echo back what you're saying we don't know the size of the Earth?
No, I don't. When I say we, I mean flat earthers. I guess then that would be anybody, but in my concept of the world, size or shape of the Earth.
Okay, I got you on that. I got you.
Yeah, when we falsified the globe, right? Like
falsified.
There's only one.
How you say that?
There's only one shape that has curvature everywhere all the time, right?
Where is that?
A sphere. A sphere is the only shape that has curvature everywhere all the time, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. So if I falsify curvature, the only shape it can't be is a sphere. It could be anything else but a sphere. We don't know what the boundaries are, but we just know that the surface measures flat. We also know the deepest hole ever dug is 7.6 miles. So the Earth is at least 7.7 miles deep. We're not a disk floating in outer space.
Quotation marks. That's only the crust, quotation marks.
Whatever that is.
The crust.
Right. We don't know if there's a magma layer. We don't know if there's a...
We have volcanoes, bro. What do you mean? We don't know there's a lab.
We can have layers. We can have layers on the flat surface, but obviously, right? Like layers in like a building, first floor, second floor. We can obviously do have those types of things on the Earth, but the further we get down, the less we know. Right? I can dig holes into the floor. I think we can all
agree on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's the Marianas Trench. Natural biggest hole, let's say, and the Kola Super Deep. It's a borehole that man dug. I think we've tried to dig deeper recently, the Chinese maybe, but we get to about 7-8 miles and that's it. Beyond that, really, we don't know.
Mhm.
We've got lots of ideas, and obviously in the globe Earth model, we've got a core that's molten and solid at the same time, producing a magnetic field. You can pull that idea apart, but if you're asking us, we don't know.
I'm surprised you guys on the flat Earth theory haven't gone more deep on like beyond the ocean and everything like that. Like what's under the ocean? You know what I mean? Like there's
Wait,
more
no,
surface.
before I just wanted to go back to you. Did you say do you think
Mm.
that lava comes from the core?
No, I think lava comes below the crust of the Earth.
And how many miles is that?
I don't have an exact measurement.
Okay.
But we have volcanoes and we can see evidence of lava coming up above the crust. Like look at Hawaii.
When it's underground, it's called magma. When it's above the ground, it's called lava. Now, we obviously have like evidence of this. We can just see it in a hole. But again, we're really limited in what we can actually demonstrate and prove to be true. We can send like radio waves and different type of. We can't always demonstrate what we think is true. So, for example, we can send waves like radio waves and like things called PNS waves into the ground, and we can get echoes and things like that that can give us an idea of what possibly is down there. And I say that really clearly because we can't confirm those observations because there are many variables that we may or may not be taking into account.
So wait, you guys don't believe in lava?
I just said we can look down a hole and point at it. I also confirm there's a difference between magma and lava, whether the molten rock is above or below the ground.
So wait, where's that?
Hold on.
Yeah,
let me ask you this, Blaze. Let me ask you this. How do you know that lava comes from beneath the crust? What's your evidence for that?
Hawaii.
That's above the crust.
Wait, what? No, volcanoes, bro. Yeah.
Okay, volcanoes are above the crust. They're on the surface of the earth.
So you know
what's your evidence that it comes below the crust?
You're out of here. Where are you at?
So wait, you're asking me how do I think lava comes below the crust? Because
I want to know how you know it's from the below the crust.
The evidence of it spewing up.
It could be within the crust, and it could be in those specific locations.
Within the crust. How is it within the crust? Like
hold on, sheepdog.
The crust
hold on, sheepdog.
Has lava inside of it, bro. Is that what?
Hold on, bro. Friend, I'm going to ask you a real quick question. If water comes out of the ground, does that mean that there's water below the crust?
No, it means there's water in the spot that you're standing in.
Wait. No, because we have lots of water coming out of the earth. We also have lots of gas coming out of the earth at high pressure, just like the magma. So guess what? Do any of these things prove that it's below the crust, or is it just stuff coming out of the ground?
Okay, explain to me what the difference is of what you're asking.
No, you explain to me the difference. So magma comes out of the ground.
Explain the difference of you.
Yes, because you're no. You tell me why water's coming out of the ground.
Okay, in the spot that they're in, where there's an underwater well or something like that. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So what's the difference between that and magma?
Okay. So where the crust could be thin to where magma could actually be touching and actually making islands and everything like that, that's created. Like everything that we're standing on right now.
Thin and the water comes up out of it, right? And of course water doesn't pile up. So you just have water coming out and continuing this like water cycle that we have. Right. So you don't even understand, like you're so dense that you don't get the difference. You have two things coming out of the ground. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. Thick as shit, dude. You think just because stuff is coming out of the ground, you think all of a sudden because it comes out of the ground, because it's coming below the crust, like the magma, in your mentality.
And you're not giving a specific like point or anything like that. You're just saying generally, just like, hey, there's some shit that came out of the ground. Could you identify that?
You said because water. You said because water comes out of the ground, there must be a spring there. But all of a sudden, if magma comes out of the ground,
no.
Yeah,
you motherfuckers are reaching so fucking hard, man.
Okay.
Listen,
outside of your sixth grade science book, hold on, Blaze. Outside of your sixth grade science book, how do you know that magma is under the crust?
Because that is what they taught us, yes. And then
There
we see
you go.
it
There it
in
is.
Hawaii.
Oh, wow. There we go.
We see it there. Okay, because my teachers taught me. Condemn me.
No, dude, it's the difference between knowledge and belief again.
Okay, listen, bro. Who else can go out and like venture forth and do all this knowledge on their own? People don't have that fucking.
Why make it up? Why make it up?
Why make it up? No one's making it up. Who's making it up?
All we're just pointing out is the logic stream and where it breaks from knowledge into belief.
I won't lie. I can't understand it, man. I'm sorry, Jedi. I want to respect you so fucking much, man. I cannot understand what you're saying, though.
When asked a question where, like, magma and where it comes from, we're told, right? There's an idea. It's got diagrams and models, and there's told things that, like the radio waves, right? They do it this way, right?
I don't understand. What waves? What waves?
The PNS waves that they're called.
I have no idea what that is.
Waves. So they're waves that get reflected or not. First and second waves, primary and secondary.
I don't know.
Basically, they're just what
they shoot them down into the earth, and because of the way they reflect back, they say, "Oh, there must be this layer down below the earth."
Yeah, that's what I'm not saying. Thank you.
It's like a radar kind of thing, or something like that.
Exactly, and the way that it reflects the way that it reflects gives an idea as to what it could be. Right?
Okay, so then how do you guys explain volcanoes? Like, what are we arguing about right now?
Okay,
what is
how do we?
Lava?
It appears that it's lots of pressure and temperature build-up that needs to be released over time.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there like a model that doesn't mix with you guys on the flat Earth thing with volcanoes and shit?
When we start asking this idea about what causes volcanoes, we're given a model that's a globe where there's a core, right?
Okay.
And we're given the different layers X, Y, Z as to how this operates. Slightly changed over time, but these things generally do. Hi. Now, as I said earlier, using this type of investigation with this technology, we get a what could be. Right? We don't get a definitive answer. So we already know that this is what I say is spurious at best. Right? This information that we're told isn't necessarily true, and we do have to believe it. It's not something that we know, and I know it's hard, right? But to know this, it's going to be repeatable and testable, right? I don't know what's deep underground, dude. I really would have to go there.
So the one thing I respect the most about you guys is that you want to go out and confirm everything yourselves. I agree on that. Like, go out, make yourself know your own opinions and everything like that. But at a certain point in time, you have to come to like a general consensus kind of thing, though, right?
No, you don't.
Hold on.
No, because that's not the case. Because you guys do. You all do.
No, bro. Why would I make up a story if I don't know? If I don't know a Blaze, why would I make a story up?
If you don't know something, don't believe in it.
That's a clip. In case anybody wants to.
You all have to agree on something. That's what I'm saying.
On something. We agree that the surface of water measures flat.
Okay. How has that worked?
How do you mean?
Has that been okay?
What do you mean, how's that worked? What, that we've agreed that the surface of water is horizontal? It's worked out pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, really, verifiably, this is primarily the one thing that we claim to know, right? whether you accept
Yeah.
it or not. We know this. This is our thing.
Yeah.
You see, the thing is, if the Earth was a sphere, we'd measure curvature. And being as everything relies on the Earth being a sphere, or the story that we told, we just know that those stories can't be true because the Earth's a sphere in all of those stories.
I want to see how many flat earthers are sailors, too, at the same time. I want to see that.
Why would that be important, do you think?
Because they sail past the horizon.
Okay.
They do.
Wait. What does that mean? What does that mean?
And that means they sail what your eyes can see, and that's what all you guys can perceive.
No,
so
that's what horizon is defined as, bro. The problem is that if you think that the horizon is a geographic position, then we can debunk your idea of the globe very easily.
It's okay.
Blaze, the horizon is just a convergence point based off of how your vision works and perspective. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a convergence point. It's
But
not
what if
a
your vision
physical
doesn't
location.
work?
But I understand. I respect the flat Earth.
It's not a
movement
physical
so
location.
much, man. I do. Don't believe what you're told your entire life and everything like that. I'm with it. I am. But I want to see like how many actual people believe. Like, is the Earth flat?
Yeah, it's measured that way.
Is it measured that way?
Let's put it into a logical syllogism, right? Let's take some truths and add them together and reach a logical conclusion based on what we know. You can disagree with the truths if you want, but we'll get there.
I want to, but I mean, right? Isn't that the point, right?
Yeah. Let's look at the first truth. We're told
I have a quick
70% of the surface of the Earth is water. The Indian, the Atlantic, Pacific Ocean, for example, in ratio to the land, there's more water than there is land, right?
How much did you say the Earth is water to land?
Like 70% water, more or less. It's like 2/3
So
water.
wait, how many people here are actually flat earthers?
Let's just listen to the conversation and you'll figure it out. So, premise number one, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Premise number two, water is measured to be horizontal over any and all distances. When
now, what do you mean by that? Horizontal.
So, when contained and at rest. Horizontal, a straight line from left to right.
Horizontal?
A straight line from left to right having zero rate of change of slope.
I still don't get it, man.
Okay. No, hold on. I get it. I do. Okay.
So, if we take those two truths together, 70% of the surface of the Earth water is horizontal upon the surface, then the Earth can't be a sphere with a curved surface.
But what about verticality?
So you're saying that equals to where it can be a curve?
Yeah, if the surface is a straight line, horizontal, with zero change of slope, then it can't be a curved line with a numbered rate of change of slope.
What are you judging on the change of slope and everything like that?
So the judging on the rate of change of slope in this instance, that determines the volume of the sphere, its radius, diameter, and circumference, and
I don't think we heard you. I'm sorry.
Rate of change of slope on the surface from a horizontal tangent. Curvature. Radius. Yeah. That curvature
did
that we
you
should
actually say radius? Because it blacked
Or
out.
what about mustard tang?
So, if we're given a radius of 3,950, the curvature rate on the surface is approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That means after 1 mile is 8 inches of descent from your point A horizontal tangent. 1 mile away is 8 inches lower. 10 miles away, 66 foot lower. 20 miles away, 266 foot lower. 100 miles away, 1 mile lower. All based on the radius. It's now a geometric claim. We should measure this rate of change of slope on the surface, right? What we measure is zero. That's horizontal. The water measures to be horizontal. There is no curvature on the surface, especially not at 8 inches per mile squared. So the surface of the Earth isn't curved and can't be a sphere. The Earth is measurably flat.
Okay. So how do we explain the horizon?
That's optical. We spoke about it earlier, Sheepdog. So it's convergence between the surface that you're standing on and the sky, which isn't solid. But you can have a cloud layer. It's like you in the warehouse or the corridor again, noticing that the floor that you're standing on and the ceiling, as you look down the corridor, are getting closer and closer together, apparently. Not actually. Now, where they converge, that's your horizon. The horizon is the limitation of your view because your eyes have a resolution limit. That's in angles, right?
We're not computers, man. Come on.
Pardon?
There's not a resolution limit. We're not computers.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. Right. So, for example, if you've got a ball in front of your face, right, I hold it right in front of your eyes. It occupies a huge angle. I turn around and kick it. You'll notice it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And if I was to kick it hard enough, it would get so far away that you wouldn't be able to resolve it because the angle's so small.
I do agree.
Right?
Yeah. If it gets far enough away.
Yeah. Now, this can be compared to an angle reduction loss. When you're looking across a surface, that surface decreases in angles. Like, let's imagine you're standing on a chessboard.
Surface like the ocean, which is perfect, by the way. Perfect for this fucking debate right here.
Yeah, that's why we're using water.
Yeah, how do we do this? Like the ships that sail past the horizon and everything like that, where do they go?
Yeah, but past the horizon. Past the horizon is understanding what the horizon is. The horizon can appear at different locations depending on the optic you're using. Because the optic is going to have a different angular size reduction loss limit.
Right. They're going to come up and then they're going to go down, right?
Yeah. But we're told that the limitation to our view is also a curved surface. What we're told the horizon actually is. Right? Okay. Now, when we make the observations with improving technology, better telescopes and cameras, we see the boat again. We lost sight of the boat with our human eyes. It went over the horizon. That's the limitation of our angle across the surface. Like standing on a chessboard, those squares really far away on that surface look really, really small. Eventually, they're going to be so small, you can't see them anymore. You lose the visibility of the surface. It appears to converge with the sky. That's not curvature of the Earth.
If they're truly small, man, they should just come up like little gremlins or something like that, like hazes in the distance or something. You know what I mean? Like, and then they slowly grow up within your distance and everything like that. But that's not how it is, though, is it?
What, like somebody running towards you?
Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Like a Mad Max kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, so they're far away and they're small and they're right next to you and they're bigger.
I tested an example of that in the side chat. It's just using zoom in and zoom out instead of getting closer or further away.
Yeah.
I think visually we can all think about that, you know what I
mean? But anyway, this is observation. We can confirm observation with measurement. Is that thing that far away from this point? Can I target it with a laser, for example? And if the surface is curved, I know. If the surface is curved, obviously the object I'm trying to target will be downwards from my horizontal straight line laser edge. Now, if I have a straight line to it and I target it at distance, we can measure the surface beneath the straight line edge to be parallel. So the water, when we use the laser, will be parallel to that laser.
Looking at actual videos, man, even makes it way less crazier than what I was thinking it was and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, because if you zoom that far back, damn. It just disappears at a certain point. How does the visual actually just like take over that though too at the same time? Because I'm with you guys. I'm fitty. I'm fitty, man. I don't want to just believe what anyone told me or anything like that. Like, I want to discover things too at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm with you guys when it comes down to that. But at the same time, I'm like, I see evidence. I can't ignore evidence, you know?
Well, let me say this quickly. Your experience is probably a lot like mine. You experience a flat stationary plane, although we've got, some kind of idea that the Earth's a sphere and boats disappear and that's why I can't see the sun. But our primary experience is of a flat stationary Earth. Everything else that suggests that the Earth is a sphere is primarily given to us, even the explanations of the phenomena as to why the boat disappears in accordance to that sphere.
Dude, the guy that killed himself because I was like, oh, I didn't have a curved helmet. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm going to make a flat helmet the next time I go up in my spaceship. I feel bad for those individuals. You know what I mean? That's what I'm here to find out. I hope you guys aren't doing that. Please tell me you guys ain't doing that.
Yeah, no, I'm just staring at the fucking wall trying to figure out what you were talking about. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
No, honestly, you don't know what I'm talking about either? No?
No, I haven't got a clue.
No, I'm sorry. Dude, I gotta pee.
We're not a cult, dude.
You guys act like it. You are muted and nobody's talking.
We're being polite and allowing the conversation.
It's very cult-like activity.
Would you like audio chaos?
I would like everyone to speak whatever they want to.
Well, we will. We've all taken turns. Big Daddy Flurp has talked to you. Jedi's talked to you. I've talked to you. Says Who has talked to you. I'm certain that there's probably people in the chat that have also said things to you that you probably haven't even looked at.
On the chat? I've been looking at the side chat.
Yeah, everybody's talking to you, man. We're just trying to be courteous for the conversation because if there's audio chaos like there's right now, then nobody can understand what's going on.
Yeah. I want to hear from everybody, buddy.
We'll pick somebody, man.
No, hold on. Can I? All right, listen. I'm going to say my puppy. I want to go out and smoke a cigarette for like 10 minutes. Can I come back and talk to you guys again? Okay.
I'm going to be here.
Yeah, of course you can.
No worries, thank you, boys. I'll be back.
How did his brother take 10 minutes to smoke a cigarette? That's one big cigarette. Oh my god.
He's probably going to smoke two. I apologize, T-Dub. I'm sorry. I didn't even hear you until I was already saying, hold on a minute. Why, man?
Okay.
Why not?
That's why.
It's like a degenerate thing to do.
What do you want?
We need to fucking
garbage trash people do.
You want what were your sister? Anything intelligent to say, Elijah?
Huh?
Okay. What's up, Knowledge? Good to see you.
It's not good to see him.
I'm trying to start every conversation on the right foot, dude. It might
Don't say it
involve
to him.
lying, but I'm trying.
Don't say it to him. That guy's fucking trash, man. He can go back to his little rich society. His little rich Democrat Party society. Go hang out with David Hogg. Maybe you can enroll him into another school.
I tell you what, I got a question for everybody, and you'll probably understand why I'm asking this question when I say everybody, the Flat Earth moderators in the room. You notice we pick up a lot of fans along the way, and generally sometimes there are some people that come into the chat and never ever speak. Has anybody spoken to the person that's in English Hub at the moment called Albanese? I've never heard that person speak before. If you have, kindly let me know.
I haven't, but I think I seen her in the politics room when we went in there that one day. They were saying Flat Earth was stupid or something like that, or Flat Earth has no evidence. And so we all just went in there.
Okay,
I've seen her in there. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
that makes better sense. I mean, when I say better sense, that's a more flavourable idea than the ones that I was concocting. But that's good and nice when people have heard conversation and follow us around and want to listen to more of the conversations. That's cool. I just wondered if anybody had actually heard them speak. I'll try and call them out next time, see if I can ramp up a conversation. Don't think I even remember any text chatter from the person. I might be wrong, but there's no point dwelling on it. It's just my own curiosity. Looks like Knowledge has posted one of Dr. John Dee's videos. Did you guys ever put the calculations into the calculator? See, you can speak, dude. Like I said, good to see you.
Hey, by any chance, do you guys have a claim? Guess not.
A claim? Did you say a claim?
Yeah, a claim. Oh, here comes Matter Trick to ruin the conversation.
Like, am I acclaimed?
Yeah, like, do you have a claim? Like, you know, this is a debate.
I have a
right?
claim. Everybody knows me. I'm famous. No, I know what you mean. No. I'm just messing around. A claim?
Yeah, a claim.
A claim that you can't prove the Earth is a globe. How's that for a claim?
Well, at least you're honest. So the claim isn't that the Earth is flat; it's that you can't prove the globe.
No, that's not what he said.
That is what he said, Matter Tricks.
The claim is you can't prove it's a globe. I'm up with that claim. I like that. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair claim. I mean, it's better than saying like the Earth is flat, because then that will put you in the hot seat, right? And you don't want to be there because it's impossible.
Not really, because all we'll do is show you measurements of a flat Earth, and that leaves you high and dry.
And then I'll just say it's not measured flat.
Then you would be in the hot seat because you'd have to provide measurements that counteract the ones that we've got. So,
and then
how about we stick to the claim that's been given to start off with?
And then I just go to Google and tell you the circumference of the Earth, and you just like cope.
Begging the question. So cope harder. So how about you prove it's a globe, because the claim is you can't prove it's a globe.
So is that what flat earthers turned into? It's basically like, I don't have a claim, but
actually,
I need you to prove it something?
You came in and asked specifically for a claim. T-Dub gave you one, and now you must address that. So please continue.
T-Dub didn't necessarily give me a claim. He shifted the goalposts and put me in the hot seat. And I'm not an astrophysicist. So
you wanted a claim. You got one handed to you on a silver platter. Please enjoy it.
So everybody agrees here that that's the claim of flat Earth these days? It's not like the Earth is flat. It's that
you weren't specific about the claim. You just wanted a claim. You weren't specific about the claim.
Clarify. It's okay.
Yeah, that's great. How about some clarity?
Yeah,
you be more specific. When you drop in, be more specific about what claim you want. You asked for a claim, T-Dub gave you one, everyone's happy with that, except for you for some reason.
I'm totally fine, bro. You're the only one screaming at the top of your lungs and having a mental...
I'm not screaming. I'm sitting in front of my mobile phone eating my lunch.
But you're angry. Like, I don't know why you're so angry.
No, I'm not angry. I'm actually highly disappointed that someone could ask for something, and then when they get given it, clearly impossible. So why are you the necessity to talk through me? You asked for a claim. It was given to you quite clearly. There was nothing wrong with the claim given. You have a problem with it. So please address the claim given.
Please name the time where I said I have a problem with your claim. I even said I wanted to clarify your
claim. I haven't put a claim forward down. T-Dub did.
So did I say I had a problem with the claim? I just wanted to make sure this was the claim of entire Flat Earth community. Is this the claim?
So why would T-Dub represent the entire Flat Earth community? Yes, he is acclaimed, but I'm quite sure he can speak for himself.
Okay, so what's your claim, Matter Trick?
I wasn't asked for one. You were given a claim already. Please address it.
You just were asked for one.
Please address the claim given. This is why you get muted and banned from here, because you don't want to have a conversation about the information presented. You're projecting now. You've realised that you've asked for something, you were given it, and now you've got to cope, because that's all you've got.
Wrong. I asked for a claim. I asked to clarify that claim and make sure everyone has the same claim. And now you're saying...
Well, that you can't prove it's a globe. Actually, fuck it, I'll back that.
Claim? I just wanted to make sure.
No, you didn't. You just want to sidestep it, because you would have addressed it by now.
Holy cow. This guy's actually retarded.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Asking a clarifying question.
Not a problem. 23, shut up for a second so I can talk to Jedi. Jedi, our young friend here dropped in and asked for a claim. And T-Dub said to him, my claim is that you can't prove it's a globe. And that was directed at 23 Smoke Shit. And so far, we've had nothing but projection, interruption, and copium. Because actually, as you can see, this is what he's putting forward now. So you can't hear what I'm doing. He's trying to fundy mute me.
Yeah, so again, I said that was a fair claim. I just wanted to make sure that everyone in this community held the same claim before I go ahead and dive into it. But for some reason, Mattertrix has a problem with that. I don't know why.
I don't have a problem. I have a problem with the meta because you're not addressing what was put forward. It's taken you 3.5 minutes.
Okay, but the claim is cool. At the end of the day, that's a cool claim. Hey, 23, you can't prove the globe. Okay, that's a fair claim. And no one's saying I can. I'm not an astrophysicist. But I mean, like...
So address the claim.
I'm not an astrophysicist.
I didn't claim that you were.
Sorry, are you trying to say that you couldn't,
Yeah,
but somebody
so
else
like
could?
me asking a person who's illiterate an astrophysicist in astrophysics is like stupid. You get that, right? Mattertrix?
Okay, but do you think
It's like
that
asking a high
asking
school student to like clarify chemistry. What'd you say, bro? Sorry.
and what does an astrophysicist do?
I think they like study the physics of outer space and cosmology and things like that.
Yeah. You're kind of you're pretty much right. They look out at the stars. They're not looking at the Earth.
They don't just look at stars. What are you talking about? Even I know that. And I'm
Okay,
not an
they look at the moon. They look at the planets. They look at nebula, galaxies.
They come up with equations that can predict movements of planets, alignment with planets. They do much more than just look at stars, bro. Why are you lying?
Okay, so it's not like.
Wait, well, do you concede? Do you concede?
You're
do
not
you concede
letting me
to that?
fucking
Wait,
finish.
No. Do you concede that astrophysicists do more than just look at the sky?
You're talking about now making predictions with equations, right? When we study these things move, we noticed our patterns. We've been doing this for thousands of years. This isn't you.
He's bailed out, Jedi.
Oh, for fuck's
So
sake.
his stick is to plow through people like what he did to you and me. And whenever he gets muted, he does an insta run. He just can't handle getting muted. But yeah, his whole thing is to fundy mute you.
Oh well, good to see you.
How you been, anyways, mate?
Wondering why I keep coming back.
You've got a big bucket of popcorn, haven't you? So what'd that take us? Nearly, 6 minutes? And he still didn't address the claim that was put forward to him.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, on a better note, Jedi, I've purchased all my lenses and filters and things like that, and a new tripod.
Oh, cool. Awesome stuff, dude.
So long-range stuff incoming. Yeah, it's just got to turn up now. So.
Oh, awesome. Is that going to be soon? Yeah, next week?
Within the next week and a bit.
Awesome. But you can't wait, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to wait now. Doing labs. I'm chewing one of my fingers off waiting. But no, I'm keen as mustard for it to turn up. Oh yeah, Jedi, just for a laugh. That Matt clown the other day, he thought you left because of him. And he thought he had a win. He was sitting there, Jedi's left. He couldn't handle me. I'll take that as a win. And it's like, sorry, bro. Jedi didn't leave because of you. He left because I jumped on top of him. Oh, no. And he was big noting himself, how great he was. And I got him to define thrust and drag. Because remember how he said that if the Earth was flat, physics would change?
Right.
Well, got him to define thrust, and what do I have to define this for? Well, just so we can make sure what's going on with it. Now define drag, and he sort of went through it, and then realised that he started having a meltdown because he realised that in his description or definition that the it doesn't mention anything about the shape of the Earth.
No. Yeah.
Which is a bit of a problem.
Well done, dude. Well done, dude.
And to add insult to injury, I had my recorder running.
What was his name again?
Matt.
I'll look out for Matt. That's brilliant.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, no, I do. That's brilliant.
So, anyways, I just thought I'd fill you in on what you missed out on. Yeah, he thought he had the big win. I'm taking the win. Jedi marched out because of me. Couldn't handle me. No rebuttal. Oh, man. And I'm just sitting back going, you numpty, you've got no idea what just happened.
No, none at all. I was really pissed off, dude. I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
it was
sorry.
best I left.
Yeah, he didn't want to listen. He was just, I'm pilot, I fly, and yous have got no idea what you're talking about. So, yeah, what do you do?
Oh, yeah, I remember now. We were talking about the orientation of the aircraft around the sphere. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he couldn't grasp the whole concept of tilting your nose down to fly around a ball tard.
Wow.
Yep, planes fly nose up. We agree with you.
Mm-hmm. But isn't the surface curving down and away? Up all the time. Yep, it's fine.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
Oh, well. Doesn't look like the circus is performing. I don't think Knowledge is going to speak. I think he's happy in his little text chat there, which is fine if that's where he wants to stay. It's like 10 to 5 in the morning. Knowledge, I can't be bothered to read. If you want to talk, we can talk. But,
So Knowledge is going through Walter Bisland's calculator, it looks like, picking that apart. That doesn't sound like that's a me problem. Oh, no, he's not even in the chat.
Oh, is he not? Okay, cool. I saw he mentioned earlier about putting the angular size of the boat reduction at distance into the equation. I was like, oh, that'll be a first. Why have you put that in there? Yeah. Special F-curve calculators that take these things into account and also add refraction into it. Shit, you got problems then. But I don't really know what he was talking about, so...
The angular size one would be interesting to see if he puts 2 and 2 together.
Mm-hmm.
We'll know if it happens because he won't come in for a couple of days. It'll give him something to think about, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. There's a hippie in the English hub channel place thing. A proper hippie. I left. I couldn't handle any more hippiness.
A hippie as... hold on. A hippie as in 1960s, smoke too much, hippie.
No. That's not what I meant. I'm so sorry. No, someone who just makes up airy fairy things and into crystals and, that type of shit.
Oh, right, yeah. Fair enough.
But hey, I only listened for a couple of minutes, so I might be completely wrong. But that's why I left. I couldn't stand any more of
it. Pink crystal equals globetard?
Ish, I don't know. Maybe.
We got one of those shops downtown Maybe I might go down there and ask them, hey, if I get that pink rock and I wave it about, does that prove the shape of the ground?
Well, it will go around in a circle.
Oh, shit. That's good.
Hold on. When we talk about full quartz pendulum, we're talking about like an iron ball or whatever it is swinging, and it always swings this way or that way. What happens when we get crystals out and start holding them? Depending on the mood of people, they can spin in either direction, right? So this is weird shit. Maybe the pendulum's picking up someone's mood.
Well, have you ever heard of that thing where you get a coin on a string, and when a lady's pregnant, if you hold the coin above them, if it swings, it's male or female. If it spins, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
So maybe if we get some pregnant bird and slide her underneath a Foucault's pendulum, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, what I'm talking about, dude. You can do the same thing with crystals, apparently.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether you can or you can't, but I've heard hippies say.
Imagine that. Hey, I might try that down at the pub. Hey, love, I need you to help me with an experiment.
Maybe the Earth is pregnant and it's a boy. I don't know. Maybe there's twins. I don't fucking know, dude. Maybe it's that time of day where I really should go to bed.
Oh, you haven't gone to bed yet?
No, it's that Jedi. Yeah. I haven't had any sleep yet, Jedi.
Wow. I thought you were the other way. You'd got up early and it's like, man, let's just jump on and see what's happening.
No. This is late at night, Jedi.
Wow.
Yeah, on that note, I'm going to call it a night. I'll speak to you soon, mate. You take care.
Catch it, man. You too. See ya.
See ya.
Mhm.
The best place. Hello, Jim. The best place.
Talk about the best place to talk about Earth. No, I'm sorry, that's bad. I'm really bad in impressions. I was better when I was younger.
Guys, what proof do you have that the sun and moon are just lights in the sky?
When you look up at the sun and the moon, you literally see lights in the sky, right? A light can be all sorts of different things. Okay, a light, it's not a specific thing, right? It's just a light. Like, right? You'd be like, what's the source of the light? Or something like that. That we don't know. But we see lights in the sky. A star, a sun. If you look up, you could see a street light. It's just a light. A firefly would be a light in the sky. They would all fall under that category of lights in the sky.
But what proof do you have that we haven't been to the moon before?
There's no proof that you can go in. All right, so there's no proof that space is a vacuum. Okay, and there's no proof that we have been to the moon. Right, so that's like me saying, what's your proof that there's not unicorns on Uranus?
But
right, how can you disprove that there's not unicorns on Neptune? Right, you don't have to disprove that.
So what happened in 1969?
Yeah, so NASA did a really shitty job at faking a bunch of footage to try to beat the Soviets in the space race, the so-called space race. Okay, and the footage looks so ridiculous, especially in 2026, that I don't know how anyone could actually buy into the footage. Right, we all can agree that footage can easily be faked, especially when you have an unlimited budget, essentially. Right, a billions of dollar budget.
But
so if I post some footage right now, right, no one in their right mind should be, saying that it's unfair to question whether this footage is real or not. Okay, like have a look, Crypt. Have a look at this footage. Just a second. Right, look at this footage. Right, how could anyone think that this is real footage when they're claiming this is real footage? It's like, come on.
Okay.
But imagine defending that.
No, but what about right now when China is like saying they want to go to the moon and to Mars and all that, and NASA hasn't been to the moon in I think it's been I don't know, they haven't been there since like the 1970s, and now China says it wants to go over there. Then NASA is building this new program called Artemis, right? So if no one can go to the moon, then why are they getting all riled up about China wanting to do it?
I don't think anyone's getting riled up about China wanting to do it. China already said that they've landed things on the dark side of the moon, right? I don't know if you've looked at that footage, but it looks even worse than NASA's footage, right? China aren't as good at faking things as other countries.
The space race never ended, Cryptic.
No, but if they're faking it, then why is NASA getting riled up and starting the Artemis program?
Because the space race never ended.
But you guys are saying the space race isn't real.
No, we're saying the space race was propaganda.
But why would they show propaganda when they're are they trying to find who can give better propaganda to the public? Is that what the space race is supposed to be? Because you're saying we can't go to the moon or to Mars, right? So why are they trying to start up the new programs? Like NASA started the Artemis program in response to China saying they want to go to Mars and landing on the dark side of the moon, right? So why are they doing this if
because they want to project power and capabilities that other countries can't claim. Do you know what propaganda is?
Yeah, I know what propaganda is, but if it's all propaganda,
you keep asking me questions and the answer is propaganda.
If it's all propaganda, then why are people getting so riled up in government agencies? Like if China,
That's what good propaganda does. Don't you get it? NASA even states that they do this for psychological reasons, going back to the beginning of the space race itself.
then why is China following suit in this propaganda as well?
Because they want to project power and capabilities that other countries can't claim to project or have. Just like what NASA said that they did with the space program back when it was founded.
No, but they're projecting power against the United States, right? And if
Yeah, they
both
don't want
the
to be
United
seen as inferior. They don't want to be seen as inferior to the USA, right? India doesn't want to be seen as inferior, so that's why they did their terrible job faking their little moon buggy in 2024. Okay, these
But if
countries
it's-
wanted prestige, right? They want it's the space race.
But if it's all fake, won't they know that it's fake? And like, there's no point in like faking propaganda. You can project superiority in like other ways, by not faking things that don't even exist, right? In your like, you guys are saying it doesn't exist, right? You can't go to the moon and all that. So if you can't go there, then why are they putting this as the focus point of propaganda when they can like put like something that people can actually do and use that as propaganda? And if all three of these nations, China, India, um, uh, America, all know that it's fake, why are they competing to see who can give out better propaganda? Like if America has never been to the moon, and if China has tried to do this and knows that it can't do it as well, it should know that the moon landing was fake, right? So why don't they go out of their way to show that the moon landing is fake instead of actually trying to further build on this propaganda?
Oh, if I was China, I'd do the exact opposite. If I was China, I would fake it even better than the Americans, knowing full well that because I'm faking it, the Americans know I'm faking it, means the Americans know that I know the truth.
But they could just go out of their way to like disprove it and completely destroy America's
They
country.
do it for political expedience. Listen, Cryptic, there's immense power in holding this blackmail over your enemies.
Holding what?
Blackmail.
So that
Right. So now
blackmail.
China's in a position where they can now say, at some point, they can come out and show the world that America faked the moon landings, and their political capital is preserved. Why? Because they didn't enter the space race until recently, when the technology seems to be more capable of performing it.
Okay, all right. Say that's true. Why is there more and more capital flowing into like private space industry in not just America but in other countries as well? Like you have people setting up startups and all that.
Yeah, you really think it's private? There are like maybe 3 or 4 launch facilities in the United States. They're all controlled by the military.
How about outside the US? Yeah, there's one in New Zealand. There's some in Japan. How about them?
Yeah, many are joint owned by NASA and their host governments that are part of the propaganda. Listen, if all the countries have mutual blackmail against each other, then you've got world security. It's almost like mutually assured destruction with nukes, but in this case with fake space programs.
Like, aren't we speculating? Like, isn't this supposed to be like a place where you find proof and show people your proof and facts? But aren't we entering into the realm of speculation when we
Would you like to see my evidence? I've got NASA documents from its founding in 1958 demonstrating, proving that they were developed for psychological warfare. The space program is a psychological op.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Okay. Bear with me while I fish it out.
Okay, sure. And previously, I heard you guys say that like they were also faking the supply and demand issue of oil, right? So in like a lot has happened since then. Like Trump attacked Venezuela and like they're trying to take oil from everywhere and stuff. So like, is this all part of like try to inflate oil prices because like if
No, bro.
oil.
Look, if you heard someone in here giving their personal opinion on what they think about oil, and I think I do remember that conversation that you had with a specific person, right? That's off topic. That doesn't mean that every flat earther in here agrees with what they were saying, or that even the person that was saying what they say really knows what's going on with the oil.
Okay, all right, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, Cryptic, I posted uh, the tip of the iceberg. Why don't you flip through those?
Okay, I'll look at it. I'm looking at it.
You need historical context. The OCP is an organization under the president, his cabinet. Operations Coordinating Board. OCB was founded to be a psychological warfare operation after World War II. The operation is to cement in the minds of everyone on Earth that America is forever and always the greatest victor. So a bunch of other programs spun out from that, but one of them was the space program. Let's use space. Let's use space as a PSYOP tool.
So right now, America has a lot of debt, right? And they have to like, and people have to keep holding the U.S. dollar for them to be able to print more money, right? So if is all of this, yeah, like including the NASA propaganda machine, a way for America to project superiority so that they will continue to like borrow as much as they want and continue to stay in power no matter what, because like they're superior and they have like this image of superiority. But if this propaganda is destroyed, then that image is also destroyed, and that will affect the livelihood of the American nation.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe. You're too specific. Maybe. Who knows?
I went to NASA's like space center in Houston, and there was this like huge space shuttle at the front. Is that all like fake? Like they just built it for propaganda and all that.
I don't know how much of it is. Good propaganda has elements of truth. So I imagine some stuff is true.
So that thing can fly, it has flied, but just not to space.
Dude, I don't know. Why would I know that? It's very specific. I don't know how specific we can get with this. What we can work off of is what we know based off of what they admit. And I sent you documents, so get reading. Research OCB. Maybe we can get this train back on track now. No, we're not here to provide alternate narratives, alternate historical fiction. There's nothing that I want to provide you to give you a sense of belief in something else. What I do want to do is destroy your belief and slaughter those sacred cows of your ideals. And I prefer to do it with as many hostile witnesses as I can. That's taking your opponent's own word for it, for the purpose of destroying their own arguments.
And I remember you guys saying that like all the stuff that they say about satellites is also fake, and like not fake, but the technology is real, but it's using other stuff, like not like satellites in
Yeah,
space. And
we say that because they say that.
yeah, I saw that. I
Yeah.
saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like we came up with this on our own. It's not like we reached this conclusion. We're telling you what they say in their own words, with their own documents, their own research, their own scientists.
And is the CIA involved in like in spreading this global propaganda across like all education systems or whatever?
I don't know about that, but I can show you among the documents I sent you includes a letter from the CIA director nominating his right-hand man to lead up the new NASA space agency before they get a director of their own. Why would they need to do that? Well, we know today, as of September, that NASA has been classified as an intelligence operation, according to Trump's executive order, which is to say, in my opinion, that it's always been. So why would we trust them, especially when their own claims contradict each other for the past 70 to 80 years? Now we just know why they contradict themselves. Those documents aren't a conclusion of research, but the beginning of it. So I encourage anyone to take a look, save them, and start taking down leads. Read through them, find keywords, find key people, and do as much research as you can. These are public and openly available. There's nothing whistleblowing about any of this. The government has mastered the art of hiding within plain sight. It's called Operation Security, or OPSEC for short.
How come it's so hard to join NASA? Like I've known people who wanted to join NASA, and like it's really difficult. Like you need to know like you need to be like very highly educated and all that. So if it's all fake, like why do they go to such
So if
great
you think,
lengths?
hold on, you said they have to be highly educated. If somebody can show a clip of Don Pettit, then we're gonna get a real example of how highly educated people are. This dude is an astronaut that can barely make words. He's so stupid, and you think they need to be highly educated?
But what if that guy's an outlier? Like like everyone in okay, not everyone, but most of the astronauts have to have like highly specialized engineering or biology or STEM degrees from like really good universities, right? So even if like like they can't explain what the questions that you guys are asking, like the amount of information that they had to absorb to get into NASA is a lot, right? So why are they making them do all this?
Well,
Why can't they
because
just
it sells the lie, dude. Like, if they just recorded garbage can technicians, nobody would believe them.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they don't have that higher qualifications for the most part. I mean, the one of the main guy that speaks for NASA is called Don Pettit. Who he literally sounds semi-retarded when he talks, and saying semi-retarded is me being very polite. Okay, but his education, he just has a bachelor's in chemical engineering. That's it. You know,
And the
that he got
reason
in the 70s.
the reason why I'm asking like about astronauts is because I recently saw like this this mixed race astronaut from America, and she apparently went to like the home countries of where her parents came from, and like the entire like town was like celebrating her coming and like taking it as like a national point of pride that like she's an astronaut or whatever. So like 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 I didn't know like the propaganda could be spread like that.
That's how
Like
you do it. You
yeah,
show
it's
people on TV clapping, and then everybody goes, "Look, they're clapping, so that must be real."
and NASA comes up with a new exoplanet every year. Like I constantly look at the NASA website for like the stuff they put out on interstellar space. I don't know how they're getting all this. Like they don't even know what's on Mars, if there's life on Mars, and they're somehow getting like exoplanet stuff like from out of the star system. Like uh, like unless they made it all up. So and speaking about Neil Armstrong, right? Like was he specifically trained to like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, were they like specifically trained to um like make sure this whole narrative would be kept alive?
No,
Because like
go watch Capricorn 1, and you'll figure it out.
okay. I went to
They got duped into thinking they were going to go somewhere, and then they didn't go. So that's why when they come back and they on stage in their press conference, they look like somebody shot the dog in the woods while they were gone.
I went to like the NASA place and like there was this exhibition where they'd show exactly what happened in the control center while the astronauts were landing on the moon. And they were like there was like this grandiose like exhibition and they were showing everything the scientists and engineers were doing in the control center when the astronauts landed on the moon. Is that is that part of the propaganda as well?
What, showing people sitting at computer terminal screens? Yeah, that's propaganda.
The U.S. military budget, according to what I saw, is like 800. I think it's like $700 billion a year annually. So like, why does propaganda cost so much?
You got to run it. You got to buy television advertising and social media advertising. How are you going to pay for it?
Why are you confusing military budget with NASA budget? Those are two different budgets.
But doesn't the stuff that they pay military contractors also contribute to NASA? Because Lockheed and Northrop Grumman and all these military contractors are also contractors for NASA. So like the
Yeah, well,
amount that
difference. The military budget, they have to produce a product. The NASA budget, they do not have to produce a product.
but like the
The most product
Lockheed
that they have to produce is whatever it is that's necessary for the reification fallacy.
but Lockheed and Airbus are getting paid to like build a space station, a new space station apparently.
No, they're not. Where's it at? I want to go see it. I'm going to get
Oh yeah.
permission to go see it. I'm going to take a tour. I can get permission to go see that.
Because
Give me the location. I want to see them building it. If you can, I'm going to go take pictures of it for everybody.
And the ISS, it's a real thing, right? You guys can't see the ISS is also fake.
Yeah, it's fake as a $3 bill.
Like it's not a place. Is it not a place up in the sky, even though it's not in space?
No, it's a place in a swimming pool and a place in a video studio with green screens and wires and stage hands and cameras and directors and the whole thing, craft services, the whole 9 yards. It's a regular video studio.
And what about all the speculation that the government is hiding aliens in like military bases in the U.S.? Like all that's
Yeah,
fake.
they do that so that you think that space is real and they can still go to space and save us by going to Mars and turning that into Earth instead of just staying on Earth and fixing Earth. They think you can go to a dust ball that's 300 degrees below zero at night or something like that, whatever it is, and then 200 degrees during the day. They think you can go there and turn that into Florida with beaches and beach umbrellas and little lawn chairs.
Also, when we test the surface of the Earth, it debunks all of their bullshit. Right. Clearly, they have mock-ups. Right. Look in the side chat. Clearly, they have mock-ups, perfect mock-ups of the ISS. They have a mock-up under the water of the ISS. They say they use these things for training and for interviews and things like that. But then we look through the footage and we see all sorts of CGI glitches and people getting caught in harnesses and all sorts of errors, right, that they missed over the years. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whether you want to have faith in NASA or not, right? It's not up to us to convince you about that, right? We can show you all of the fakery. We can show you a lot of these things, right? But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whether you want to trust NASA because you can never validate any of this stuff.
But what about the
Right,
people who died? Well, what about the people who died? Like, there's been astronauts that have died, like traveling in space, like real NASA astronauts, and there was even like a movie about it, like where they almost died. Like, all that's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But nobody
most of the people that were on the Challenger disaster are still alive, seemingly. Okay, they have the same name, they work at universities or in prestige jobs. Okay, they look identical, they talk identical. They even have the same name. Like, what's the chances that all of these people that were on the Challenger? Have a look at what Stark posted, right? You should check out these videos. Okay, I don't know if someone else has some comparison shots of the people that were on there and the people that live today that look identical and still have the same name. Or some have slightly changed names. Right, I'll post you a couple of examples if no one else is putting any in the chat.
Yeah, DJ. They said that those people who look identical, they are twins. That's what they said to us, which is quite funny.
Well, a twin with the exact same first name and last name. That's weird.
One twin's an one twin's an astronaut. The other twin's the janitor at high school. That kind of stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, it's like, hey, my name's Sharon, and this is my twin sister, Sharon. Yeah, they named us both Sharon.
DJ, they are mocking us. That's why they're telling us they're twins and all that.
Well, they're not mocking us. They're mocking Cryptic.
Yeah, they're mocking the people who believe in the BS.
The two that claimed to be twins were the black dude and the Asian.
I think most people like who simply don't care about space, like about all this stuff, like they don't even care about space exploration, so they obviously don't even question like whether NASA faked it at all. But yeah, so like I don't
Yeah, they do care though. If you tell them that NASA faked it, then they'll get all emotional and butthurt and try to mock and ridicule you. But they don't actually, if they've never looked into it, they just blindly believe it. They say they don't care, but they'll come in here like crying about it. And there's these same people, they don't know anything about the globe either. Right? Like any question about the globe will stump them. Like, does it spin? How many times does it spin in one day? And they'll be like thinking and thinking and thinking, and they get it wrong 99% of the time. Like the most basic questions that we can think of, they don't know. It's just a belief handed down to them from their parents and then reinforced throughout their life. And they never questioned it.
Oh yeah, I heard that in Australia you can see the sky much more clearly than you can see it in other parts of the world. Is that just like because of light pollution, or is it because of the position of Australia and like different part of
Some assholes hot micing. Just a second. Yeah, so it really depends where you go in Australia. You know, if you're near a city or something like that, or you're on the coast, you're not going to see crazy stars. I mean, if you go inland, then yeah, you can see a lot of stars. But the same, if you just go anywhere outside of light pollution, you'll see a lot of stars, no matter where you are on the Earth. It's not like more in Australia or something like that.
Oh, but how did they come up with the layout of the Earth? Like, why is Australia at the bottom and then Asia is on top of Australia? Like, how did they come up with that layout?
Celestial sphere, inverting the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, basically. Real simplified way of putting it is when you're under Polaris, right? It would be 90 degrees above your head, and then as you move away, you can keep plotting out points and say, okay, when I'm standing at this point on the Earth, Polaris is at X amount of degrees in the sky. Okay, and then they move further away, and they're like, okay, when I'm at this place, Polaris is X amount of degrees up in the sky. Okay, and they plot that down. Okay, and then when they get to the equator, they're like, okay, now we can't see Polaris. Polaris is at 0 degrees. Okay, and then they've got basically they've sort of mapped out to the equator area. Okay, using the sky. And then they can just inverted that basically because you can't see Polaris anymore. That's the only fixed star that you can see in the north. Okay, then they inverted that, and then you've got the spherical coordinate system. Obviously, it's a lot more complicated than that, but that's just super simplified way of explaining it. I got to go on mute because I got some background noise.
Like, do you guys believe in some sort of like a religion or cult by any chance?
No, we're not the globe believers. That would be you that's in the cult.
He's trying so hard for it to be not about geometry.
No,
You're
are you guys like?
You're
are you guys, like,
heliocentrist. Void, you're a heliocentrist, aren't you?
No, I'm not a heliocentrist.
You're not a heliocentrist, so you don't believe the Earth goes around the sun.
No, that was like before Galileo and shit.
Wow, so you don't even know what you're talking about, because that's the mainstream belief. So you're a geocentric glober? You think the sun goes around the Earth?
No, the Earth goes around the sun.
Hey, so you're heliocentrist.
Yeah, I'm heliocentrist. Sorry to correct myself.
Beep boop boop. Blue screen.
And the sun goes around the Milky Way.
Silly globers.
Correct.
Void, do you think the ground is spinning right now?
Yes.
Relative to us, no.
Relative to you, no. So the ground is stationary.
No, it's spinning.
No. Oh, it is spinning. How fast do you think it's spinning?
Relative to us, no. Relative to the
us,
Earth,
no. But it is spinning, right? It is or it isn't spinning?
Yes.
Just be straightforward.
I wouldn't say the ground is spinning. The Earth is spinning overall.
Oh, so the ground is not part of the Earth.
Hey,
No.
Cyclone, the Earth is spinning and you're spinning too with it.
Yes. Yes.
Am I?
With it.
Am I? See,
But the ground is not spinning.
this is
to
the
you
religion,
relatively.
guys. You guys are in the religion. That's your religion, the spinning ground religion. How fast does your religion tell you that the ground is spinning?
So how would you explain a night and
No.
days?
It's not. How do I explain? I don't believe the ground is spinning. How fast do you think the ground is spinning?
It completes one rotation in one day.
So what speed is that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
300,000
Do you
something,
believe it?
something like that.
What?
Yeah, you have to do mathematical calculation for that.
It's hundreds of thousands, if I'm not wrong, per hour.
Hundreds of thousands, and yet when you go outside, you detect no motion of the ground whatsoever.
Yeah, relative
Yeah,
to us,
because
no, yes.
Right.
relative to us, there's no motion
it's
because
just a belief. So it's just a belief you have.
no, man, you need to understand that we are spinning too.
I understand. You guys
along with
believe.
the
You
Earth.
guys have a belief contrary to your experienced reality that the ground is moving at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Why do you believe that?
Because I can see the sky changing. I can see the day and nights.
Right? What's that got to do with the ground you believe is spinning?
Earth spins.
No. You can go outside. There's no spin of the ground.
Hey, Cyclone. So
why is darkness? Why is
Uh-oh.
there sun? Why is there light?
So why do you have that belief?
No, it's not a belief. It's a fact.
It is a belief because you don't experience the ground moving, do you?
As I told you, relative to us, you know about relativity, right?
Yeah, it means that's your excuse for you not experiencing the ground spinning, but you believe it is. That's the word you use instead of religion. You say relative. When what you mean is religion. The spinning ground religion.
Bro, have you seen a fucking elephant?
Have I seen an elephant? Wow. So how does an elephant tell you the ground's moving at hundreds of thousands?
But you do believe that elephants exist, right? Exactly.
Okay.
That's the
Boy,
point he's trying to make.
Yeah. So you believe the ground is spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour because of elephants?
Yes.
Is that right?
Bro, are you like what the fuck?
Well, then
bro?
why are you talking about elephants?
You're deviating from the point. It's a metaphor.
Come on, guys. I'm
That
asking
was
you
an
to figure out.
analogy.
Try and figure out what possible reason you have to believe the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour.
Because I believe elephants exist. For your simple brain.
Okay, so
yeah,
elephants,
exactly.
therefore,
For
ground is
fucking
spinning.
elephants.
Well, that's
yeah,
retarded.
fucking hell.
That's about
yeah,
what
that's
I expect
fucking
from the
retarded
globe
for you.
believers. That's
You
about what
believe
I
elephants
expect from you
exist
globe
even though you
believers.
haven't seen any elephants.
Yeah, that's why I expect from you globe believers. Elephants, therefore, the ground is spinning.
Right. That's fantastic, bro. What a tool.
That's pretty good, right, guys? That's good stuff. That's the best globe proof we've heard all day. Elephants.
That was an analogy, man.
No, that was his reason for believing the ground is spinning. He said. Elephants. It doesn't really make any sense. Your religion sounds weird.
But still, how do you explain days and nights?
What do you mean? What do I need to explain about days and nights?
So if Earth is not revolving, how the sky is changing according to you?
Well, you just said it. The sky is changing.
The sky is changing, but
That's what you just
what's
said.
the mechanism? Why is it happening?
What do you mean?
No, I need a reason to know that.
No, you don't. You don't have a reason to believe the ground is spinning, but you believe that. Why are you pretending you need a reason all of a sudden? Your entire globe belief is based on no reason whatsoever. You were just told it. I'll just tell you the sky's moving. What's the difference?
The sky is not moving, man. The sky is.
That's what you said. You said the
ground
sky
is moving.
You
I said
We
Earth is
observe
moving. I said ground is moving.
Yeah, but you don't have
observe
any
it.
evidence for that. You just said that you observed the sky moving.
No, I said the sky is changing.
Yeah, as in it's moving. The things in the sky appear to move.
No, as the Earth moves, the skies change.
Well, the Earth, what evidence do you have that the Earth's moving? As far as you can tell, the Earth is not moving, unless you're in an earthquake or something. What happened to that Void guy? Oh, he's spazzing out. Oh, someone muted him? No, he's spazzing out.
All
right,
I'll just get banned in a moment if he keeps it up.
Void, explain the elephant thing again. How do the elephants tell you the ground is spinning?
Do you believe dolphins exist?
Why are you asking me about what do I believe?
Because we'll come to a conclusion after
you're
that.
trying to prove that the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour, remember? You said elephants.
Because in order to come to a conclusion, I have to ask you this question.
No.
So,
your belief
do you
in the
believe
ground
dolphins
spinning,
exist?
My belief has nothing to do with your deciding that the ground is spinning, unless your evidence for the ground spinning is my beliefs, which wouldn't make any sense, even less sense than your elephant comment. It's on you, Void. This is about what you believe. You said the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour, you believe, and then we asked you why, and then you spoke about elephants, and now you're trying to ask what I believe. Are you confused about your own belief?
Bro, you're trolling at this point.
No, I'm inquiring about your claim. You claimed the ground's spinning at thousands of miles an hour. I asked why you believed that. You started talking about elephants. Everyone heard you.
Because of belief. Because of belief.
Is that not what I said?
Yeah, because of belief. That's the answer.
Okay, so you just believe it.
I've never seen a dolphin, but I believe dolphins exist.
So it's just a belief you have that the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour.
Partly, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Because I have some sort of trust in multiple global institutions.
Multiple global institutions. Which one? Which one told you the ground is spinning at thousands of miles an hour?
For example, the U.S. Even if, let's say, your government is lying to us, North Koreans they would have an incentive.
So what evidence did the U.S. government give you that you have placed your faith in like a religion? Did they tell you to say the elephant thing?
If a flat earther asks you why you think the earth is spinning, just tell them about elephants.
That sounds like an elephant.
Classic.
I would say
so what
half
evidence
of you
did they give
guys
you?
look, half of you guys
just
want some sort
Why are
of
you
comic
talking
book
about us?
effect.
Yeah,
Half
you
of
guys
just want some sort of
exactly so.
comic book
This is what he
effect,
does.
and half of you are just a bunch of fucking retards.
Your elephant-based spinning ground belief has nothing to do with us. You just said it was to do with the U.S. government. So how does the U.S. government convince you that the ground is spinning because of elephants?
See?
What was the evidence they gave you?
No. The way you frame it is just completely trolling, man. But I get it. Okay.
Well, no.
Like
But, well, to be fair,
Maybe
it
they
was
showed him
very,
an elephant.
it was very retarded what you said. So yes, I am trolling you a bit because it was very stupid. But now
Exactly.
you realize that that was stupid, and you won't say something stupid like that again, hopefully. So now I'm asking you seriously because you said, well, my belief in the ground spinning at thousands of miles an hour comes from the U.S. government. So I said, well, what evidence did the U.S. government give you that made you believe it?
Look, my
That's not
government
cool.
gave me that. Look, my government gave me that, and
Gave you what? Your government gave you what?
they taught us in school, so I
They
have
taught you in
some
school.
sort of.
Okay, but what I asked what evidence they gave you, not what they told
Based
you.
on what? So, did they say, we know the Earth is spinning because... Now, fill in the blank.
Because we could observe it, we could quantify it.
No,
We
you
can have
can't observe
multiple
it. You
scientific
can't
evidence.
observe it. No, you don't observe it. That's the whole point. That's why we're challenging your belief.
Look,
That's why you said. That's why you said it's a belief you have because you don't observe or experience it. And now we're trying to find out where this belief of yours comes from. And you said you were taught it in school. Fine. So were we. What evidence did they give you, though? Or did they just say, this is the case, believe it, write it down on the tests?
All right. So let's put that let's put that aside. Like, if you ever have traveled through like an aeroplane, they don't go straight to the destination.
Yeah.
They go in a curvature.
Yeah,
right?
they treat the Earth as motionless. They don't believe they don't treat the Earth as spinning. So that won't help you in this regard.
So are the airline companies lying to us?
Oh dear. No.
When they say that they treat the Earth as flat and stationary? No, they're not lying.
They're not telling you, hey Void, enjoy the flight. We're going to navigate this spinning ball ground beneath us. No, they don't tell you that.
Why do they go in a curvature? Why don't they go straight? If
They don't account for any curvature as they're flying. They treat the ground as flat and motionless when they fly.
True.
That's how they're taught to
But they
fly.
still they
True,
don't
right?
go.
Okay, so it's not going to do much good to speak about flying planes because, as far as that goes, they're just flying over a flat, motionless Earth. That would be what we are talking about. You're talking about this spinning ball ground religion. That's what you're
Why
talking
would a
about.
flight from London to New York go above Greenland, go through Greenland?
Why would you have a belief?
Not directly.
Why would you have a belief in a spinning ball ground with no evidence?
No. Why are you deviating from the question? Why do they go?
No.
over
You
Greenland?
deviated from the
Why
question.
do they go over
remember?
Greenland?
Because we were
Why do they
asking
go over
you
Greenland?
what evidence you were given for your claim that the ground is spinning hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. That was the question which you have tried to deviate from. Remember?
So you don't have any answer for that.
Well, I've demonstrated the point. You have no reason to believe in this ground spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. Do you agree?
Even if I agree to your point, these airline companies, why do they go over Greenland and not through the Atlantic Strait? Why?
Why don't you go and ask them?
Why don't you fucking sue them then? They are
You want me to
defrauding
sue? You want me to sue the airlines? Why would I sue the
Yeah.
airlines? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
You'll be a multimillionaire if you win the lawsuit.
What should I sue them for?
For
treating
charging
the Earth as
extra
flat
fuel.
and motionless.
Yeah. Sue them.
No,
You'll be a
that's
multimillionaire. You'll
treating
be a
the Earth
billionaire.
as it is. I can't
No,
sue them
sue.
for treating
How
the
about
Earth
this,
as
guys?
it really is.
All
They
of you
fly-
guys
they
just
fly
go and
over
sue
a flat,
these airline
motionless Earth.
companies because they're charging you for extra miles.
Your school. I think you should sue your school because they convinced you that the ground's spinning at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour, and you've just realized they gave you no evidence at all.
You're still deviating. Like, why
No,
don't
no,
you sue the
no.
airline company, bro?
That's the original point. That's what we were discussing. You're the one who's deviated. And I know why. Because you don't have any evidence. You don't know why you believe in a spinning ball Earth. Well, you do. It was because you were told it.
And because planes go over Greenland.
Jeez. It's silly, this whole globe belief thing, isn't it?
Yeah, elephants in Greenland. I get it now.
Yeah. See, I mean, it just takes like 10 minutes of thinking about it, and you can tell how silly the whole thing is.
What about lunar eclipse? What's the
What about it?
shadow of the? What's the from which object? From which object
The
is
darkening? What's the darkening
is
on
the
the moon
shadow
during
on
the
the moon?
lunar eclipse?
Ah,
Oh, you mean the darkening? Yeah,
Yeah.
what shadow? What shadow?
Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, the
you've been
shadow, the
told.
darkening, the whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, yeah. But what if it's not a shadow?
Can somebody explain that here?
Nah. Don't really need to
I
explain
don't
it.
think you could.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
By the way,
Well, how would you
all
explain
of
it?
you, all of
How
you
would you
guys
explain
believe in
it, Luke?
religion,
Hold
right?
on,
All of
Void.
you.
Hold on, Void. Void, there's another Glober who's about to fall on his sword. You should just chill. Now you're off the hook. So, Luke, how do you explain it?
Well, the sun, the Earth is aligned with the moon, right?
How do you know that?
Well, how do you know it's not?
Well, that's not okay. So you don't know that. You don't know that's
There's a
what it is. Then.
concession. That's a
That's a
concession.
concession immediately. So you don't know that. There you go.
Well, we know that.
Oh, how do you know that, Luke?
There's many things that you guys cannot explain.
Okay, well, you can't explain it either, as you've just demonstrated.
This is just like an example of,
Hey, Luke.
how the Earth is.
Come on, give me your.
round.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. You give me your explanation of how it works. It's not your explanation. The story you were told as a child and never thought to question. Tell us that.
You guys only see like
it's not about you guys. It's not about me.
like an
It's not about me, Luke.
in
Come on,
front of
Luke.
you.
Come on, Luke.
You
Tell
don't
us.
see. You guys only see like an inch in front of you. You don't see the
An
big
inch
picture.
in front of us. No, we see for miles and miles and miles, Luke. That's how we know the Earth is flat, because we see
Yeah,
way
What he
further.
means to say, Typhon, is that you don't use your imagination like I do.
You come to conclusions based on what
I
you
come
see
to
with your own
conclusions.
eyes.
Oh, and you come to conclusions based on stories you were told as a child, Luke, that you've never thought that you can think about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do an example. So the lunar eclipse. Go on, explain it. What is that?
Well, it's just an example of how the well, you can obviously see the shadow on the moon. Which
Well,
is
how do you know
the
it's a,
shadow of
how
the
do you know
Earth.
it's a shadow? Oh, it's the
How do
shadow
you
of
know
the
it's
Earth.
not?
Now. How do you know that?
It's not?
Okay, so how do you know it's not?
So you cannot explain moon. You cannot
How do you know
explain
it's not,
sun.
Luke?
You
It's
cannot.
not
You
proof
cannot
that that's what it
explain
is.
every
Hold on, Luke.
planet and star in
Luke,
the
hold on a second. Luke, you don't need to
universe.
spiral already. Luke, chill. Luke,
The only
chill.
thing that you
Luke,
guys cling
chill.
on
Luke,
is
could you
the
chill?
curvature.
Luke, could you chill?
The only thing
Keep talking
is
about
curvature.
us. Keep talking about
Okay,
us,
Luke.
Luke.
Okay, Luke. So, Luke, you saying what else could it be is not proof of your claim, is it?
It's not.
Okay.
It's a shadow. On the
Right. So how do you know it's the shadow of the Earth cast onto the moon? How do you know that?
This is only one example.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
many
asking you how you know that. I'm asking how
many
you know
evidence.
that. How do you know that?
Sorry?
You keep
How
not
do I know?
answering the question, Luke.
That's a loaded question. How do I know
How do you know
Earth
it's the
is
shadow
aligned
of
with the
the
moon?
Earth? How do you know it's the shadow of the Earth being cast onto the moon?
It's a loaded
How do you know
question.
that?
It's like
No.
me
It's a
asking you
direct
how.
question. It's a
What's
question about
what's
your
fucking-
claim.
What's mine?
You claimed
Sorry?
it. You said the eclipse is the shadow of the Earth on the moon. How do you know it's the shadow
Yeah.
of the Earth on the moon? How do you know that?
That's a loaded question.
Oh wow. So so let's just be honest, Luke. You don't know that, right? That's just what you've been told. Yeah?
Well,
Is that fair to say?
You have your beliefs, and I have my beliefs.
No. I didn't make a claim about it. I didn't make a claim, remember? I didn't say it's the
Yeah.
shadow of something on the moon. You did. But you don't know that, right? That's just what you've been told.
Well, you have been told the Earth is flat.
No. I've not been
What's your
told
point?
anything. I'm not making a claim about it.
Bro, you said we know.
claiming
We
the
know.
Earth is
So,
flat.
Luke, you either need to, at this point, admit that you don't know, right? And admit
But
it's just a belief, or tell us how you know.
See, it goes like this. You say the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon. We say, how do you know? Oh, that's a loaded question. Then you ask us, what's being casted on the moon? And we say, we don't know. You're like, oh, see, you don't know. And, yeah, we don't know.
Yeah,
so
that's
then what do you believe?
It's only
We don't believe.
How you can
believe.
see
You don't have a belief.
the planet is
You have a
actually
belief.
round.
You have a belief.
Yeah, that's all just beliefs you've got, Luke, based on stories you were told as a child that you've never challenged. Would you care to challenge them with us here today?
Well, I'm not a I don't want to insult you guys, but I'm not a fucking crack.
It's okay, Luke. Luke, you couldn't insult us
But,
even if you tried. You couldn't if you tried. So don't worry about that. We'll just talk about your beliefs in the globe, and soon you will realize that they're laughable, and you have no reason to believe them.
The Earth is round. It's shaped like a ball.
Derf Rond. Okay. So who's measured the Earth to be a ball in all human history? Who measured that?
People have
Well,
gone to
if you-
space, and the Earth is round. Like who?
Yeah, who
when
measured
did you
that?
guys learn that the Earth is flat?
It's okay, Jonas. We're speaking to Luke right now because he's an adult. Who's measured the Earth to be a ball then?
We've gone to space.
Oh, have you? We have gone to space. When did you go to
Human
space?
beings have gone to
Oh,
space.
human beings. Okay, so not you, right?
No, why would I?
So you can see, like, even without going to space or going to extreme heights, you can see objects or cities, skyscrapers disappearing beneath the horizon, right? If you look at it from a great distance.
What's the horizon?
What proof do you have that the Earth is flat? Where's your proof? Where's your evidence?
Go outside.
Go outside, yeah, that's true.
Oh my.
Yeah. Have you noticed when you go outside that you don't observe curvature or motion of the ground?
You cannot observe curvature while
You can.
you
Correct.
are a speck of dust in
A speck of dust.
comparison.
No, I'm a human
Yeah.
being, Luke. How could a
No,
speck of dust be talking on
Everything's there
Discord?
is flat. I will find
you
where
are
you live.
you're a speck of dust
Luke,
compared
you
to
may
the
be right.
size of
You've
the
never
Earth.
seen curvature because
I'm a human being,
Earth is so big, so you've
You
never
might
seen
be a
curvature.
speck of dust.
Yeah, and I'm explaining why you cannot just go out and see how the
Okay,
Earth
so-
is
so
fucking
you've never
curved,
seen it.
because
Yeah,
you
okay.
are a speck of dust
Okay,
compared
so
to the
Luke,
size
in
of the
your
Earth.
belief, right? You've never experienced curvature of the Earth,
Like a
and you
speck of
believe,
dust
and you
speck of
believe
dust
that's
on
because you're a speck of
on a-
dust.
You are a speck of dust on a
You can speak for yourself, Luke.
on
You
a like a
believe you're a
ball,
speck
like
of dust. Okay.
what is it called?
Well, you don't know you're on a ball, Luke, because you only experience flat.
Like
Remember?
a football, whatever. You're on
No,
like
you
a speck
don't
of
know
dust
you're on
on
a
a
football.
football. That's the size of you.
You haven't
on
got
a
there
Earth.
yet.
So it's
You
not
haven't
that
got there
easy to
yet.
see curvature when you go outside.
Okay, Luke. Okay, we agree. You can't detect or observe curvature. So how do you know you're on a big ball?
Well, you can see, for example, the Lake Michigan. There's pictures of the Chicago, I think.
Oh yeah,
across the lake.
That's right. That's interesting because
And,
Chicago is supposed to
and
be
yeah,
hidden by the
and,
curvature.
And it is. And it is.
No. It's visible. You just said you can see the skyline.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you can see
Yeah,
Chicago's skyline over Lake Michigan.
Yeah, but the bottom of the city, whatever,
but you're
the
not supposed to
skyscrapers
see
are hidden.
the tops, the whole skyline, including the tops of the skyscrapers, are supposed to be hidden beneath the curve. So why are they not?
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
That was the whole point. That's why it made the news. Do you not remember this? Because you're not supposed to be able to see any of the skyline. So why do we? Where's the curve? Or have they got the size of the ball wrong? Why do we see the building? Uh-oh. You just walked right into it, Luke. That's a globe debunk that you just talked about.
There's atmospheric refraction also.
Or is that why the curve isn't blocking the buildings like it's supposed to?
I don't know how much does it affect the.
Oh, we do. Don't worry, Luke. We've studied this for a long time. You can look it up. How much curvature is there supposed to be according to the globe religion? Over 50 miles.
So okay, so how do you explain? Even if you don't believe in the official
the official cartoons from NASA,
the official curvature measurements.
The official curvature measurement. Wait, hold on.
The city being
which official
behind the horizon?
Sorry, just quickly. Which official curvature measurements would those be? Curvature's never been measured.
I think it's I don't know. I think it's like 20 centimeters over 1 mile or something like that.
Over 1 mile. When's that been measured?
Or 1 kilometer? I don't know.
When's that? That's never been measured. No, that's never been measured. What are you talking about?
So how do you explain the ships sunking behind
Well,
the horizon or cities?
Since no curvature has ever been measured.
Skyscrapers hidden behind the horizon.
We're not deviating away from that claim about
so
measurement.
Can you just clarify? Curvature has never been measured, right?
Well, okay, let's check that. I don't know.
Seems like the kind of thing you should have checked before you tried to say that we were all stupid for not believing it. Starting to think you might be the stupid one here, Luke.
So the curvature has been measured many times.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
2,000 years.
Oh, great. Okay, just post the measurement. Just tell us who measured it. And just so we're clear, we're talking about curvature, not like something else like shadows or something, and an assumption of curvature, right? This is a direct measurement of surface curvature.
So some guy named
yeah, we know it. Don't worry.
Eratosthenes.
Yes. He didn't measure curve, though, did he? He didn't measure curve.
He noticed that in this city called Cyan, that's modern Aswan in Egypt,
we love this story.
The sun was directly overhead at noon on the summer solstice, and cast no shadow. At the same time, in Alexandria, a vertical stick did not cast a shadow. So what he did, he measured the shadow angle in Alexandria about 7.
Oh, so he measured a shadow angle. So not curvature. He assumed the curvature, right?
And he knew the distance between the two cities. So he
and then he assumed
geometry.
So he assumed curvature, yeah?
So yeah, there's many cases where...
So that's an assumption of curvature, but what we asked for was a measurement of curvature, not an assumption of it. So who's actually measured it? I mean, you're saying this is like, what, 2,000 years ago? So you're basing your entire worldview on this story of a guy 2,000 years ago with sticks, is that right? No one's measured it?
No, well, today we use satellites, radar, gravity measurements, spacecraft tracking.
Okay, so could you post a modern measurement then? Could you post something legit, not just a story about some goat herd with sticks?
I think it's funny how he said, "Oh, they measured it." Like, let me call my buddy 500 stadia away and say, "Hey, mark that time right there. That's the measurement I want."
Well, that wouldn't be curvature anyway. You'd just be looking at shadows on what you perceive to be a flat surface. The shadows weren't curved, were they?
They weren't even on the same meridian.
Yeah, this is classic.
So
who measured it?
Drops about 8 centimeters per kilometer.
Okay. That's just the claim though? That's never been measured, has it?
Well, as I
That,
said,
No,
many
that'd be a
times we
slope. That'd be like a ramp.
yeah,
That would be a
would
ramp.
He's close
What,
enough.
what,
He's for a Glober. Listen, we know you Globers don't know anything about the globe. That's close enough. So
I'm just curious where he thinks the horizon is from 180 centimeter
well,
observation.
hold on. Before we get into that, I need to know. I need Luke to come to terms with the curvature's never been measured.
Well, it has been measured many times.
Okay, so who measured it, Luke? Because the guy with the sticks didn't measure it.
I don't think you understand.
It's not a problem with my
geometry.
understanding. You just said he measured shadows. That's not curvature.
Yeah,
You think we
measured
didn't
the
think
shadow
to Google?
angle. He measured shadow
Yeah,
angle.
so not curvature. You think
He
you didn't? You
measured
think we
the
didn't think
shadow
to Google?
angle
Who measured the
in
curve? Luke?
Alexandria, and it was
Yeah, he assumed
7.2.
curvature. He assumed curvature. Luke, we understand this is the first time you're hearing of this. We heard about it 10 years ago. It's an assumption of curvature. So who did an actual measurement of that 8 inches per mile squared that you mentioned? Who's measured that? Ever?
Well, as I said many times, we measured, but he didn't measure the shadow. He measured the shadow angle, and it was
Right.
7.2 degrees.
Okay. So no one's measured the actual curvature.
Yeah. Well, he did.
No. He measured shadow.
He actually
Luke.
did, like 2,000.
That's
like
a shadow. That's a shadow, Luke, not the
140
curvature.
BC. and
Yeah, Luke,
and here
Luke,
we are.
You're
in
saying you've
2026.
already said what he measured, and it
Please
wasn't
don't
even the
believe
surface.
there's curvature.
He didn't measure 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature, did he?
Okay, well, it was nice talking to you guys. Take care.
Oh, you tapping out, Luke? You tapping out? He's tapping out. Rip. Oh dear. GG's. Any other Globers want to help us out? Who's measured the curve? Don't be shy. What about all that, T-Dub? I know you enjoyed that. The elephants. The shadows. Classic.
Yeah, absolutely classic. Yeah, Greenland. But
Greenland.
I mean, it's
See
just
the
such a
pilot?
preponderance of strong evidence. I have to go back to the globe, guys. I'm sorry.
Sue the airlines.
Right, sue the airlines.
Oh boy. So who else we got in here? Danny HCR. What's up, Danny? Are you listening to that? No. Who else? Shomika. What's up, Shomika? Tsukuyomi. What's up? Oh well, oh well. Now we wait.
Are they Googling?
No, I think we're just waiting for the next globe believer to realize the Earth's not a globe. I agree, Danny. It doesn't matter how much we point out to these guys that no curvature has ever been detected, measured, quantified, or motion, or gas pressure without a container. It doesn't matter. You can't argue with these brick wall globe heads. But it's fun anyway, because, they make it clear to the audience what a bankrupt religion this whole philosophy is of the globe. So we don't mind. We just exposed it 24/7, 365 days a year. And it's the best entertainment money can't buy. All free. Good stuff.
Yeah, yeah. People pay a lot of money to see a good comedian. You can just come here and get a laugh for free.
Yeah, there's no stand-up that can compare to a globe believer trying to explain why he believes the ground is spinning at millions of miles an hour. You understand why people lie, Danny? You understand why an authority would ever mislead you? You must be very naive. You must live a very sheltered life. What's up, Violet? That was quick. I just don't understand why the government would lie to us. Imagine. You think the government doesn't lie, Danny? Don't know where you're living. Yeah, your government lies too, Danny. They don't even have to be lying. I mean, you're just believing images you've seen from NASA. That's just one organization. Maybe believe Russia and India too. So 3 organizations. Maybe China as well. 4. Just believe 4 organizations with your entire worldview because they gave you images and videos. I mean, they're not even technically telling you need to believe it. It's offer and acceptance. They offer, you accept. You don't challenge, you don't question. You just accept, you just believe. Maroween? I don't know how to say your name. What's up, Maroween? Maroin? We're looking for some evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball, if you have any. What's up, Sweet Chili?
Hello.
How's it going?
Everything's fine. What about you?
I'm good, thank you. What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
So it was an interesting topic.
It is very interesting. You got some questions? What are your thoughts?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
Evidence.
Which evidence?
Well, studies that we have ready.
The what? Sorry?
Studies that we have already, the scientific evidence, and
Okay. Anything specific?
yes.
Like measurements? Any measurements or anything? Because we don't experience, like me and you living our lives on Earth, we don't experience the Earth to be a spinning ball, do we?
Not yet.
It just seems flat and motionless to us. So
Practically. Oh, sorry.
So what evidence has convinced you that what you experience isn't correct?
Question. Easy answer would say it's the pictures that we have
Yes, the pictures. That's a
taken
good answer.
outside the air.
But you know, it's very easy to make fake pictures, isn't it?
Now, yes.
Okay,
Nowadays,
so how?
yes, but before we can still believe what we got.
But can we? Should we base our entire belief on what reality is based on images that we can't know are true?
100%.
Well, how do we can't? How do we know if those images are real or not? Because we can't. We would have to go to where they say they're going to and take our own pictures, but we can't do that, can we?
Not yet.
So how sure are you? Do you just trust that they're telling the truth?
It's the same question if I will be in the opposite position.
Well, no, because remember, you experienced the Earth to be flat and motionless directly yourself. You don't have to believe that. That's just what you experienced. But someone's saying, hey, here's a picture of it, and it's not what you think it is, but you don't know that that picture is real. So I'm saying, is it a good idea to base your worldview on images that you can't prove are real?
Not 100%, as I said, but it can help you to have a picture of what the reality could be, because my reality cannot be the same as for
But what if they're
the
fake?
person from. Yes,
Your
everything
senses are
can be
lying to you.
fake.
Oh, so Danny,
How do
you
you
don't trust your senses. I guess you just wear a blindfold every day.
No. How do you know you can trust your senses? You don't know that.
Well, how do you know you can trust the U.S. government?
I don't know if you can trust it, but how do you know if you can trust
Well,
your
why are
senses?
you choosing to trust the U.S. government over your senses then?
I'm not trusting US government. I'm trusting millions of people that work for
Millions
stuff
of
like
people.
that instead of
Millions
only
of
my
people.
only
But
experience.
none of them have experienced the globe either.
Am I somewhere on the moon, somewhere in space?
No, that's you just trusting the U.S. government again. That's trusting the U.S. government because you don't know anyone
No,
went to the
I
moon.
mean the Russians were also in space.
Okay, so you trust the U.S. and the Russian government more than your senses. Okay, well
the European Space Agency
if you're gonna do numbers, if we're gonna do a number comparison, 8 billion people experience a flat, motionless Earth. About 25 people say they've seen a globe.
How do you know that these people are actually really not just an imagination of yourself?
What, the 8 billion people?
I mean, it's theoretically more likely that you're just an empty brain floating around in space than everything that's happened right now. So
no, that doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, if you want to appeal to majority, you've got 8 billion people who experience a flat, motionless Earth, and you've got about 25 people that said they saw a globe.
So you're trusting some agency to?
No,
I don't
actually
trust the agency. 8 billion people. How do you know that there are 8 billion people
No,
who
I'm not.
experience 8 billion people being in the same place?
Because everyone agrees and acknowledges that we experience the Earth to be a motionless,
yeah, but how do you know it's 8 billion people?
Well, that's by the by. However many people there are, my argument isn't about how many people there are. It's about what the Earth is and how we experience it.
But why do you believe the fact that there are 8 billion people? If
I didn't say I believe it. I was just using for an example. The point is, everyone on Earth experiences it to be flat. Everyone on Earth experiences it flat and motionless.
How do you know that? Have you talked to every single person on the planet?
Well,
Just
yeah,
assuming
everyone I've
stuff at
spoken
this
to
point.
knows that. Well, okay, so who on Earth do you think experiences or detects curvature or motion of the ground?
I don't know. I haven't talked to that many people about
Okay.
it.
Have you ever spoken to anyone who says they've experienced curvature or motion of
I
the
mean,
ground?
I can explain why you don't experience motion, because you only experience acceleration, and the Earth isn't accelerating or decelerating.
Oh no, they say
It's at
it
a
is. They
constant
say it
speed.
is accelerating. No, they say it's not
It's
at
at
a
a constant
constant
speed.
speed. No, they say it's an elliptical orbit, and an elliptical orbit would necessitate acceleration and deceleration. Also,
Yeah, but we
circular
accelerate
motion.
at the
Circular
same speed
motion is
everything around us
constant
does.
acceleration. Circular motion is constant acceleration. So, by your own argument, you're claiming you would detect motion.
Yeah, okay. Even if the Earth is accelerating, let me talk right now. Because everything else around you is accelerating at the same speed, you don't experience the acceleration. If you're in a car and you accelerate, you're accelerating
Okay.
faster than the ground. But
So your argument
nothing around you, that everything that touches you accelerates with you, so you don't accelerate, because the
So your argument
accelerate
is
that are
you know
against
the Earth
something
is
else is the
moving.
same.
So the argument is you know the Earth is moving because you don't experience the Earth moving.
No, I know the Earth is moving because of observations. that other
Observations of
people
what?
took of the Earth, of the
observation
I'm
was that?
talking, no, you're not.
Which observation would that be?
Maybe the moon.
many different observations and calculations.
Which well, a calculation can just be theoretical. What we need actual reality here. So you got an observation in reality that proves the ground is spinning?
Yeah, the Hubble Space.
The Hubble Space Telescope. No, that's not looking at the Earth. Try
Or
again.
any satellite.
Okay, so which one did you see that made you believe it?
Not one in particular.
Well,
Just
did
my
you
common
see any?
sense.
You didn't see
satellites?
anything.
Yeah,
then?
I've seen satellites in the sky.
And it showed you that the ground was spinning?
No, the pictures that the satellites took.
Oh,
and
which picture?
all the data that was.
Post it. A picture. A picture is a still image. That's not showing you something moving.
And videos and stuff like that.
Oh, a video. Could you post the video in the chat? We want to.
I don't have the video.
Okay, so that's just kind of a baseless claim then.
Okay.
Maybe when we were
mean,
walking, we see the
For,
moon.
to be honest, I don't care if
All right,
you
Danny.
believe me or not.
All right,
It
Danny.
won't
It's
change
okay.
anything in my
I don't
life.
believe you. I know you didn't. I know you're just hoping that it's the case because you believe it, but that's okay. So, Sweet Chili, what were you saying there?
I was just imagining one of the memorable experience that I got when I was a child is that the fact that when you walk on the street, the moon is always behind you, like following you, and that could be a reason that the Earth is closed because it's about circumferences in a
So it
circle.
that could just be the movement of the moon, though, as you're still underneath it.
But the moon is always there. When
No, the moon's
we
not
are
always there.
walking
You don't always see the moon.
at night, I mean, the moon is not gravitating or something like speeding so fast that we cannot catch it. I mean, we are the ones that are walking, and that the Earth is also moving.
Well, no, but that's what we're saying. There's no evidence that the Earth is moving.
No, but I mean, I got the feeling that the Earth is moving as I am walking, and the moon is.
But it doesn't feel like the Earth is moving.
Following me.
But it only feels like the Earth is moving if you're in an earthquake or something. Other than that, the ground just feels still. And you see the moon moving, not the Earth.
Of course, from the Earth, I cannot say that I can see the moon moving.
Yeah, right. This is what we're saying. So
I
from
must
our
be
perspective,
outside Earth.
yeah, but this is the thing. They'll say so. All of us experience no motion of the Earth. We experience motion of the sun, the moon, the stars. But then someone's telling us, you just can't tell. Trust us. Believe us. Why should we believe them?
Why not?
Well, why should we?
What is there to not believe in this? Why would you not
Well,
believe?
they're making a positive claim that we don't experience, so they need to provide
Yeah.
proof. So they need to provide proof.
They have provided a lot of proof.
proof?
You just don't
What-
acknowledge it as proof.
What proof did they provide?
Like several pictures of it. So the
How do you know those
video of
pictures are
them landing
real?
on the moon.
How do you know
you
that's
just-
real?
You don't know if anything is real. You can't prove the realness of
Right,
anything.
so that's what I'm
on
saying.
this.
So you
So
don't
you
know
can't
they're
prove
real.
anything.
Right.
You
so
can't
you're
prove
saying,
that I'm.
so you
Maybe I'm
agree,
just an AI
but
talking
you
to you
don't know
now.
they're real. So why would you believe them?
Maybe I'm an AI talking to you now. You can't prove that.
I don't know. The AIs I've spoken to sound a lot more intelligent than this. But you just admitted you don't know that they're real. So why are you saying we should believe them when you don't know that they're real?
No, I just said you can't believe anything. So I
Yeah,
choose
exactly.
to
We don't
believe what's
believe those.
most likely.
So why? Right. So you're saying you don't. You're saying you can't believe anything. So you can't believe. You don't know that they're real. So why should we believe them? Why do you believe them?
Because that's what my experience told me.
No, your experience is that the Earth is flat and motionless.
No, that's not my experience.
Okay, where did you experience curvature?
At times.
A tennis ball, for example, has
A tennis ball.
A ball.
Okay,
It's
but
a
not
ball.
the Earth. But not the Earth, right?
I don't know that. I mean, I think I know that
Well, you
it's a
just
ball. I
said
think I
you
know it's
experienced
a.
it. Well, no, because this is the thing. The story that you're claiming to believe, the story they're telling us is that we don't experience curvature or motion. They're telling us we experience the flat, motionless Earth. But they can go somewhere that none of us can go to, and they can see that it's a spinning ball. They're not claiming that we can experience a spinning ball.
Okay.
So, and then you're saying, well, they've given us images, and I asked, how do you know those images are real? And you've just admitted you don't know they're real. You can't know that
No,
they're
I
real.
said you can't. Nobody can know anything.
Right. So that would then include you not knowing that these images are real.
My claim was just that everything you could think of, like all your reality, could just be made up.
Not really.
He's gone to brain in a jar, man.
How can you prove
Brain in a jar.
you're not?
Okay,
how can you prove you're not dreaming this right now?
Are you on Discord right now?
How? I don't know. Can I?
You don't know if you're on
maybe,
Discord
maybe
right
you're
now?
dreaming it. Maybe you're dreaming
so
when
as
I'm
you're
on Discord
talking
right
to me
now.
on this right now, you don't know if you're on Discord, but
Maybe
you
I'm
do
just
know.
dreaming it. Maybe I'm
you
just
do
dreaming
know.
it.
You do know that the Earth's the globe, right?
Maybe I'm just dreaming it.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth's the globe anymore.
Maybe I'm dreaming maybe I've been dreaming my whole life and I
Earth
just don't
being a
know
globe
it
could
yet.
just
And when
be
I
a
die, I wake
dream.
up and everything is different.
Okay,
You can't
so
know anything.
the Earth being a globe is just a dream.
Could be.
Could be. There you go, Danny. Progress.
It could also be a dream that it's not a globe. Could also
Well,
be a dream
at least
of
you
you.
experience the flatness. You don't experience.
I don't experience the
globeness.
flatness. I just experience.
Yeah, you do.
Maybe it's
Yeah,
a,
you
maybe it's a
do.
cube.
You don't experience the curve.
Maybe it's a cube.
Well,
It's also,
you'd be
that will
living
also be
on
flat.
you'd be living on one of the flat sides of the cube if that's the case.
Yes.
There you go. So there you go, Danny. Well done. You've realized you don't know that the Earth is a globe. That's progress. But you also don't know if you're on Discord, so maybe that's not progress.
Maybe my name isn't even Danny. Maybe I'm just remembering it wrong.
Well, no, that's your name on Discord. I know you don't know that you're on Discord, but you are actually
Maybe
on
my
Discord
name
right
isn't
now.
even Danny on Discord.
Well,
Maybe
it
if
is
you
though.
close your eyes for 1 second, you can't.
I know you're struggling now to deal with any kind of reality, Danny, but everyone else in the room can. So
Maybe
that's
your
all right,
eyes are
Danny.
lying to you, and
You
it
kind of
doesn't even
spiraled
say
out.
Danny
You kind
on
of
the
spiraled
screen.
out. We get it. You don't know anything. You're a brain in a jar. You don't know if you're on Discord. Just put yourself on mute.
Maybe I'm already on mute, and you're just imagining
Yeah.
it.
It's okay, Danny. This has been a good spiral for you.
You can
Sweet
use
chili,
the same
Saber.
argument. Yeah, I was thinking more. If we use the same last argument, then I could say that I don't believe that the Earth is flat. Yeah, 100%.
No, you don't have to believe that. You experienced it already directly.
So I cannot say it because if I If I remember, it was the same belief that
No,
people
it's
got
different.
before.
It's different
But
though, because you experience the flatness.
I
You don't
cannot be
experience the
sure
globeness.
what exactly I'm feeling or experiencing right now.
Well, you can be sure that you're not experiencing the ground spinning, right?
And if I turn around really fast,
Then that would be you turning around really fast on a ground that
me, it could
isn't
be
turning
like,
around. Like when you go outside, Sweet Chillers, you sit in a park, you're sitting down. It doesn't seem like the ground is moving, does it?
no.
Yeah. So you know that. You at least know that. So that's something you can hold on to, even if you're
It is
confused
if
like
I'm in a
Danny.
car.
Yeah, and if you're in the car, you can tell if the car's moving. There you go. So even if you're confused like Danny and you don't know you're on Discord, you can at least know when you go outside that you don't experience the ground to be spinning or moving.
I can know that I'm a white male. I'm in America. I'm breathing. I'm generally happy most of the time. I know what job I go to every day. There's a lot of things I know that, and there's a lot of things that you know in your own personal life. You know these things, like Cyclone's saying.
Yeah, you should hold on to these things that you know to be true. And then if someone comes along and tells you, hey, that thing that you know to be true is not true, you need to say, give me proof. Give me good proof. And if they just give you images and videos that you don't know are real, that's not good proof. You understand, Sweet Chili?
Yes.
Do you think anyone's ever measured these things? So you say, okay, we can't experience the
Actually,
motion.
yes. But
Okay, cool.
through the history,
Right.
the ancients,
The ancients. Well, the ancients were all
yeah,
flat earthers, but
they thought there was sort of flat air because they couldn't believe with their eyes that far
so how
away
did they
from the
measure it
sea,
then? How can you say
they
they
only
measured
see
the
the
globe if they
line.
were all flat earthers?
Yeah.
Which one of them measured the globe?
That time, nobody.
Okay, has anyone ever measured a globe?
No. We don't have the capacity yet. And it's true that we cannot believe everything that we got, but we hope that with technology we can appreciate what actually.
I mean, we've got a lot of good technology now. We've got like high-powered telescopes and cameras and lasers. We should be able to measure it if it's a globe.
Yeah, they help us to get some point of what exactly the reality could be.
Right.
And
So why
yes,
can no
I
one?
cannot believe 100% what the government is actually telling me because I'm not that
Good. Correct.
easy to believe. But
All
I
right.
cannot also say that I don't believe scientifics. I try to believe the scientists and the ones that try to give us the real information and be neutral.
But none of the scientists have
Comments
measured a globe. None of
and
the scientists.
arguments.
Right, but none of the scientists have measured or proven a globe either.
They discover some example how the waves move
How the waves move.
or the
But that's a good point. That's a
go
good
from
point.
one point to the other point of the earth and how they think it was something with the earth, the stations or the movement, depending on the seasons, they go with it. And they know exactly how they have to move through the air in a round way. So I'm trying to say that maybe cannot trust everyone, scientific government either, but the nature is one that could give us some argument.
Trust nature. Yes, that's what we're saying. We are saying, let's look at nature, and we'll go with what nature tells us. And nature tells us that the Earth is flat and motionless. Like bodies of water. Think about that, right? Any body of water you've ever seen, from a glass, a cup that you have on your desk, up to a big lake, that water is flat, right? Sweet chili, water is a good proof because bodies of water are flat, right?
The sea, the ocean, not my glass of water, because I know moving
It's the same substance. It's water. That's what water does. So you put it in your cup and you look at the surface
It's
of
a
it.
limited water,
But
canned
you,
water.
well, no, but water always does the same thing. You put it in a container, it takes the shape of the container, and the surface, if you're not moving the water around, will be flat. Right? From a cup, then you go up to a bathtub, and then a swimming pool, then a pond, then a lake. It's all the same. It's water. And it lies flat and level. That's why they use water as a reference for level, for building. And this has been done throughout all of human history. That's how they establish horizontal level, using water. Yeah?
What
And so,
about the shadows when the sun is moving and depending on the day? I think it was a documentary about, and the people, I think was Greece.
yeah, that was done on
They
a,
were talking about that, the
yeah.
shadows.
His name was
The
Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes
Yeah.
is what they tell you. And
that one.
that he assumed that the Earth was a ball, but actually he did that on a flat Earth. And the Chinese did the same thing, and they understood that it was a flat Earth. So they did the same calculation basically, but they assumed, well, a different calculation because they didn't assume that the surface was a ball, but they did the same test with shadows, and they got they're looking to get a distance to the sun instead of curvature or size of a ball Earth. So he didn't measure a ball Earth. He just measured shadow angles from the sun, and he assumed the Earth was a ball. But you could do the same thing, assuming that it's flat,
Mm-hmm.
which is what's actually happening.
Topic. Yeah, it could be either way.
Yeah.
And
So it's interesting. They
I know
try
what
and
I
tell
know.
us.
Yeah.
They try and tell us that proves that the Earth is a ball, but it doesn't. Why are they telling us that?
Cannot say that it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't because there's two possibilities.
Who has enough arguments to tell us that it's the opposite, that the Earth is flat, when we are not sure?
We do.
With pictures?
No, with measurement.
Measure. Well, who did these measures?
Thousands of people. Tens of
Thousands
thousands.
of people. It's now the majority who has the right.
Yeah,
tell
we're the
us what
ones.
is right.
We're the ones. Well, no, because you can do it yourself. You can measure it.
How?
Long distance observations, laser test. You test line of sight. Do you know what I mean when I say line of sight? Like how far you can see across the surface. So, according to the globe, there should be a limit to how far we can see because of the curvature, yeah? You understand that?
What was the result?
So, if you're let's say you're on a basketball and you're an ant, there's only so much of the surface you can see because the surface is curving down and away from you.
So I must believe what my imperfect eyes can see.
Well, your eyes can see further than the globe model says you should be able to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want to see an example of a laser test where someone uses a laser to test how far the laser can be shot?
Okay, why not?
Okay, it's in the chat.
Let's see.
This is 28. It says 28.6 mile laser test. So this is people are basically going on lakes and big bodies of water, and they're saying, right, according to the globe model, at 10 miles there should be 66 feet of drop from point A to point B over the lake. At 20 miles there should be 266 feet of drop. That's like a skyscraper. At 30 miles, you're talking 600 feet of curvature drop, right? So if you shine a laser across that lake, you shouldn't be able to hit a target on the other side because it's supposed to drop away like 600 feet. Yeah? But when people go to the lake and they shoot the laser, they're able to hit targets at the other side, which isn't possible if there's supposed to be a curve in the way, blocking the target. You see? So this is testing line of sight. You understand that principle, Sweet Chili?
Yeah, but as I said, if I rely all everything on a laser test with
I'm not saying you have to.
majority,
I'm not saying you have to just believe this. I'm just giving you an example so that you can think about how this can be tested, and then you could maybe go out wherever you live and say, well, I know that there's a big lake near me that's 10 miles wide. I'm going to take my binoculars or my camera and I'm going to see if I can see something on the other side, or just test how far you can see in general. And then you can compare it to the globe math that's supposed to limit your vision. Yeah?
Yeah.
You can test it in reality. That's what we recommend. This is how we know the Earth is not a ball like they've told us. We see too far. We shoot lasers too far. All kinds of things. The water isn't curving. It's flat, just like we observed.
but it also depends on how long the lake is.
Yes, yes. We need to
Short
know.
lake, I could say, hey, I can see the end of the lake, or maybe
Yes, you
one
have to
of
know the
my
distance. Yeah, you have to know
classmates
the
could be
distance you're
from the
looking.
other side, and I'm from the other
Yes,
side,
yes.
and then we see each other, and then haha,
Yes,
it
you have
doesn't
to know
work.
the distance. You have to know the distance that you're looking.
Yeah,
And then you use
interesting.
the globe model. Then you use the globe model and you figure out the geometry. So over 10 miles, I said, there's 66 feet of drop. Right? So if you were on one side of a 10-mile lake and your friend was on another side of that 10-mile lake, your friend is supposed to be hidden by about 60 feet of curved water. So you shouldn't be able to see him. Right?
Interesting. I would like to get some laser experiments also by on the ocean, in the ocean.
Yeah. I mean, people have done all kinds of tests, and listen, I'm going to send you a link to a place where we have loads of different examples of this. Okay, it doesn't let me send you the link. See if you
Yeah,
scroll up.
because it's also funny, like examples, we got examples from the other part of the ideology, I will say, and as we just spoke, we cannot be sure of everything 100%. So you give me examples, I understand that, but I cannot. Even
Yeah,
if
you have
I
to
taste it on
discern.
my own,
Yes,
it's
you have to use your
so
brain. I'm not saying just believe
sure
me.
and
Yeah,
clear.
I'm not saying just to believe what we're saying. I'm saying don't believe other people. Understand and find out for yourself. That's what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to show you is examples of what other people have done so that they can find out for themselves, and that might help you understand how you can find out for yourself. Yeah? So I'm trying to send you the link. It's discord.gg/flat earth. If you go up to the YouTube bot at the top of this chat that says 24/7 live, you see that? one of the accounts in the channel. So if you scroll down to the About Me, the fourth link down, it says discord.gg/flat earth. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, join that server. And then when you're in the main page, I'll tell you where the information is. If you scroll down about 3/4 down the channels, there's loads of channels. There's terabytes. We've got PDFs, articles, academic papers, documentaries, all kinds of information. But if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, you'll see additional information, and it's all alphabetized A to Z under different topics. So you've got things like Antarctica, astronauts, beginners references, NASA, eclipses. Do you see all those channels? Now, if you look under letter L, you'll see laser tests and long distance observations. Do you see those two channels? You see all the alphabetized topics? Like nearly towards the bottom of the server channels.
I lost it.
Do you see them? Or did you join the server?
I just click on something different. I'm not sure
Right,
where I am.
I'm gonna ping you in the lobby. Hold on, Sweet Chili was your name, wasn't it? Is that your name on here? How's that? It's not showing you. Let me see. Sweet Chili. Dun dun dun.
Oh.
All right, you're gonna have to ping me or something, or add me as a friend if you can't find it. Right.
I will try to find.
Well, it's on there anyway. The link that you clicked on, discord.gg/flat earth, got all this information, loads of long distance observations, laser tests, etc. Will demonstrate what we were just talking about. If you're interested.
Okay, I will check it out. But as I said, I cannot be 100% sure of anything, as we
But you are sure
argue
to-
about. But it's
you
nice
are-
to see another point of view, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. But just to clarify, you are sure that you're on Discord, right?
Yeah, of course, I
Okay,
can say
good.
I'm
That's
sure
good enough.
about that.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. That's all we
Nobody
need.
has to be sure about what
Wow,
actually
you're
he
going to be a
is
flat earther in
doing.
no time with that kind of awareness. We appreciate that.
No worries.
All right. Well, it was nice talking to you, Sweet Chili. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Also, have a nice day.
You too. You too. Beautiful. All right. Who else we got? Beckett. See Beckett at the top. What's up, Beckett? Isaac Wax. Oh, we just dipped. Cool. What's up, Beckett? What brings you by?
Just to chat.
Just to chat. Good stuff.
Yeah.
What do you want to chat about?
I don't know, anything you want.
Okay. Do you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I'm really not interested on geography.
Well, it's not really geography. I suppose it does fall under. I suppose you could include it in geography, but it's more like your worldview, how you think of the Earth that you live on. Do you think it's a big ball that spins? Like when you go
No,
outside.
you mean, is it like a circle or flat or something like that, or what?
No, a sphere. Do you think it's a spinning sphere, the ground, the Earth that you live on?
I don't completely get it.
You don't completely get it. So you've heard of the globe, right?
Global changes? I don't.
Like in a classroom, the globe Earth, the ball. What do you know what the Earth is?
Yeah,
Earth. Okay, what shape do you think the Earth is?
like a circle.
A circle. Like a football?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay. So that would be a sphere, because a circle would be flat, a flat circle, like a clock.
Uh, maybe it's like also different from. Okay, it's like half. So I don't know how to say it. Well, it's okay.
But you think it's like a football?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think it's like a football?
Why this topic? I really don't. I really don't know anything.
Okay, so why do you think it's like a football if you don't know anything?
That's because we saw the ball and also the picture in our books. So
The pictures in the books.
yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And
Okay,
even like when you are watching a movie, you are seeing this desk or something
right.
cool.
But
Yeah, even
it's
in
very
class.
but it's very easy
Yeah.
to make fake images and videos, isn't it?
Yeah, of course, but also like this is like a mindset put to our mind without
Yes.
notice. That's because like every class we attend, there is a bowl and
Yes,
the
exactly.
teacher.
So that's
Yeah,
what we're asking. That's what we're asking. We're saying because they told us the same thing, and in the classroom they showed us the football Earth, and they said you're living on this football Earth, but there's no evidence for
exactly.
that. But when we go outside into nature, it doesn't seem like a spinning football Earth, does it?
No.
No. And then we say, okay, but it doesn't seem like that. And they say, well, here's a picture. But we don't know that that picture is real. How can we know that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so we challenged that. We said, okay, well, we don't just want to believe a picture because that could be fake. So we want to know in reality, when you go outside, where's it been measured? Has the curve, the football curve, has that ever been measured? What do you think? Do you think that's
Yeah,
ever been measured?
but you don't gonna find the truth because you will not be like on the plan or to see the full earth. I don't know.
Yeah, correct. But what if I told you you don't have to see the full thing to know whether or not it's the ball that they've told us? Do you
Okay,
know how we know
so
that?
how do you gonna know?
Right, because they tell us the size of the football, right? You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
they tell us the size of the earth. Yeah?
Yeah.
And so that that means there must be a specific rate of curvature across the surface, right? So
What
it must
what is
it
the
must
meaning of curvature?
curvature is like the curve of the football where the surface
Oh,
if you were an ant on a basketball, the surface of the basketball would curve down and away from you as it gets further away.
oh yeah,
Yeah?
yeah, yeah. I got you. Yep.
Yeah. So they give us a size and they tell us how much it should curve. So over 10 miles, let's say. You know miles or
Okay.
kilometers? So
I don't know actually.
10 miles, do you know how much curvature they say it should drop?
No,
Do
I
you want to
don't know.
guess?
Oh, you
They
can tell me.
say
Oh
it's
yeah.
over 66 feet.
Okay.
That's quite a lot, right? Do
Yeah.
you know how much that is? I don't know, what, 20 meters? 20 odd meters?
It's
So,
really a lot.
so if you went to a lake that was 10 miles wide and you stood on one side and your friend stood on the other side of this 10-mile lake, they're saying your friend should be about 60 feet below a curve of water. So you would never be able to see him.
Yeah.
Yeah? So what people are doing is they're going to these big lakes or salt flats or shorelines, basically anywhere there's a big body of water, because then you don't have to worry about hills and valleys. It's just level. So they go to this lake, they stand on the other side, and they get a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera or a laser,
yeah.
and they see if they can see their friend on the other side. And guess what?
Well, they see them.
They see them.
Yep.
Yeah. But we shouldn't be able to see them if we're living on the football that they told us.
Ah. Yeah.
You see? You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. Understand now.
So that's it. And you can go and test it.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Maybe one day, Beckett. That's all right. Well, I can show you loads of examples of people doing this. They've filmed it, they've recorded it, they've documented it.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
All right, I can't send you the link again, so right, I've sent you the friend request so that I can send you the link.
Okay.
Let me know when you've accepted.
Okay, I accept it.
Okay. That didn't go through. Let me try again.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Do you see the link I sent you?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Fine.
join that, and I'll tell you where to look. So you join that server.
Okay.
Okay, now scroll down about 3/4 the whole way down. Go basically right to the bottom.
Show server information?
No,
Or
just
not?
when you're in the main server page, you'll see all these different channels. See all these different channels?
Okay. Oh, okay. I scroll down.
Scroll down, and then you'll see all the different topics, and it's in alphabetical order, A to Z. Yeah, you see things like
Yeah.
Antarctica, curvature, gravity. You see all these channels?
Near to it, like time zones and
Time zone,
graphic.
that's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see
Okay.
all these. Okay, so look under the letter L for laser, and you will
Yeah,
see,
laser.
you see laser tests, and then under that, you'll see long distance observations. You see that?
Oh, yeah. I opened.
Right. Now, these two channels will show you all of these tests, a bunch of them,
Oh,
and this will help you
okay.
understand. Okay?
Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. I'm also going to send you a couple of intro videos because it's complicated stuff. But
Yeah.
these videos will be simple, right?
Yeah.
And when you have time, you research in your own time, just whenever, or don't. It's up to you. I'm just saying this is where resources are, and whenever you want, you can come and ask questions here, or you can listen to us on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. So if you type into YouTube, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you will find our streams. Okay?
Oh, okay. I will do it.
Yeah, you should do that. It's a good time. And if you've got questions, you can let us know, yeah?
Of course. I'll do.
Okay, beautiful. You've been amazing. Thank you, Beckett. You're a gem.
Welcome.
All right, there's some videos for you. Watch in your own time. Enjoy. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So for the folks at home, Josh has his hopes on Artemis 2.
I wouldn't say hopes is accurate. I'm just excited.
In 2 weeks, Josh, you'll be sadly disappointed. Hold on to the edge of your seat.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's NASA. They don't have the best video equipment compared to commercial companies, but
It's not NASA. It's Elon Musk. It's not NASA. It's a dipshit that thinks he knows what he's doing.
No, that's not true. Artemis 2 is space launch with Stone and Orion spacecraft, both built by NASA.
Oh, it's all NASA, no SpaceX?
For the Artemis program, correct.
Oh, okay. Still bullshit. Still not going to make it. Still not going there. Still a waste of money. Still a homeless person on the street.
Sure. You have every right to that opinion.
Josh, I've got a question for you. So when they launch the rocket, into space, they're going to punch a hole through the container, and all the air will rush out, and somehow they're going to seal up the hole, and everybody on Earth will be okay. Is that correct?
No, there's no container.
So the atmosphere of the Earth acts as a container. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying we're breathing air next to a perfect vacuum without any container is what he's saying. There's no issue there.
Correct.
So the natural law, the natural and physical law, the gas laws, has no effect. We just have to ignore it. That's it.
Well, it's not a perfect vacuum, right? It's just a pressure gradient asymptotically approaches zero. There is no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
But anyway, their claim is, they're going to launch a rocket into space. That means they'll have to punch a hole through the container.
No, it doesn't.
I know the container's unbreakable.
No,
the container's unbreakable, so they're not going into space. The rocket's going to go up and it's going to come back down. That's it.
You're presupposing a container with no evidence.
It's just another made-up story, Josh.
Disagree.
Okay, that's fine.
I was going to say, you have to presuppose a container to have to break through a container.
Yeah, like antecedent for fire. So presuppose the antecedent for gas pressure. It's normal.
Well, gas pressure asymptotically approaches zero.
Fire, you'll just say to that fire investigator that, you're just assuming that there is something that can catch the fire. There is some oxygen, and there was something that started the fire, some heat. It's not presupposed.
Not following the analogy there. No, I mean, gas pressure. You can launch weather balloons. At altitude, we see that pressure asymptotically approaches zero, so there's no need for a container.
Yeah, there is a need for a container because gas pressure gradient, you can't have it without a container. You can't repeat a demonstration with having gas pressure gradient without any container.
Not at a celestial scale. No, you're just saying just because we can't build something at human scale doesn't mean that it can't exist. Like that. That's your assumption there.
The correct scale. You will just have to do that on the surface of the Earth, where you claim that it's gravity that's creating that gas pressure gradient. Yeah, you will just do it on the surface of the Earth, where you of gravity. So you can just create a container, create 1%. And that container will just have 14 psi, and the rest of the container will be just 90%, 99% of that container will be just.
No, I mean you can see gas pressure without a container at celestial scales by doing spectroscopy and pointing at Mars or Venus in the sky. Like you see the spectra of CO2 coming off of the edge of Mars, and as you move off the edge of that light, the CO2 spectra disappears, and there's no delineating barrier where you have some other element that is solid at ambient temperatures and pressures. So you can look up in the sky and see an example of gas pressure without a container for yourself. Like it's you don't have to presuppose there's a container there. I disagree with that assertion.
Yeah, because you can isolate everything that is in between you and that thing that you are doing spectroscopy to.
Well, no, from the ground you can't. So then you have to go out and do airborne platforms. You have to do,
Yeah, like Muhammad,
space platforms.
Like when Muhammad went to see his God. So I just have to assume those stories from your
You can go build it yourself. You don't know. No. If you think they're stories, you go knock on the door and you go build it yourself. Like I don't. You're not. Oh, build a satellite, build a space system, go get a PhD in astrophysics. Like you don't have to just sit on your couch and say you can't do it. Like there's people out there that are more than willing to share their expertise and to help provide you the resources to go answer these questions for yourself. So, it's not just saying like, oh, there's a container, oh, we can't do that, oh, they're all stories. Like, just sitting here on Discord, that seems kind of like assuming ineptitude.
You can do it yourself too. You can just hop on a Pegasus like Muhammad did in Islamic religion. You can hop on the back of Pegasus and you can go to see God. Yeah, you can do it yourself.
No, that's not true.
Josh, Artemis 2, they got a David Suzuki or just a regular Joe going on that trip, or are they all handpicked?
No, the
by
NASA astronauts. Yeah, the NASA
best of the
astronauts.
best, right? Best of the best.
One sec, hopping in an elevator, y'all. I'll be back in like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Best of the best, folks. All signed an NDA. All handpicked by NASA themselves. I'm sure we could trust whatever they're going to tell us or show us. We'll know it's real because it'll look so fake. Come on, obviously they're on the moon. They could have faked it better than that if they wanted to fake it. All handpicked by NASA, no regular Joes.
Well, no, I mean, the NASA astronauts, correct. I mean, they send regular Joes up.
No, I'm sure we can trust the NASA astronauts that didn't sign an NDA or anything, right?
Well, you're a civil servant, so there's no NDAs when you're doing that. There's you sign an agreement not to
say what we don't want you to say.
Yeah, conflate your personal opinion with the stance of the government. So, it's not an NDA, but you are correct that there is paperwork that they sign that creates a level of censure.
So when one of them tells us they saw stars and the other one tells us they didn't, we can believe them, right?
Well, it just depends on what your eyes are focusing on at that point, right? The moon's really bright. Right.
Like, of course, because they all have different eyes and different heads while they're up there. I gotcha.
No, it just depends what you're looking at. Like, do you see the stars during the day?
They do have directly conflicting testimonies.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Don Pettit. I'm talking about like NASA astronauts, like Apollo astronauts.
Yeah. See, the issue you run into is that
directly conflicting each other's stories about when they were in the daylight.
This population is the one that only holds them to holds their comments to the same level as legal testimony, and they tend to speak pretty casually. So I'm not sure if they're
they have directly specific.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm saying
watching them talk about it, watching them give seminars directly contradicting each other.
Oh, I understand that,
like blatantly.
Yes, sure.
Okay, so why are they directly contradicting each other?
He's good with it. That's fine for him. No problem. Contradicting.
I mean, Josh is an expert at memorizing and regurgitating the book of bullshit, basically. And you could go, Flatman, you could go to university and become an expert at memorizing the bullshit like Josh does.
Hey,
but you're never going to be able to.
Stuff with us.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, come through and build some stuff with us. He says, how about you guys try to find some empirical evidence? Okay, you hide behind
Or
your
we just
NDA,
don't
right?
think highly enough of
You've never
y'all.
presented any evidence. In fact,
Oh,
you've
that's
been
not
caught
true.
out a whole bunch of times in here spouting absolute bullshit as if it's fact just because someone else told you that, like the Velcro thing, right?
Oh yeah,
The clip
no, I've
of
owned
you,
up for that. I
the clip of
apologize
you
for
with the
that.
Velcro thing, yeah, but the way you were talking about it, you sounded
Oh
like
sure.
this was
Yeah, call
one
me
of
out. All
NASA's
good.
greatest achievements, and you were so confident, right? So you're wrong
Yeah, that's
about
fine.
that, right?
Yeah,
You've
go
been
ahead.
wrong about other things. Great, you don't.
Sure, go ahead. That's fine. I'm
No?
not perfect. That's fine. I'm not perfect. Call me out when I make mistakes. Like I'm not gonna claim to be the authority on anything.
Yeah,
I'm
I know, but
just a
just
dude,
the
man.
way you confidently
Oh yeah, I mean that's
spout
the
bullshit, right? And then you're wrong. You're just
that's
like, oh
the
yeah,
speech
I
and
was
debate.
wrong about that. No, I admit I was wrong, but I'm right about all the other things I say, for sure.
No, I'm not. I'm not right about all the other things I say. It's the speech and debate stuff. Like I'm a customer facing dude. So I end up doing. I don't think I was. The reason I haven't been in for a week is because I was in Taiwan working with the Taiwan Space Agency. It's actually my first day back in the office. But no, like I'm a.
Just shut your pie hole, bud. For fuck's sakes.
Wait, why? I'm sorry. What did I offend you? What did I do wrong?
So we now have very nice side view of a very, very well done laser test with a one of the best quality rectilinear lenses. Okay, we got a 6 mile laser test with a side view, right, showing
This is
that there's
FE core.
no, it's not FE core.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, so the laser's shot over 6 miles from 3 foot height. Okay, it's very clearly visible at the 3 foot target, right, at point C. Okay, so it's point A. Point B is a second station set up in the middle, directly in the middle, right to the side of the two. Okay, so it can get a side shot. He's used a pretty expensive camera. It's a $5,000 camera with one of the best rectilinear lenses, right, to mitigate lens distortion. And we've got a slightly over 8K 8K resolution side view of the laser transit. Okay, when we compress horizontally the 8K image, we don't see any downward bending of the laser, which would have to be happening if the Earth were a globe. Right. In fact, we see a tiny little bit of upward bending. Okay, because the weather station showed that there was just slightly warmer temperatures lower. Okay, getting a little bit cooler as you went up vertically. So you would expect a tiny little bit of upward refraction, which happened. But to be able to see the laser from 6 miles away at 3 foot height, and then to compress the 8K image with a rectilinear lens, right, and then not have any downward bending of the laser, that it would be impossible on a globe for that to happen.
I was gonna say, what's the diffraction of the laser? Do we have the angular rate?
We see the diffraction. Yeah, he has all of that in the documentary.
Or
right?
cones.
Yeah, but we can see that the laser barely diffracts, diverges. You're talking about divergence of the beam?
Yeah, beam divergence, but it's due to diffraction within the optics of the laser. So divergence is the effect, diffraction is the spec of the equipment.
Yeah, well, it's visible, right? So you could see how much the laser diffracts or diverges, essentially.
Yeah, I was going to say,
so
is this in the side chat?
It's got next to, it will be.
Hello.
Chanupa, welcome.
Hello.
Wait, Flatman, I took some good pictures. I'll put them in the side chat. It was a good trip. Let's see.
Right.
I got to see Alex Honnold climb.
You can continue, okay?
It was a fun trip. They have good public transit over there.
So you convinced me I'm on a spinning water ball since you work at a space
Yeah, that's
agency.
wonderful that they have
you.
good transit.
Oh yeah,
Great
the bullet
news.
train was sick.
Yeah.
No, we're
Here's
working
some images I need to.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just putting those images in the side chat that I was talking about. That's all.
I appreciate it.
So yeah, this was done with weather stations, right? Measuring the temperature gradients, the vertical temperature gradients at point A, point B, and point C. Okay, we see that there's hardly any divergence of the beam as it travels over this distance. It's a pretty good laser. But what we can see, the main thing we can see, right? It's an 8K image, and when it's compressed vertically, right? For this to work on a globe, it would have to be seen bending downward. It would have to be curving with the curvature of the Earth. The fact that it's bending upward at all, okay, shows that there is no downward refraction, right? It's not possible on a globe, right? If you have a situation where you don't have the downward refraction, okay, you've got upward refraction, and the laser is also being seen at. Yeah, I do have the primary source.
I was going to say, would love to read. I appreciate the candor. And I was going to say, Flatman Can, if you want to learn about the B5G satellite constellation, let me know. That's what we were working on over in Taiwan. Building a resilient communication system for the island when the PRC cuts the undersea cables.
Yo, DJ.
Hey. What's up?
Hey DJ, that last guy, is he still here or is he gone? The satellite guy.
I was going to say, I'm here. I'm in the office though, so I'm bouncing between folks.
I didn't hear the conversation, but did you sort of provide any sort of direct evidence for the idea that we live on a spinning, curving surface, or was it just about you?
Oh, I was going to say, I got some stuff in my profile if you want to check it out. There's some links there, but I've posted stuff in here before. I've been hanging around for, I don't know, 6 months now.
So I'm not at the computer actually. I'm away from the computer. But what sort of things have you got then in terms of direct evidence? Because obviously appealing to the job, doesn't.
Yeah. Uncut rocket footage. There's some papers written on external pressure sensors at the ISS showing that it's not in a perfect vacuum. Usually my go-tos are, especially the questions coming up of, is there a container? Is there not? Is pointing towards standard atmospheric models that were created in the 1970s using high altitude weather balloons.
Right, but weather balloons can only go up to a certain height, right? And then it has to be modeled on a computer above that height. So you can't even get a reading in the mesosphere.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you have the pressure. There's a certain area where any measurements that are made require the Earth to be a globe or for orbital mechanics to work. So you throw them out. So, the reason I say weather balloons is because that's about as high altitude as I can go without you instantly saying that it's fake or not true.
No. I'm not saying that it's fake. Saying that you can't actually take a barometer and make it work above a certain height. Okay,
you don't use a barometer.
And even meteorologists have come in here Well, meteorologists have come in here and said, yeah, we don't know what the pressure is above a certain height other than that of what a computer model is telling us. Right? Because we can't even check at 50 kilometers height. Okay, well, they have to make a whole bunch of assumptions when they're using the different methodologies.
Well, you have both dynamic and static pressure on launch vehicles using piezoelectrics. So it's like, once again, you have to appeal to the tech that we're using to assert, the model that we live in.
When you dig into it, right? It's not as it seems. It's not the same as taking a barometer or anything like that, right? And most of the time, it's computer. It's just modeled. It's modeled on a computer. It's not. It's not a direct measurement.
On launch vehicles, no, that's not true. We have piezoelectrics for both static and dynamic pressure. You put one parallel to the flow and one perpendicular to the flow, so you're able to understand how much of the pressure is due to your velocity and how much of it isn't. So, no, we have direct data higher than weather balloons, but once again, it requires taking measurements from tech that you say is part of the cover up, so it's not reliable.
Well, this is the thing, right? None of us can empirically validate any of that, and that's all of your evidence is basically faith based, unfortunately, and we can directly contradict. Well, it essentially is. I mean,
fundamentally is.
You can never empirically test anything that you're telling us. Okay, you just have to believe the numbers that you're getting.
No, that's not true. I mean, we got 180 satellites up right now. I've got what's that times 4? 720 my optical terminals like that.
What's the initial collection point for the data?
It's AWS.
No, the initial collection point for the data, like which terminal?
And we have hundreds all over the world.
Yeah,
so there's an array of. Oh, I understand. It's all of them. There's hundreds of. They're called gateway arrays. So they're basically complexes with 6 2.4 meter antennas that we use to track each of the spacecraft to get data down. So there's, like I said, they're spread out all over the Earth.
Yeah, can you provide an example of such a place? Maybe 2 or 3. Can you show us?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was going to say, where are you? Let's see.
I want to point out a funny thing. 3 months ago, Josh didn't know any of this shit, but was saying the same thing he's saying now. He didn't know anything about how any of the communication was done, how the pressure measurements were done. He didn't know about any of that. But now
I'm learning.
You do know. How is that?
Oh, well, I'm learning.
I told you
I'm learning.
And you were like, I believe it.
No, I worked within a large organization and collaborating with folks.
Josh, you didn't know any of this 3 months ago because we talked about it. We all asked you about it. And you talking about the mesosphere when you talked to AV about that shit fucking 3 months ago.
And you told us that you could go talk to a guy who could get you the information, but it turned out to be a company name instead of a guy.
I don't recall what you're referring to there.
Man, it began with a B. What was it?
Boris, you don't recall what happened 3 months ago.
Yeah.
You remember?
Okay, I'm telling you.
You don't remember what I'm talking about.
We've talked about this stuff many times, Josh. Everything you just said, you never said before.
I understand that.
The last time I heard you yap, which was 3 months ago, and now somehow you learned the information because you didn't know it 3 months ago.
Hey, we're not static, man.
That's right. It was a device component that began with a B that you thought was a company name.
I don't recall that. I apologize.
Yeah, it had to deal exactly with the pressure sensor we're talking about.
Are we talking about the ISS pressure sensor? Or are we talking about launch vehicle pressure sensors?
No, it was an ISS pressure sensor that you said that you could go call this company and go get the guy and provide the information. And I looked it up, and it wasn't a company. It was a device component name that was not like a proprietary brand name or anything.
Oh, interesting. I don't think that was a conversation we directly had.
Yeah, it was you and I directly had this actually. It was about 3 months ago. It was on a Thursday night actually, and Indio was here, and then after you left is when we figured it out.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's new information to me then.
Bill just bringing out his inner Rain Man. Knows the date. What the fuck, bro?
I could actually start to pinpoint it.
That's fine. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if there was more stuff y'all figured out after I left, that I'm happy to discuss.
I know, but it was an integrity issue for me, man. So that's why.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, honestly, that's not my bread and butter. I'm out on a limb there. But the question that I was trying to answer was, what is the external pressure of the space station? So, we tried to hunt down what the hardware was and some of the sensor names, etc. So it's not, I'm not going to claim that it's my day to day. Like I do space lasers. That's my shit.
You sound like Dr. Evil or whatever the dude's name is.
Yeah. No, honestly, like sometimes I have to take a step back. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they're like, I'm in charge of like headcount and budget and product roadmap and all that jazz. And so sometimes I need to like take a step back and realize that we're actually working on space lasers. It's still white collar work. It's not like anything crazy.
Groundbreaking space lasers. That's really going to improve life down here on Earth for us. Groundbreaking work there, Josh.
No, it's like fiber optic cables without the cable. It allows you to move data.
Is building a space laser blue collar or is that white collar?
That's white collar. Oh, building it? Like the actual technicians? I don't think so. I mean, it's
blue collar because the way you refer to, you mean the technicians? Like, yeah. The losers that actually build it, those losers.
No. I'm trying to think because it's engineers for the first couple units, and then once we design for manufacture and scale up, it switches over to technicians. So it depends on the scale of the hardware you're building, I guess. But no. I guess that's true with any hardware, though, right? Like the first people to design the first unit.
What are you budgeting then if you don't know like the actual manufacturing costs?
Oh, we're not at scale yet. We're still R&D with
physically building the instruments you think exist.
That's the commercial team. They
Gosh,
have 780 up already.
So basically, your knowledge of everything.
Or 720.
Reading a screen or some pieces of paper.
No, I was in LA. LA earlier this week, getting up to speed.
I'm just saying, occasionally you see videos of the rocket, and they're like, "We pinky promised there's something on that you talked about, Josh. We promised we put it on there."
No, we're getting live data down with the performance of each of the subsystems that were designed. Like and
I'm just trying to figure out how many what do they call it? How many steps removed are you from the actual physical frickin' object that must exist in the real world?
One, I'd say.
Shades of Kevin Bacon or something? How many shades of Kevin Bacon are you away from it?
I was gonna say it's one.
To screw into something?
Yeah, 100% one. My lead engineer is the one doing most of that work, and he's the one that reports directly to me.
Manufacturing
it? Correct. Yeah, we're doing we're doing a delta off of the design that's already up in space. So it's
the guy, your lead engineer, is he putting screws and shit?
Yes.
So he's physically building it. He's a technician. One of these techs you talked about.
No, once it gets to scale, he'll pass it off. But right now, it's him.
Oh, so it's a one-man job? He's just...
No, we have a team of like 20. But he's in charge of that team. And it's engineers for low scale when we're doing initial design work, initial testing, and then once we get a unit that works correctly, you scale it up, design for manufacturing, you outsource a lot of the components, and then instead of building 2 of these things a year, you build 20 or 200, and then that's where you get on like the automation line, etc.
Sounds like concept prototyping then, is that right?
Yeah, that's what sounds like to me.
Well, so what we're doing is, and this is all public info, but we're taking the Leo constellation is going to be about 3,200 satellites. We got 180 up. Each one of them has 4 LaserCom terminals on them to create like a mesh network in low Earth orbit around 630 kilometers up. And so each of the satellites has 100 gigabits laser that communicates with the 4 satellites that are next to it. And so what we're working on is taking those laser terminals, repackaging it with some extra electronics so that we can sell it to third-party satellites. So like space stations, Earth observation satellites, other folks, so that instead of having to use those RF ground stations to get their data down, they can use the laser to link into the mesh and then move the data through the Amazon network. So like kind of like Google Earth, but live, right? Like eventually, where instead of having to wait, take a picture and then wait until you're over a ground station to downlink the data, you take the picture and you're already connected via the laser, so that you can move it down into AWS as you're taking it like live almost. So that's the end goal.
Uplink, downlink, you're talking.
No. Still RF uplink downlink.
Groundbreaking. So you seem to know a lot about this Artemis stuff there, Josh. Do you think if Artemis is oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just hold on a second. What he says they're creating is a mesh network in space. So when when you want to talk to, say, Tokyo from Los Angeles, you communicate with the satellite that's over you. It sends a laser to the satellite over Tokyo. I'm just saying that don't.
Yeah. There's more hops, but yeah.
It's gonna be 3 or 4 hops. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that conceptually. So it's going to shoot a laser over to a satellite to Tokyo, which is going to downlink there, right? That's
Correct.
the idea. Okay.
Correct. And that up and downlink is via RF still. It's Ka band.
Yeah, it's very ambitious, and good fucking luck, bro.
Yeah,
I mean,
give me a dip angle correction for that link.
Because especially when you said 3,600 satellites, let's add that to the 40,000 they say is already up there. You know what the Kessler syndrome is, right?
Correct. That's something we care about a ton. Actually, SpaceX announced this morning something called START. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
They're going to turn that off like a water spigot. They're going to just go, oh, the Kessler syndrome thing happened. We're shut that off like a water spigot. And they don't have to tell no more space bullshit stories. You want a job.
No, you can empirically. I was going to say you can empirically check if they're what is actually happening, because all debris that's over 10 centimeters in diameter is trackable from the ground, either via
that's nonsense.
Radar.
Their own words. Listen, they used to say that shit when I was a kid. They could track stuff the size of a pen in fucking orbit, bro. Their own words.
I just said larger than 10 centimeters.
Josh, they double speak on that, because they'll also say when they're talking about foreign countries and their capabilities, well, we can't, some secret satellite could pull up to one of our satellites and throw it off orbit. And like, well, if they're tracking shit the size of a pencil, how are they going to do that?
You're talking about 2 different orbits. One is, the co-orbital anti-satellite weapons are operating out in GEO, which is 36,000 kilometers away, versus LEO, where we're actually tracking things for Kessler, is, I don't know, like 400 to 1,000 kilometers up. So you're talking about an, order of magnitude difference there, which is why you have lower resolution.
I double speak on that. There's no doubt about it. I've been watching them do it.
Ignoring nuance. Interpreted as double speak.
Ignoring nuance.
I disagree.
They say out of one side of their mouth that all this sneaky shit's happening in space, and then out of the other side of their mouth, they say they track everything.
Well, yeah, you can track everything and still be sneaky, right? Like there's Russian assets that have deployed, sub-satellite systems. It looks like a projectile being ejected, right? You can see that the projectile's there, but you don't know what it is. And tracking something that is 10 centimeters or larger doesn't mean that you know like what the shape of it is, or what it's meant to be able to do, what assets it has on it. So like knowing something's there and knowing what that thing is are two separate things.
Yeah, we already know Josh is okay with them having conflicting statements. I wanted to get you on record, Josh. I wanted to get you on record. I wanted to ask you a question. If you think Artemis 2's happening in a couple weeks, if that's successful, I just want to get you on record. Do you think they'll have the new moon bases up there within 9 years after Artemis lands on the moon in a couple weeks?
Probably not. It's not landing on the moon. It's doing a free return trajectory on the far side.
Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck, shit. I thought we were going back and finally putting someone on the moon again. We're not doing
that's 3. That's
Artemis 3. So we're not doing. Okay, gotcha. We're still just wasting money. Still, okay, gotcha.
Well, no, you're testing the crude capability of the capsule outside of low Earth orbit, right?
Actually, no, we're getting a lot of CGI bullshit images and lies, but okay, you got
more about their tracking of these space objects. Because listen, I remember NASA's Deep Space Network says that their electro-optical arrays can track a basketball 25,000 miles away.
Well, yeah, that's DSN versus like Leo Labs or other commercial tracking, right? Right. That's again ignoring nuance.
And you believe that?
Once again, knowing something's there, and DSN is not for radar ranging; it's for radio astronomy, right? So, if there's a difference between like a ball of lead the size of a basketball and like a radio transmitting at X, decibels in a frequency that the antenna is tuned to. So, knowing something's there is, once again, there's a lot more nuance. You can't just say yes or no.
Of course he believes it. He's paid by a space agency to believe it.
I'm not paid by a space agency. I'm paid by Amazon. Yeah, I can show you my pay stub if you'd like.
I'm sorry, I'm just so confused, Josh. I thought you worked with the Taiwan Space Agency and all these other space agencies.
International business development.
Okay, so you're getting paid by somebody to do some space stuff. Gotcha.
Correct. Yes, I am in charge of some of our civil space.
So yeah,
accounts.
Of course you're gonna spew the bullshit and believe it. Of course.
I mean, honestly, I was telling my coworker that I do the work for Taiwan for free. Like, I care more about providing them the capability than landing any contractor doing any specific work.
Thanks so much. What a contribution to mankind. Thanks, Josh.
What, providing the Taiwanese people a resilient communication system once the PRC cuts the undersea cables? Like, I don't think the sarcasm is warranted there. Having access to utilities, emergency services.
Yeah, great. I know. I was just thanking you. I was just thanking you. That's all. Thanks, Josh.
Oh, okay. Back away from the sarcasm, I guess. But I appreciate that.
Josh, how would you go about the idea of proving that we live on a spinning ball without appealing to the data from these space agencies? Is there a real world observation, or is there anything that could resemble a spinning ball Earth in reality that we can look at?
I was going to say, I think my stance on sort of where the bar is held with this community, as far as like what evidence is credible, that there is no, like, it's kind of like a Venn diagram, but the circles don't overlap at all. So like the quality of the evidence and the source of the evidence is like two separate circles.
Nice.
So at least that's just my thesis on my understanding of this group.
The only evidence would need to be a measurement of a rate of change of slope over a distance of the Earth.
Correct.
That's the only thing.
You have to be far enough away. I think the distance away from the Earth you have to be to observe that requires once again the technology that you claim is CGI. So I don't think there's any overlap between the source and the quality of the evidence that would be able to convince this group that we live on a globe.
that evidence, whether it's CGI or not, shows the Earth to be a sphere, which should be measurable on the surface.
Well, I guess there's one more nuance to my thesis here, is that I don't believe that within the medium or at human scale that you can observe that curvature.
A spacewalk's going to be required.
The scale.
Yeah. Earth's too big. We're too small. You can't see it. I don't think the parametric equation of 8 inches per mile squared is applicable.
Okay, so not see it, measure it. And 10 miles, we should, according to the curvature rate of the Earth, we should be able to measure that because that's where it is. And you're saying we can't measure on the surface of the Earth.
Within the medium, correct.
So we can't measure anything on the surface of the Earth using any type of frequency, whether it be visible to spectrum, radio, for example.
Once again. I don't have a ton that's India was saying I came back and knew more things outside of my conversations in here. I'm trying to answer these questions for myself, and once again, that's just my working thesis, is that within the medium at human scale it's not observable, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Okay.
So my supposition, right. So your supposition is it's not measurable. You don't see it, or no, not measurable. You measure it as flat, therefore all the other data must be false, right? The space agencies, the satellites, etc. I'm sort of backwards from you. I see all of that, and I have firsthand experience of that being how the world works and how
this
these
is the difference,
work. So I'm trying to figure out why these local measurements are lining up the way they are.
This is the difference, though. All of our tests, right, are empirical. Anyone can go and validate what we're showing people, and we've got a countless amount of them now. Okay, and zero of the information that you're telling us is able to be validated empirically.
From an individual human, correct. You do need a certain level of capital and access, I agree.
No,
but
you would have to actually go into a place that we can't validate, right? And a place that you can't prove to exist other than faith. No, you
can launch a camera. Yes, you can.
Really? You can launch a camera up to what height? Up to what height can you launch a camera?
Wherever you can get a ride share, right? So 1,000 kilometers.
Right. So you have to hand the camera over to SpaceX.
You're not handing over your encryption, right? You're not handing over your encryption key. So your encryption key works, and you're getting your data down from the sensor. That is the object that you launched. I don't buy into this quote unquote chain of command fallacy that says that the instant that you hand your hardware over, it's no longer credible that it's actually your hardware anymore. There's other ways to verify that.
Exactly. That's the thing that you choose to believe. That you choose to believe that it is still your hardware. You don't think that it might be just direction of not a video that is being captured by the camera, but something that have been made in a simulator or a 3D program. An animation. And because you believe
your encryption, right? That's not how that works.
Yeah,
that's not how that works. I apologize.
It is how it works. You chose to believe that it is the footage from your.
You don't hand over the encryption key. You don't hand over the encryption key. You don't hand over, the actual, specific specs of your sensor. You could draw a smiley face and Sharpie on the lens. Whatever data you need to prove to yourself that is your asset. There's levels to this that cannot be broken by a chain of command or chain of custody. Sorry.
Of course, Josh. Okay. Yeah. So, they would never betray anyone's trust, would they? I mean, look, at this
I didn't
point,
realize that we could crack AES 256 encryption at just by handing it over.
This is the problem. The amount of satulites that you're saying
in front of a large screen. So you still use your camera, but it's not the Earth from space. You're just watching.
No, because you know exactly the TT&C spectrum that your radio is broadcasting on. You know exactly where in the sky it is due to orbital mechanics.
Which footage are you talking about?
Satellite.
Which footage? So who did what you're saying? Okay, where's the
Planet
footage?
Labs. It's almost every single satellite. I've posted stuff from Leo before,
Dude, there isn't a photograph of a satellite in space, and you even yourself said that they use fisheye lenses, right? And they're too cheap to get a rectilinear lens. And you've tried to address that with them.
Oh god, no! I mean,
I'm just asking you to present some evidence, right? That's all. So we have something to actually go over, rather than there's all of this evidence.
Satellite in space? Let's see. Like, what are we looking for?
What you claimed. You said there's camera footage, video camera footage, right? You said anyone can just hitch a ride, strap a camera onto these cameras. Yeah. So who did that? Show us the footage.
What organization would you prefer? If I show you a college versus
okay, so you said you've got what you claimed, right? So pick the best one and then just chuck it in the sideshow so we can have a look at it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, if you want to come in here and make claims, we'd like to have a look at what you're talking about so we can analyze it and see, if we have any questions about it. I'm not just going to present something and just say, trust me, you can go look it up yourself. You could go find it yourself, right? If I present something, I'll have it.
I was going to say, here's a picture of a Chinese spy satellite taken from orbit above it by Maxar satellite. This is over the summer, I think. Yeah, last June. Let's see what else we got.
Okay, so we don't even see so we're talking about Earth curvature right now. Right?
Okay. You asked for an imagery of a satellite. Okay, that's fine. That's why I was trying to be specific.
Okay, yeah. I mean, how can I validate what I'm looking at here, the altitude and everything, right? How am I able to validate that?
Oh, no. That's fine. I appreciate the correction. I was just trying to figure out what you actually wanted.
Well, what you said is you can. Okay, so we were talking about you can't.
That's a Maxar satellite.
Okay, so you said you can just send why don't you just send a camera up?
So yeah, that is a camera up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So what height is it? How can we validate that? We don't even see the Earth. We're talking about Earth curvature. And you were saying, to see the curvature of the Earth, you would have to go up past a certain height. No, you said this. Okay. Why don't you just put a satellite on a government rocket, right? It's just easy. Just go do that. Go put a satellite on a government rocket, hitch your ride up, and you can see the curvature of the Earth for yourself. And then I was asking you if you could present that, who did that, and can we have a look at the footage? Because it must have been done dozens of times, right? So find us some civilian footage where they strapped a camera on to the NASA or whatever rocket, right? And they filmed the curvature of the Earth. Okay, then we want to know what type of lens was used, how we can validate this, whose equipment was it.
Okay. Well, I'll give you one more. So the two I just posted were from one of our LEO satellites. Here is TechEdSat 8
okay,
deployment.
Let's just stick with the first one. Okay, what's the altitude?
630.
630 miles?
Kilometers, sorry. I don't do
630
imperial.
Kilometers. Okay, what type of camera is this? What type of camera is it?
Not at liberty to say. I apologize.
I'll see. There we go. Wow. So anyone can just do it. Yeah. And then you show a footage.
Oh, no. I'm trying to find.
I asked you what type of camera was it. It could just be a wide angle lens. And we can't really validate. So this is just all trust me, bro. That's what I'm saying. With you, it's always just trust me, bro. Whereas you can go and validate anything that we're telling you. But, the camera's a secret. What's the focal length of the camera? Is that a secret too?
Yeah, once again, I'm not at liberty to say.
Are you really? See, that's why.
No, it's fine.
That's why people aren't going to take you seriously when you come in here. Because what's even the point of sharing this? Okay, you were saying that anyone can just strap a camera up. Anyone can just strap a camera, hitch a ride, and film footage, right? And I asked you, okay, who did that?
Yeah,
show me footage, and then you show me a picture, and you can't even tell me what camera was used, right? So
I understand that. I'm grabbing all of this footage. Proprietary. I was going to say that's the stuff I'm physically
working on. You're making claims like anyone can just send a camera up, see it for yourself. I'm like, okay, who did that? Yeah. Can you provide me with the information of someone that did that? And you can't do it, right? Now all of a sudden you've just sent me a random picture that's completely faith-based. You can't even tell me what camera was used. or the focal length or anything.
I was gonna say that's my own company, not public data.
Josh, look in the side track. There's a unicorn there. Nice photo, eh?
Sure.
Yeah. So now, do you believe that unicorns exist?
Oh no.
Because you saw it in a picture, in a photo. We have videos too about unicorn. And I can also share with you some testimonies from some people claiming that those unicorns exist. Exactly the same evidences that you have about the globe. You don't have anything other than that. It's just a bunch of images.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Josh, you said, why don't you just send a camera up, right?
If you'd like to, I'm happy to work on it.
Okay, so who did that? Right? Who did it and post what they did? Right? You made out like, oh, just look it up yourself. You could just go and Google it and find all of these different ones, right? And then I asked you to post your best one. Your best one was something that you couldn't tell me any information about.
Oh, no, it's not my best one. That's the one. That's the one I'm.
Okay, so when I asked you to post your best one, you didn't post it. I want a video.
Hey! I'm trying to find some stuff right now. I apologize. It's hard. Can't really talk and
make it a video too, dude. We want a video.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Sure. It's hard for me to talk and Google at the same time. So I appreciate the candor. Apologize. I was grabbing something directly out of my.
I appreciate
out of my camera roll.
It's good.
Now just look at the video that I just sent, DJ, and see if you will just believe other videos from those space agencies, because it's proven that they fake things.
I started laughing in the background whilst I was sorting my fire out. DJ was like, wasn't going to let it go. You said this stuff that you're going to... Oh, no, I wasn't talking to you. You said you found it difficult to do two things at once. Yeah, that made me laugh.
What you said, Josh, was it's very easy for a civilian to send up their own personal equipment, strap it to a rocket, right? Hitch a ride, and then film the Earth and see the curvature of the Earth yourself from space. You made out like it was simple, and many people had done that. Okay, so that's what I'm expecting from you. And if you don't have it, if you can't find it, we're going to need a concession.
Guys, it's hard for me to talk and Google for my best proof at the same time, guys.
I think you're overestimating your importance of your community to
yeah. So that's just an ad hom. Just
no. Just saying. That's why I don't have it readily available. That's why I'm like, I apologize.
Yeah, I forgive you.
I thought it was a globe, but I was wrong.
Okay.
Quara Tata, are you listening or are you hot micing a little bit?
It's been like that for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to just pop him on mute just in case he's sleeping or something.
Honestly, I think that's one of my biggest fears because I would love to fall asleep listening to the chatter either in here or some of the other rooms. But I'm always afraid that after I pass out, I'm on a hot mic.
Just make sure you're muted.
Well, there's like weird stuff with there. Oh, go ahead.
I was following the conversation. I've been listening in the background. What was the conclusion you came to when Jedi asked you about the measurement of the drop over distance?
Once again, I don't think it's measurable.
Yeah, but like you said observable. So now you've said it's not measurable.
Oh, apologies for the semantics there. Yeah, I don't think it's observable.
If I recall from the conversation, he said he doesn't believe in the 8 inches per mile squared, and that Earth's too big to see or measure the curve.
Well, he can't change the
Is
size.
that right, John?
He can't change the size of the Earth. You can't do that. It needs to be there or thereabouts that size, right? You agree?
Come on, y'all. Hills don't exist. There's no drop over distance.
Who's this drunk guy?
That's P Drinker.
Trolling.
I just want to know your position, Josh. So is it your position that the 8 inch per mile squared is not measurable in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I just don't think that it's a good parametric equation for long-term observations. I think it's an easy sort of
no that's the geometry over these distances that we're talking about. That's the physical geometry matches up.
It's a parabola. It's not
no over the distances, Josh, over the distances that we're doing the observations, such as 20 miles, 30 miles, for example, it's perfectly accurate. Okay, but the results are off by orders of magnitude. Okay, so even if it's not perfect to the point, it's close enough that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over 20 miles, for example. Okay, that formula works just fine for that. Okay, if you could use any other formula you like, it's going to be approximately 266 feet over 6 miles over any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth. Right? And every single time we go and test that distance, there's zero curvature. Even if we account for the meteorological conditions to the best of anyone's ability, using weather stations, using infrared cameras, using lasers, getting side views, right, showing you that there's no bending of the laser with a side view, okay, or accounting, right, for the vertical refractive index or the vertical temperature gradient, right, at minimum to eliminate the possibility of these extreme conditions that would have to make it work on a globe. Right, this is testable, repeatable. This has been done over and over again. We can tell you exactly what camera was used. We can tell you all of the information. I don't have to say, "Oh, that's a secret," like you do with your images.
I apologize for that. There definitely is access.
Oh yeah. You will be. Yeah. Look, dude, I apologize for that. That's such a ridiculous response. But look, this is the thing. Okay, you don't know anything about optics. You don't know anything about optics, right? You could easily just look into it. Well, you don't know anything about it. You don't seem to ever come back with any new information about it other than just hand wave dismissing it all and saying.
I mean, FE Core didn't post their actual diffraction of the laser. Like they only posted the accuracy of the apparatus.
It hit the target, though, right? It hit the target on every single test.
Yeah, but you don't know you don't know how far the laser has spread over that distance, so you can't, quote unquote hit doesn't mean it's the center of the beam.
You can see it on the target, man. It's like 3 feet wide.
I understand that. At that distance, it should be greater than 10 feet wide. I mean, happy to actually, I'm not at a point where I'm willing to sort of put a line in the sand and say this is how things are, but the claim that I'm not actually looking at these things outside of these chats is inaccurate.
I posted you literally an image of a side view of a 6 mile laser test.
Oh, I asked for the primary source.
You can. Yeah, I did. I sent you the primary source.
Exactly. I'll take a look at it after the chat.
Yeah, but you can see that the beam isn't diverging much over that 6 miles, right? You can literally see the entirety of the transit.
So look at it later. He's too busy Googling for his best evidence of Earth curvature. He can't look at that right now.
Specifically from a CubeSat, I'm trying to find. Like I have like I said, the overlap between evidence that's acceptable and sources that are acceptable is very slim to non-existent.
You said a civilian can just hitch a ride, strap a camera on, hitch a ride, and video the Earth as a globe. And that's all you had to come up with. You said it would be, pretty simple to do.
I was going to say I have to usually go through conference proceedings or go look at university websites once again. I have stuff.
We could give you 24, 48 hours if you need it, Josh.
That's fine. whatever you like. I mean, I'm not holding myself to a specific timeline here. I'd like to get it done now. I have a call at 11.
Yeah,
but,
it would be good if
I
you
mean,
could
like,
get it done
don't hurry or anything.
But like at the end of the day, it gets back to the whole purpose of my interaction with this community is not to convince anybody.
I got a question.
Yeah, obviously you're not going to do that.
You won't. You won't.
That's fine.
People
That's
here
fine.
don't go.
I'm
don't
okay with
go- Like I told you, everything that you have that you can propose to us as an evidence that you consider for yourself being your standard of evidence, which is just ironic. Photos, videos, and testimonies, and data, also data that you can't validate this its source. It's just that.
Exactly. Once again, that's why I'm saying there's no overlap between the quality and the source of evidence in here. So therefore, based on that conclusion, my concession is that my purpose here is not to convince anybody. It's more to understand y'all's worldview.
But do you understand?
We don't care about
the standard that we're looking for is a measurement, right? And when Dina said
correct,
over 20 miles is 266 feet, you're talking about something nearly as high as an elevation change, nearly as high as the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, that's the quality evidence circle.
Yeah, but your claim is that there is absolutely no way to measure this. Now, I understand why you're saying that, because that's the rhetoric, right? But logically, 266 feet drop in elevation would mean anything like an oil rig or something like an island at 20 miles should not be visible. And if it is visible, there isn't enough refraction in the atmosphere to be able to account for that. So why do you act like our worldview is so strange and crazy when this is a very hyperlogical?
It's not strange or crazy. Yeah, no. It's not strange or crazy, but it's.
But why do you not understand? Why do you not understand that this is something that should be measured, should be able to be measured in terms of drop over distance?
I agree. That's why we said before it's the inverse, right? So I have firsthand experience of data that shows the Earth as a globe. So I'm trying to figure out why those long distance measurements don't line up. It's the inverse of why, you look at the data from the long distance observations and then by conclusion everything else must be a lie and must be fake and CGI, etc. So it's the inverse sort of endeavor that y'all are on.
So you do understand the concern and you're trying to figure this out for yourself as well.
Correct.
Okay. And do you not think that you're slightly biased just because of the nature of the work that you're doing?
Oh, I think
you're not able to confirm satellites are going into a vacuum in the sky, right?
I am correct.
Not really.
Are you still Googling?
You're using modeling. You're using data and then modeling that data to be able to present something. You're not actually providing evidence.
I mean, if you take a picture of something that's across the room, is it still there, right? Like you're just putting a camera up or a radio in longer distance. So once again, it gets back to the chain of custody thing. It's all good.
Yeah. Are you still Googling for this amateur footage that's...
Honestly, it's going in circles a little bit here as far as being able to actually go look at conference proceedings. Because I have stuff from Maxar and stuff from other commercial entities, but once again, the quality of evidence versus the source of the evidence, I think there's a very narrow gap here, which will actually be a productive conversation to have with y'all.
Well, this was simply your claim. I mean, you said,
no, I agree.
Why don't you just send a camera up? You could just hitch a ride, and it's very easy to do such a thing. And you said people have done that.
He forgot what he was doing in 5-10 minutes. He forgot what he was doing in 5-10 minutes talking with us, yet he's working on space stuff. Wow.
Just disagree with that. No, I'm saying that I found, commercial organizations that have a decent amount of capital that are doing it. I'm trying to lower that capital restriction to find evidence that would support my actual claim.
From a regular person.
Yeah,
correct.
Just a civilian, that's all. Like you said, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
No, agreed. Exactly. I am a bit biased as I work with organizations that have, 9 figures of capital to sort of expend. So I'm trying to find a university lab that's working with, 6 or 7 figs, able to do the same thing. Oh, Lordy.
I got a question for you, Josh.
¿Qué pasa?
Have you ever used the 8 inches per mile squared math and compared it to like a Earth curve calculator and see if it lines up?
Or like a geoid model, right? Because it's a function of what azimuth you're putting towards. No, I have not.
Yeah, like Earth curve calculator uses the geometry of the Earth that uses the radius as an inference. Doesn't even use 8 inches per mile squared. But yeah, give it a shot, man. Like, do an observation, make it like, let's say, 100 miles, and make the observer height like something dumb, like 10 feet. Just simplify it for number reasons, and then use 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can put that to find the distance to the horizon. You subtract that distance from the total observation, and then that number you make 8 inches per mile squared, and that'll give you your hidden height. It works every time.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying I haven't actually done the exercise in a while. It's been a few years.
So you have done 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, I'm recalling I got into a conversation on Clubhouse in like 2022-ish, where I didn't think that the horizon for a 6-foot observer should be about 3 miles. That didn't make sense to me, so I actually ran the numbers.
Yeah, that one's easy. All you got to do is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1.225 times the square root of 6, and that'll give you your distance to the horizon, approximately.
Yeah, agreed. Remembering that it was a few years ago, I got clowned on because I fucked up a decimal.
Let's say it's a 10-mile observation. You got 3 miles to the horizon. You got 7 miles to the remainder of the object. So you do 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches times 7 squared, and that'll give you your obstructed height. It works, dude. Like, to say that it doesn't work. Like that's
no. I'm just saying the parametric, like a parabola, is not the same thing as a hemisphere. So there's only certain distances.
It's good up to like 1,200 miles, it's good up to 1,200 miles. So like, I don't understand why.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a parametric that's easier to work with.
Yeah, everybody knows that already, and you know that we know that. Okay, we're saying that over an observation of, say, 10 miles or 20 miles, that's going to give you the correct answer for how much drop over distance there would be.
Yeah,
sure. That's fine.
Your contention was the formula. And we've all agreed that, yeah, it's parabolic. It's not useful over distances of, let's say, over 1,000 miles. But we all know that we're observing less than that. So being as we all agree on that, is it fine?
That's fine. Yeah, we can throw it out. That's fine.
So at the beginning, we thought it was a problem, but now we reached an agreement that it's fine.
For specific distances, correct. It's just not something you can just throw out without capturing the nuance.
Even at 1,000 miles, what's the difference between you and I? At, like, let's say 8 inches per mile squared gives me an obstructed height at 1,000 miles of 124 miles, but the Globe Earth calculator says 122.8 miles. Like, what's a mile 0.2 between you and I at 120 miles?
That's fine. I'm not disputing that. I'm just disputing when it's used without, also claiming that it's a parametric and it doesn't, the map is not the territory type of deal. That's fine. I'm okay with it actually being used.
You included it and dismissed it in the same fucking sentence.
So we can use
exactly.
It. So
yes,
we can
as long as you, that's fine. Use it. Just note that it's a parametric.
Yeah, we do.
So, that's fine. That was the initial contention earlier. It wasn't being.
So then the equation is perfectly fine. Then,
as long as it's denoted to be a parametric, that's fine.
Which it is. So
it is. Okay, we're good.
So no, you're good, right? This was your contention. So being as we point this out because we're doing it. We point it out straight away. That there shouldn't be much of a contention. You can use other formulas, but they're still good to denote a rate of change of slope over, let's call it, local distances, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. Right?
That's fine.
Cool. So we don't measure that.
Exactly.
Yeah, the equation says we should because it's a rate of change of slope or whatever denotation, but we don't measure that. Why?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
No, it's because it's not there.
I'm interested. I'm interested as to why. One thing that like I said, I've been thinking about this stuff for a while.
I'm trying to figure something out, man. You're like, oh, it's a parametric, so it doesn't really equivalent to actual Earth curve. But yet you'll accept 2 fucking stick shadows or a stick in a well, 500 stadia apart as evidence for fucking Earth curve measurement.
Josh, I hope you're still looking for that footage. I hope you're still looking for that footage, brother.
Currently restarting my computer, but yeah. 8% of the way there with a Windows update. Happy to send a picture if y'all think that I'm, pulling shit out of my ass, but no, I guess the one thing as far as, trying to figure out where that sort of dissonance is derived from, I'd be interested in seeing if anybody has actually dug into differential Snell's law as opposed to
differential Snell's law cannot be applied to an observation through the atmosphere, where we don't have the conditions that would be possible to use the differential version of Snell's law in a real world observation, right? That could possibly be because that could be used in a lab setting, right? In a controlled setting where you had a steady change within the medium of the refractive index, not in a system that's constantly changing and shifting, and you're unable to validate exactly what's happening with the refractive index between point A and point B. You're not able to show a single observation that anyone's done throughout all of the history of humanity where they've used the different version, right, of Snell's law that would apply to a single medium. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Even the mainstream sources say that wouldn't be applicable to a real world situation.
Oh no, I think it is applicable. It's just not. You just can't. You can't.
You don't use it.
Know what everything. It's like Navier-Stokes, right? For fluid dynamics, you have to understand how each individual molecule is interacting with every single individual molecule around it, right? So to actually understand how the light is passing through a non-uniform medium over large distances, the computation would be insane, and to do a real world observation would be nuts. But I'm trying to understand where the gaps are that are causing this dissonance between, macroscopic view of our surroundings versus terrestrial long distance observations.
Yeah,
so,
you would also need to take take into account the meteorological conditions that would be necessary. Right, it's almost like a situation where you would have to go out and have your shins burning and your kneecaps freezing at the same time because of the crazy difference in the temperature gradient vertically.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And have that consistent over a huge distance, right? But we don't have the framework or whatever you want to call it for that situation to be present, because if we know the water temperature is say 40 degrees and the air temperature is also 40 degrees, okay, and we're doing the observation over say 10 miles over the surface of that water where we know the temperature of the water, we know the temperature of the air, okay, we don't have a windy day or something like that, we have very stable temperatures and we're using infrared. Okay, we don't have the setup for this extreme refractive index, essentially a duct to be creating this.
But how can you claim that the air is quote unquote the same temperature as the water, like whatever temperature
we have, right? Okay, just for example,
it's a three-dimensional medium, right?
Well, for example, we can use the data from a buoy. We can use a buoy, right? That's in the observation, right? That's local. Okay.
Exactly, right. You can approach that's differential Snell's law, right? You can approach. You can have a buoy every X number of distance that is able to give you the gas conditions. So then you can we could draw control volumes around each of the buoys halfway in between, and then it's not one medium into another like one Snell's law, but you could increase your data resolution to get closer to differential Snell's, right?
It's still not going to work. It's still not going to account for the observation. Okay, you can't even replicate what you guys are claiming is happening on a small scale. We can replicate all of the real world conditions. We can replicate inferior mirages sinking, all of these things, it's very easy to replicate things disappearing bottom up over a flat surface on a small scale. But when you guys are claiming that you can have a curved surface, right, that has something physically hidden behind it by a large amount, right, and then you're manipulating the conditions over the, in the small scale test, and then all of a sudden the curved surface is completely flat, right? There's no distortion, there's no optical distortion, and everything's visible, and it looks like it's all just flat now all of a sudden, magically. Right? That's not even possible to replicate. No one's done that. That's not possible. It's even silly to suggest such a thing, because it would be outlandish to suggest that refraction could do such a thing, because it cannot.
All right, computer's back up and running. I'm going to hop on mute for a bit. I have a call at 11, so I got like 20 minutes here. I'll be sure to get y'all the data you're interested in. But I'm going to try and actually get y'all something, or else, put egg on my face and concede, in 20 minutes if I'm not able to find anything. But until then, I'm going to hop on mute, but I'll still be here.
Okay, thank you.
Believe that
Well, no,
there is
belief is a different thing. You got belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death,
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays that's another way they've dumbed people down, is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
But the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really informed.
Like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got Discord, not GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep.
Yeah.
You seen the resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, all right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh.
Well, I just sent it to you.
Stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels
Okay, I
like,
see.
so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses,
Oh, okay.
science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the earth? There's a channel on motion of the earth. And these are just like,
Can I get a little version?
sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time. Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Yeah, this
come here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you want to learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself. And it's very you can teach yourself.
Yeah, I know that much. I've done that with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like, growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is going to you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're going to fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're going to go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like, it's just like a psychological thing going on. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a vacuum. Like none of it makes sense. You've never been given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. Well, I was going to ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in terms of the survey.
I mean, what
is there on the atmosphere?
when you go
there?
outside and you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hold on a minute. Need to look something up.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape. And that means that atmo is air. So atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
My Discord picked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun moving, stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
gravity.
That are just words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
Yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside of a big spinning ball. Because naturally people were like, how could you be on the outside of a giant spinning ball? You'd go flying off. So of course they have to come up with a story about why no, you're being stuck to the ball by some magical force called gravity. And then you say, well, what's the proof? And they say, well, drop a pen. But that's not proof of that. Yeah?
No, it's not.
So you need to really think about these things critically. They've just tried to bamboozle us as children, and we accept it because our education systems compel us to. We have to accept it. We have to physically write it down in tests to succeed.
Yeah.
So it's not that any of it makes sense. It's that we're essentially indoctrinated and forced into accepting it as children. Knowing that the majority of people as adults won't bother to really go back and check.
Yeah, I always grew up challenging like my parents. Like I paid the price for that. Like I always stood up for what was right, no matter if I would be homeless. So truth is very important to me too. So.
Well, there you go. Truth is important to you, and you start pulling this thread, you're going to end up a flat earther. So good for you.
I'll try. This is what I'll do. I'll do this because it's my day off. I'll go ahead and look at some of that stuff on the server and see if it starts to click for me. I'm sure it'll take me a little while.
I've just sent you 2 good introduction videos because on the server it's terabytes of information. You might not know where to start. There's also a channel called FE Introduction Videos, so it's like intro stuff because you're going to need intro stuff if you're totally new to it. So I've just sent you a couple of ones.
Okay.
And yeah, if you've got questions, you can ask. Yeah?
I appreciate it. I'm going to try to take this a little bit more serious. I've been putting it off.
This is the most serious conversation you've ever had, whether you realize it or not. This is the most important conversation going on today. No matter what they're trying to bamboozle you with in the news. Oh, Trump is doing this. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to do this and that. That's all bullshit. This is the most important thing that's being spoken about and discussed right now. It's the reason they censor it so hard. It's arguably the reason that everything has ramped up to the level of insanity that it has in the last few years, coincidentally, as people are starting to question this. So they're trying to distract you with everything under the sun so that you don't look into this topic.
They call flat earthers retards all the time.
Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. They have to. But do you know what they don't do? They don't debate us. They don't come and provide globe proof. They just call us names. And is that a good argument? No, it's not. I actually love it. I love that they're just calling us names. You couldn't give us more of an obvious concession that we're right. Everyone that comes in here.
That makes sense. It would be like the equivalent of somebody calling me a whore just because I said the truth, but they just call me a whore as like just to put me down.
Demean you. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to dismiss you as a person instead of addressing the content of your position. That's exactly what it is. And they're trying to do it in such a way that other people see it and they say, well, I don't want to be called a retard. I don't want to be called a whore. So even though I'm curious, I'm just going to be quiet. They want to bully you. They're banking on you being scared. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Can I want to point something out real quick.
Oh, what's up, Indio?
What's up? Not only do they call you stupid and you're retarded if you think the earth is flat, on the flip side is you can't understand it unless you're really smart and you're a scientist. So tell me how you square that circle of contradiction.
Oh, I don't. What was your question?
Indio's paradox of borrowed intelligence.
Yep. The paradox.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
try
it's
and make it.
paradox.
They try and make the globe almost impenetrable to the average person. So they'll dress it up with fancy mathematics so that most people look at it and they go, "Well, how could I question it? I don't understand the maths." But it's a false garb. You know, they're fronting. They're hiding behind theoretical math in the hopes that people don't challenge it. But you can challenge the initial assumptions in that math and say, well, where did you get a radius from? Where did you get a curved ball Earth to begin with? And they fall apart. We get PhD astronomers, physicists, all kinds of people through here, and they just fall apart when you ask them the most fundamental questions. Prove the curvature. Prove that a lake is bending. They can't do it.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so big, they don't. Maybe the reason
Nah,
Globers
because they
believe.
give us the size. They give us the size so we can do the
I was
math.
just going to bring that up too. Like if you ask one of them how much curb is in 10 miles, they won't know. But
Yeah,
it's
they don't
66
know.
but it's 66 feet, right? That's a lot. But they'll just say, well, the Earth's just too big. Well, okay, how big is it? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
big it is.
Yeah.
66 feet of curb in 10 miles. Really simple. And then it increases exponentially. So, it's not as big as people think it is.
Yeah, and 99% of the people who believe in the globe don't know that number. They don't know the claimed size of it. They don't know how much it's supposed to curve. It's the flat earthers that know that, which is insane. So
Well, they'll throw satellites at you too. They'll say,
yeah, they'll just beg the
well,
question. But they've got
I forgot
little
what that
robots in
was.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you say, okay, well, where did you see a satellite? Oh, I see it moving through the sky. What do you see? A little light. Okay, how do you know what that is? I saw it on TV. They've got no idea what it is. They've got no idea what it's made of, how big it is, how far away it is. That could be any number of things. But it has to be in their mind this little floating metal box going around a ball because that's the only story they've been given for it. And then we say, well, how do you know it's that? And then they say, well, what else could it be? As if that means it is what they believe. When of course it does could be a million other things. So yeah, they've got high altitude communications technologies and stuff like that, but it's not little floating metal boxes flying around a ball Earth. Most of these things are on balloons.
Yeah, like the damn Chinese balloons.
Yeah, the Chinese one, right? That was a little tell. The flat Earth community was laughing at that because most people were like, "Whoa, China's got their satellites on balloons!" Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's how all of them are doing it. What do you think Roswell was about?
The car in space. Remember that?
Yeah, the car in space, exactly. The propaganda is laughable. You go back and look at it and you're like, holy shit, how did anyone fall for this? Absolutely insane.
You know how impossible that idea is? Musk said it was just a regular car, that they didn't do anything to it. Man, do you know what would happen when it got into the vacuum? First of all, the seats are interiors are styrofoam. Styrofoam is just like a polymer with a bunch of bubbles blown into it. Every single one of those bubbles would have freaking exploded. The seats would have exploded as soon as like the cowling came off and it got exposed to the vacuum. Like every piece of plastic in there would have exploded because the plastic has dissolved bubbles inside of it, and all those bubbles would have expanded because of the vacuum, and it would have been a mess. Like that's just one thing. Never mind the tires and
remember
the fluids and all those things that would have boiled off.
And remember what he said afterwards at the press conference? He said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. He's trolling people.
Yeah.
These people are just trolling.
Like the celebrities were trolling when they went into space or whatever they called it, and then they came back down and the door opened by itself.
Yeah. It's all just a giant propaganda troll. These people are laughing at the people who believe it.
Well, it's a big moneymaker.
As a Glober, you're the butt of the joke.
The whole space industry, fiction and nonfiction, you supposed nonfiction, It's a big moneymaker. I think Star Wars itself has made over $1 trillion in its lifetime. Now think about that. Just Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're talking about everything, right? The franchise, the action figures, the movies, you know, all the stuff associated with Star Wars, the T-shirts, the posters, you know, $1 trillion over its lifetime.
Look into Warhammer and how much those action figures cost, and people buy that shit so that they can play D&D in massive quantity of figures. It's insane how much money space is worth.
There is good money in the globe, for sure.
I mean, even I
Money
have
is
invested
all
money in space sci-fi films, TV shows.
Yeah, most of us here previously were into sci-fi and that kind of shit. And you still can be. You just have to
I
realize
still
that
am.
the whole
I
yeah
still dig
exactly.
that.
I mean
It's like Lord of the Rings now, though. It's like there's no possibility
exactly.
that it's real.
If anything, it's even better because you don't have to deal with the horror side of being in an infinite, ever expanding killer vacuum. You just know it's all fantasy.
I always was terrified of space because it did seem like such a big
That's the point.
impossibility.
That's the point. I mean, like, think about it. The entire cosmology that they've told us is a horror show, right? So it's a low level form of like trauma based mind control.
Yeah, astrology is bullshit.
The whole story they tell us with the dinosaurs, they were like, at some point, some giant rock just came and smashed into us, killed everything, and that could happen at any point unless you keep giving us, NASA, the government, loads of money. Think about that. So they've got a low level, everyone who believes in it has this low level idea. They don't think about it day to day, but if you press them, they would say, yeah, it's very possible that a giant rogue rock will just come and wipe us all out. And the only defense we might have to that is an organization like NASA.
Yeah, and NASA would take over if there was a fake alien invasion too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're going to pull that crap.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Oh, I
pull
can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The Globies are going to be losing their minds. The aliens are here. Oh my God. We're going to be
Well, how about
sitting here
the
on
three
Discord.
eye?
The
three eye, the 3i divided by Atlas, the thing that they were talking about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it would shut.
That was detected by a system that they took bids on to bid on a system to detect rogue asteroids that might hit the Earth. This is one of the objects that they detected with this system, right?
Money well
spent. The whole
spent.
thing, yeah, money well spent on a fantasy show. And then
So
you
would
got
you-
a Harvard professor saying, "Oh, we detected we detected that like 4 million years ago or some nonsense." Did you hear the latest thing? That some astronomers went over photographs of the sky that were taken between 1941 and 1947. And they detected satellites. Yeah, before satellites. They detected in photographs satellites that were before satellites.
Oh yeah, that's bullcrap. I saw that in Google Maps before. I was like, how?
No, satellites weren't launched yet. You understand? But they looked at old astronomy photographs and
Well,
saw satellites in them.
Why does the government? Would you say that the government pays so much money into it, and they know about the Earth really being flat, or that they're just as ignorant and they're falling
Nah,
for
they're
that?
just taking the money and they're spending it on hookers and blow. Come on.
Ew, like Hunter Biden did.
Yeah. This is what they're doing. They've been busted. The execs have literally been busted spending NASA money on prostitutes. I mean, this has been in the news. Right? So where that money's going, it's essentially just like a weapons program with good PR. What, they just funnel it into black projects and missile development, and then they put out a little fireworks show for the masses every few years and say, hey, we're maybe going to go to the moon again. And then everyone's like, wait, we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting on
Retarded.
TikTok.
So yeah, it's all just a big scam, taking the money, spending it on weapons so that they can improve how many poor brown countries they can bomb, whatever the hell else they're doing.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, brown countries.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, NASA was the ones who supposedly provided the intelligence, the satellite imagery to justify invading Iraq. They said, "Look, this is the place that they're making weapons of mass destruction. We've got the NASA images." Colin Powell took it in front of the UN Security Council and got agreement to go and invade Iraq. NASA were directly involved in that. So this is just military war shit they're doing, as usual.
So it's just the oligarchs.
Yeah. It's just the usual corrupt people trying to rule the masses in a very fucked up way. By lying to us about where we are. They construct our entire reality. They say, hey, you don't have access to reality. You can't see the globe, but we can. That's where you live. We're going to tell you all about it. If there's something that's going to come and fuck us up like a meteor, we'll be the first to know and we'll let you know. And everyone's just like, okay, guess we better just trust these guys then with our entire cosmology and reality. I mean, that's the most insane amount of power that you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you woke up in a room in a building and you were never allowed out of the room and there was just one guy who told you everything about where you were and what was going on outside. You'd be like, why would that guy lie to me? He's telling you everything you know.
Yeah, it's way beyond that, right? Now within that paradigm fits evolution, right? And then they go, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because of you evolved to do that. You evolved to be a degenerate.
Yeah,
it's not your fault.
That's your monkey brain kicking in.
Ooh, that's me.
These guys think they're monkey people. No wonder they're fucked up.
Sorry. Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, we could go all day, but
come on, Cyclone. It's apes. Get it right, not monkeys.
Yeah, they hate it when I call them monkey people. They're like, it's an ape. Damn it. Damn dirty apes.
Click that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, apologies, ape people.
Come from an ape or a monkey. That would make me happy.
Yeah.
Well, apes are kind of worse because, like, I don't think monkeys throw their own poo at each other.
Well, we throw poo at each other, but verbally.
Yeah, in India, physically.
Yeah, that's why I'm never going to go there, but I do love Hinduism and Eastern philosophies.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, if you got other questions or whatever, feel free. I mean, we could ramble all day about this shit. And we do 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a good time.
I like the passion. You guys keep it up. I'm going to go and look at that before my husband gets home.
All
What
right.
are you guys saying we came from monkeys? I came from a Homo sapien.
You do your research, Security.
There's Jimsy.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi and bye. Before your husband gets here. Gets you.
It's so funny. It's like cheating on your husband, but you're just talking to flat earthers. He's caught
Yeah, I'm
me.
having a flat
My
earth
wife's
affair.
talking to flat earthers. No. All right, good stuff, Security. Thank you for coming by again. And check out, I sent you some videos, so check those out.
Hey, thanks for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on.
You had to assume it. That's the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations. But you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Ricta, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So, geodetic survey is
who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily. On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really? No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What? Whoa. Explain the planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a plane? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why do you triangulate and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, well, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just shifted the argument from what we're talking about to something where you could refer it to planar surveying and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it.
It's still a planar triangle. It's still, bro, stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff. That is impossible, but I know what. But I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you try to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance to even measure
do see drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking nonsense.
No, they don't. Why don't you publish a paper? Why don't you post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about with he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had. And
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
do
what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man, that's
it's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
so it's lumpy gravity. So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
No,
yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth.
No, the geoid is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from Geodetic Surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they should be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead of what they think is if they hang along in a plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is. All you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong. Yeah. Look, and I posted in the chat the facts that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field. It's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me. Okay. I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I say it, like a heat map. Right, which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
You
don't understand the point.
Is that piece of bullshit? Is that piece of bullshit?
Okay, I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the exponential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
You're misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth, or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute
in Australia?
ago. Talking over this, I just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that much?
In Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc.
How long though?
Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Maybe at home, dude. Like you know.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this,
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
Look, you're just corking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right, 0.71 arc seconds, how much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds. I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said, 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah. Well,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as the horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances, degrees. To 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing.
There's just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yes.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said, so I'll come back when I can. Are you going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe. Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time.
No, dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us.
All right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Well, when after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Pathel. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Pathel? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Patholites argument because that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite.
Really? No, he
Really?
didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing a theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to extrapolate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right? And it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when you take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With theodolites they measure
curvature, he said. I said they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip, I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle
they'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. And that it can be tilted because of lumpy gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before, man. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah, so this This is Sheepdog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No, further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, it was the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measured a flat Earth. But it's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get out curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah. I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. Yeah. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See.
Yeah, I'm curving.
So look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb.
You're
dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Like, can you give me like a concise reason why geodetic surveying is important for, like, I guess it would be map making.
Actually, like, important.
Yeah, like, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, like, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America.
Yeah.
And I start in Kansas. And I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
You are
now
American.
I can't do. Okay,
you are American.
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, a thing I've talked about this, but it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American Datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months, they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour, they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American Datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual when we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, you want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope. They just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the
totally
wrong.
Makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances, you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea. If you're in Los Angeles, the stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there. And when there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then go, hey, this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems. It's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference of the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say. Which would be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but You could plan a survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own frickin' plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is killer.
I mean, say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this, these datums that everybody, like the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. I mean, there's something like 110 datums. And each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum. And I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. That formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
I mean, we got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now, we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? What if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them? And it could, because there's topo data on the military grid. So are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth map. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Oh, here we go, right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my god. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm stealing that, man. I'm stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath this.
For real? They say where are the continents?
Yeah, I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. That's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map. Is the stars. It's not the ground. It's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. You can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. You can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. I'm like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS. Like, that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna like just overall. I'm blanking, but like I remember there is some trigonometry about sun and like overall just I am curious about stuff because there are many different displays of flat Earth.
Yeah,
I guess that's the word because I have seen like the what's the thing where people think that there's like a bowl-like thingy. I'm forgetting the word for it because I'm sort of tired. But and they think that there's like Farlands, like kind of like that model as well. Yeah. Thank you, whoever that fence. Yeah, I'm gonna call you fence because it sounds fun. Yeah.
So, right. So there are many different conceptions about what the Earth might look like since it's measurably flat. And so some people have done some really silly things. They've taken a globe, and the globe is actually a polar coordinate reference system where they measure the celestial sphere, which is the concept of the stars being spheres around the Earth, which would, in this case, would be a flat plane. And the celestial sphere is an official thing. It's used for navigation and the ephemeris. They've been around forever. But these are just concepts. Well, they took all the points that they measure on the surface of the flat Earth, and then they turn it into a coordinate system called a polar coordinate system or a polar projection. That's the globe. That's actually not the map of the Earth. That's a celestial sphere kind of turned inside out. So the inside out celestial sphere then got splayed out into what's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. And that's the one that most flat earthers seem to like, and I don't know why, because it's very easy debunkable, like you can disprove it really simply, because it's a projection of a globe. The only point of it is really that the latitude lines are accurate, the longitude lines are accurate. And they give you the correct positions of the sun over their regions, for the most part. That's what that's for. For no other reason, that's just trying to help you know where the sun is at in relation to the land masses. Okay? Now, the idea of there being, we call the people who think there are more lands beyond the ice wall on the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is just silly. We call those people outer ponders, where they think there is more water and more land beyond Antarctica or whatever. Also really silly because there's really no evidence for that and there's no way to prove it. So that's a bad idea. There's also the cartoons and the propaganda that's been shoved in everybody's faces for I don't know how many centuries about a disk Earth kind of floating out in space. Nobody here believes that. Or, like a snow globe floating out in space. Nobody here believes anything like that. It's all kind of absurd. So there is no real model or we'll say visual aid to help you understand what the Earth ultimately looks like. All we can tell you is that measurably it is flat. What the sky is doing and how it does it, we don't actually really know. It's all kind of a mystery. What the limits are to this realm, I have no idea, and I don't know where to go to find those limits. So it's a very interesting thing. But what I can tell you is that everybody measures the Earth flat.
Yeah, and this all sounds like cool and all. I'm sort of always forgetting the points because, flat Earth is kind of like a thing that I've just been skimming. Is that the right word to use? Like skim, like take in, slowly in small bits,
Yeah. That's the right word.
Yeah. But like, it's always fun because, I've been getting onto this, I guess, from the Globey side. If
sure.
I use that nickname, it sounds silly to use it like vocally, but aside, back to the point, like I've watched all the mainstream stuff like my man Dan and Kevin Dubé and all those guys who are just basically just going like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and just
we're kind of an exception because we tend to focus mainly on the geometry aspects and try not to entertain too much the speculative regions of the whole thing.
Yeah. So the Simon Dans and the Professor Daves, those types, the Dave McKeegans, these are people who are really attacking all the silly flat earthers, but they don't really deal with the stuff that we're talking about. Navigation, measurements, those are the things that we discuss here. They're taking care of some of the more conspiracy-oriented, esoteric whack jobs. Those are the guys that they're debating with. They don't come over here. They don't talk to us. They don't like us. It goes really bad for them really quickly. So we want them to come over. It would be highly entertaining. But no, they don't really talk to us too much.
Well, yeah, that as well, and they're the loudest, so that's who you see, I guess, because
sure,
loud, or
yep.
like quote unquote loud. They're the I'm forgetting the word for it. Like, what was my original thing I said about like trigonometry and the sun? Like,
right.
What are the like given distances of like because again I come from the silly arguing channels, but I have never like done this speaking thing before because kind of never found a place, but it meant fun.
No, you sound pretty good. If you haven't spoke a lot, your English is pretty good. Now you're asking about trigonometry. I didn't want to get off the trigonometry. What specifically were you talking about in regards to that?
Yeah, I guess like overall when again I am not fully incorporated into like what kind of flat earth we are doing in here, but like the main thing I've been seeing argued is like, oh, why can't you see this building from here, or like the sun's position and all that? Like, is it called the equinox, like when it's nearest to the equator, like people measuring that as well,
Yeah, I think the vernal equinox is the one that we decide true east and true west, right? So when the sun rises and the sun sets, at that time of year, when the sun is between what we call the tropics, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, middle of the year, right? As far as we can tell with the stars and the sun, that's what we call the vernal equinox. So yeah. Now, the angular relationship to the sun that the Earth has and how we measure it and even how we use it to navigate, that all is using a flat Earth to do that. You're using the baseline of the triangle as the surface of the Earth, and you are measuring a distance, an angular distance. And I know that's kind of hard to, maybe that's not the best way to describe it, but the angular height or the elevation, yeah. So the angular height, the elevation angle, angular length, yeah, is using the Earth as the right, using the Earth as the flat baseline for that, and the GP or the ground position of the sun is at 90 degrees to that baseline. So you get an elevation angle that could be, fairly shallow or fairly acute, or let's say it's 20 degrees. Well, that 20 degrees might end up making the GP of the sun, the ground position of the sun along that baseline, a few hundred, a couple thousand miles away. Because you're multiplying, you have to subtract the 20 from the 90, and then you multiply that times 60 nautical miles. Well, that's 70 times 60, right? So that's, what is that? 6,300?
Did you say 20 times 60?
Oh, yeah, 20 times 60, excuse me, not 20 times 60. So 1,200, excuse me, 1,200 miles.
Yeah, 1,200.
Right?
Yeah.
1,200. I don't know why I got confused. I was multiplying 70. Yeah, 20 times 60, that's 1,200 miles. So that's 1,000 miles of flat Earth that they just measured. They know that they are 1,200 miles from the GP of that star across the surface of the Earth. That's a flat horizontal distance. So then, if they're doing this, they also create circles of equal altitude. So you take that 1,200, that would be the radius of that circle, and so 360 degrees, right? You can pi r square that and get your area, and that's dozens of thousands, I think, tens of thousands of well, it might be more than that. I'll have to do the math of flat Earth. That big circle that you just created under the GP of that star, it's huge. It's a huge area of flat Earth. And that's how they get their position, because they will measure multiple stars and then they will get their ultimate distance based on that angle to their location, and they'll kind of triangulate themselves in between those GP positions of the stars that they're measuring. You can use the sun, and I think there's somewhere around 60 other navigational stars that they use, so they can always kind of get a good idea of where they're at, especially at night, right? Because you can use the stars at night, can't do that during the day. So that's how they figure out their position, and that's all flat Earth, and that's all measuring the Earth flat.
Yes, that sounds like making sense. But like, also way I have seen people like implement trigonometry during the equinoxes. Like, during the equinox, the sun is expected to be between the, what was the word? I forget. The
tropics.
The two tropics.
The tropic of, yeah.
Yeah, so on the equator, it would be about 90 degrees up would be the sun, yes?
Yeah, so on that day, at what we call the equator, right in between the tropics, because those are the 2 points on the Earth where the sun is at its highest in the south and highest in the north, so right in the middle, that's what we would call the equator as well. That kind of follows that path.
Yeah.
Although, if you look at a globe, the analemma, if I'm not mistaken, does not cross. If you know what the analemma is on a globe, it does not cross the equator.
No.
Yeah. So our equator ultimately is a big elevation angle to Polaris, because Polaris is the only star in the sky that doesn't move. So that's what we call north, the North Star, Polaris. And the elevation angle to Polaris at 0 degrees, essentially, where you get your equator. There's a lot of interesting things about the equinox and the equator, that are a little bit off, a little bit goofy, which doesn't help the globe out any either. These are just measurements that we take. But yeah, it's very interesting if you start to break down all the claims about the globe and how it's supposed to work. And there's a good bit of it that doesn't quite add up. Some things are very egregious, some things are small. The biggest thing is that the Earth is not curving.
Was that all? Like, yeah. I'm gonna go back to I get this angles. Yeah, but like, that explained like a lot of like what I don't know about flat Earth, I guess, but like, and like the words that I'm using because I'm not a native, so yeah.
It's fine.
But like, I remember the measurements, like trigonometry is a very simple math, but I just don't remember it all the time because you have your sine, you have your cosine, you have your tangent. Yeah. So basically, with just 2 angles and a flat-ish measured distance between the equator and a city directly up north or down south from that decided upon a position, that gives you 1 side and 2 angles of a triangle, yes? If you want to measure to the sun. Oh,
no. Are you talking on a sphere?
No, I think it would do that on a flat Earth as well, yes?
Well, yeah, if you're measuring angles to the sun, they have to all be straight lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth is going to be flat when you measure an angle to the sun.
Well, I guess there would probably be math that I don't remember to make it work on a globe as well, but like on a flat Earth, the math would be easier.
Well, if you're not going to beg the question, do you know what begging the question is? It's assuming the premise is true within your argument. Okay, so if you say I'm going to measure to a tangent point, well, a tangent point is a point where a straight line meets a sphere. So when I say tangent point, I'm already assuming that there's a sphere or a ball involved, right? So instead of begging the question or calling what I'm measuring a tangent point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure an angle between the Earth and the sun and myself, right? So all three legs of those, all three legs of that triangle, all of those angles are straight lines. That's the only way you're going to get an angle to an object in the sky if you're using the Earth as the baseline for your angle. Otherwise, I don't know how you're going to get an angle necessarily to the object in the sky if the Earth is a sphere, if you're drawing to a tangent point, because then it makes things a lot more complicated.
Yeah, all right. I don't remember what the sin, cosine, and tan mean. I just remember that you can use them in trigonometry, so that's on me, I guess.
Right. So, what is your ultimate point? Are you talking about the?
Well, yeah. I guess my ultimate point is just like, would the I guess just the position of the sun, I guess, is my ultimate point, and like. Yeah.
You mean the height of it?
Yeah, the height of it compared to the Earth.
Yeah. All right. So the actual height of the sun is completely unknown. We have attempted, right, to use trigonometry to figure this out, and the number is somewhere in the ballpark of like 3,100 miles high, 3,100 miles high. That's one of the numbers that I've heard, but that is not accurate, and that's not correct, because when we take elevation angles from the surface of the Earth, no matter what height we're at, we always get the same angles, which means that it's a nonlinear relationship, and that what we're seeing as the sun might not even be a physical point, or a point in what we call, some people call it free space, a point in free space that can actually be measured too. So it would appear as if the sun is in an apparent location, meaning, well, I can see it. It looks like it's this amount of degrees high up off the surface of the Earth, but I cannot do the rest of the formula to get its actual location. The sun is doing kind of weird things when we try to measure it. Same with the moon. Moon also does a lot of weird things when we try to measure its actual height. And we're starting to think, or at least this is my opinion, you don't have to think of this as anybody else's opinion other than mine. But I don't think that the sun and the moon, at least where we see them at, are physical objects. That's just me.
Also, they're like from mirror or refraction. Yeah, I have heard that as a speaking point.
Right. So
there's my browser. There's my search engine. I'm fixing it. Yeah, I'm looking for a map because I can't remember how it. Like, what I think, like, can't you just, like, I'm not trying to beg the question because I'm just legitimately not too smart, but like, if you have 90 degrees at the equator to the, like, approximately directly under the apparent sun, and then you have a distance from that point to a city or just any spot directly south or north, that gives you a side, yes, and then you go to whatever place you have chosen as long as it is direct and it doesn't stray west or east. Yeah, those are the directions. So wouldn't that then, if you go to that position and you look at the sun, like, I guess you would have to lay down like let's not think about that. Like, then wouldn't you have a second angle? So you could use trigonometry on both flat Earth and a globe. But on a globe, I can't remember how it would work. But I do remember, like, I don't remember then, even in my own language, because I mostly study this, or quote unquote study this in English, but like refraction is one of the words that I remember, and like, all that fun stuff, which is apparently messing with the measurements you're getting. I'm gonna let you speak because I have been speaking way too long.
No, it's fine. So here's the thing with your hypothetical scenario, right? So let's just say that the sun is at 90 degrees above you on the equator. Okay, great. So you have a 90. You have a vertical or a zenith. In celestial navigation, they call it the zenith, but it's a 90-degree perpendicular relationship with the Earth. Now, if you say you want to go to a distant city in the south, well, the first thing you're going to have to figure out is how do you get that distance? So I would ask you, how do you find the distance between the equator and the city? How would you do that?
Well, you could either, I guess, if like I do trust the like measurements that I'm given, but I guess you could do it manually, which would be a pain in your butt. But like, I haven't done that, so I'm not gonna ask you to do that.
Right. That's kind of my question. So somebody gave you a distance. How do you think they got that distance?
Well, somebody must have mapped it, but then again, most maps do probably assume, as you have said, assume globe.
Well, actually, it turns out that all maps that we have are globe projections. So the celestial sphere that I was telling you about earlier, and the way that they turned that inside out and then wrapped that around a sphere and called it the Earth, that is not the Earth. That is the celestial sphere. Oh boy. Anyway, we have trolls that come through all the time because they see that we're live streaming, so we'll have that every once in a while. Yeah. But anyways, so the distances, even on the globe, are not 100% accurate. The distances between points are not as accurate as you would think, because even the globe itself, I don't think, has a linear scale for distances on it. So accurate distances are pretty tough. The Mercator is a little bit better. That is a projection of a globe where they basically take all the points and kind of plot them on a cylinder, and then they open that cylinder up, and that's how you get the Mercator projection. But the actual distances between points, especially long distances, are kind of best guesses for our practical purposes. The actual distances are not known. And the only way they really get those distances is elevation angles, and that's with a flat Earth.
Yeah. That's
what I'm trying to say is all of the distances that you're going to get on a globe or any kind of map are usually using elevation angles between points. So they're always measuring the Earth and the distances from point to point on a flat on a flat plane. That's how it works. And then they reify that into the celestial sphere. Oh boy. Who's got a hot mic? Who's deciding to just be rude for no good reason?
Yeah, but that's actually very well messing with me, because like it's basically your point that all the numbers that we have are made by untrustworthy people, so like we don't know the actual like distance from the equator to Cairo, or equator to Helsinki, or equator to London, or
No, the true distance I would tell you is probably not known. I think we're close, but because all of the maps are projections and they all come from the celestial sphere, that these distances are best guesses and are good enough for practical purposes. It's really difficult, believe it or not, it's very difficult to get accurate distances between points, even on the small scale, right? And we have things like range finders and lasers and stuff, and those are helpful. So we go from point to point to point, trying to measure as best we can, and we do it in small sections. Those are good ways to find, distances if you want. But the bigger the distance gets, the more your accuracy kind of deteriorates. And so even then, there's really no way for us to actually know. I'm certain, and this is just me, but from city to city or whatever, we're not accurate within even, I would say, yards. I'd say it's probably dozens of yards or more with our accuracy. And as those distances grow between the cities, that margin of error increases. So by a good bit, we might be miles off in certain situations, or dozens of miles. Now, this is just my opinion, but it's pretty doggone hard to get distances, especially over the water. The water really makes it tough.
Yes, definitely. But I have found like maybe a measurement between the equator and Cairo. That's what I used, of like 3,330 kilometers approximately. So imperial, it would be 2,072 miles.
Okay.
So I don't remember how to do trigonometry, so that's really hasn't. It has, the Dub is absolutely correct. If that was about like my measurement.
Okay. Well, the measurement that you were using, so did you use like Google Maps or Google Earth? What'd you use?
Basically, that's the first answer.
The Google Earth?
No, the first answer which I got, which is a very bad compilation of an AI. Which is
okay.
It's integrated. I don't like that it's integrated, but that's what it says.
Right. So they're claiming that it's 3,000 whatever kilometers from the equator to Cairo.
Yep.
3,350. Okay. So 3,350 to Cairo from the equator. Okay. There's their claim. Now, how do you think you and I would be able to validate that? I'm not saying that they're necessarily inaccurate, but the question is, number one, how did they get that distance? And number two, do you think you and I could prove that in any way?
Well, yeah, I guess as an individual who probably doesn't live anywhere near Cairo, except if some of us does, I wouldn't know. Or does it matter, because where you live is private, I guess. But I guess we wouldn't have, and we just have to trust the number that we are given, since I am a very gullible person personally, and I will trust people if they say something. Like, why would a person lie?
Yeah.
And, yes, I do understand that people are scummy at times, and people do also make mistakes, which is reasonable.
Sure. No, listen, we get that question a lot. Why would people lie about this particular thing? Okay. And I'm not even saying that question isn't valid, because usually about the time that you suspect that someone may have lied to you, you kind of want to know why, right? So it's not an invalid question, but it won't ultimately help us get to the bottom of the main question, which is, where do we live? You know what I mean? If I really want to know whether or not I live on the Earth or on a flat Earth or on a ball, I'm going to have to just forget about why I would be getting lied to. I just have to go with how it measures. And then I can ask the question, why did you lie to me? Not why would they, but why did they? Now, that question, once again, hard to answer because I have to know people's motivations. And if I don't think I can sniff out their motivations, divine their thoughts, then I'm still going to be barking up a tree after a squirrel that ain't in it. So it's better just to kind of stick with the facts. And then if people realize that they have been lied to and they want to speculate about why they're getting lied to, that's up to them. I just prefer, and I tell people this all the time, I just know in this case how not to get ripped off anymore, how not to get scammed. So if I'm being scammed on a very large scale, which this would qualify, I think, then I don't have to keep listening to the people that are scamming me. And I can be very, I can scrutinize or I can challenge and be a skeptic of all the information that I take in from these sources. These sources just so happen to be most of the major governments. And shocker, most of the major governments on the surface of the earth, well, they're pretty scummy and they do lie. And their motivations usually have to do with power and money. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out, but you would go, well, how do they get power and how do they make money on this lie? Dude, they make a ton. Not even just on NASA t-shirts, but on the ad revenue from movies, TV shows, books, magazines. I mean, it's endless. The amount of money made on just the entertainment side of the heliocentric paradigm or the heliocentric idea is enormous. There's tons of monetary incentive. The power is
huge studio.
You're scared. Right.
NASA has a huge studio they rent out for Hollywood productions all the time.
Perfect.
And the best way to keep control over a populace is to make sure that they are not very well informed and that they're always scared. That's how masters treat their slaves. Pretty simple.
Yeah. I guess I have tried looking up the numbers and I have found a trigonometry calculator.
Okay.
So I have just been feeding the numbers. I apparently do not have the right to stream my screen on this server because I probably haven't verified in some way. So I will just do the math. I have given in the distance to actually I will just screenshot this if I do have the right to send pictures. So it's a very simple setup of you have the triangle and then you have all three sides and no, I cannot send the picture, but you know how a triangle would be shown in trigonometry pictures. I cannot send the picture either.
Right. But what are we trying to figure out?
Yeah.
What are you trying to find out with your trigonometry?
Yeah. So I have, I guess the height of the sun right now, which was my original point, which I am amazed that we have strayed this far, but it's fun because, conversation.
Right. Well, you will get a number, okay? If you try to do trigonometry, if you have an elevation angle of the sun and one of the distances that you think, between the equator and Cairo, let's say, is accurate, then you're going to be given a number if you use that function of trigonometry. Now, how do we validate that number? So if it gives you a number for height in miles, or in this case, it'd probably be kilometers because you're using kilometers. If it gives us a number, how are we going to verify that?
I would say more trigonometry because on both a globe and flat Earth, if one of the numbers is inconsistent, it would probably mean that something went wrong, right?
Well, so the idea of the distance to the sun, according to the globe, is that they are measuring angles at 2 times of the year on both sides or both ends of the ellipse, the oval orbit around the sun. And this is all presupposed, by the way. The size of the Earth is presupposed. The circuit or the ellipse around the sun is presupposed or based on that radius. The size of the sun and the distance to that is based on an assumption that Venus, being a planet in outer space, is roughly the same size as Earth. And then they use Kepler's third law of orbital mechanics to find this out. So these are all presuppositions, not measurements of any kind, to give you that 93 million miles. I understand, bro. What else?
Oh, I thought you were talking to the other.
No, just
yeah,
more trolls. So these are all presuppositions to give you 93 million miles to the sun. Now, the first thing that we would have to establish, if any of that is going to be accurate, that 93 million miles, is if the Earth is curving, which is why we always ask people when they come in here, and this is a question for you, who measured the curvature of the Earth? And can we verify those measurements?
I do not know nor remember if I have been told who was the person or the group of people possibly who measured the curvature. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, I forget it even though you said it 2 seconds ago. God damn.
That's okay. Yeah, you're learning, man. Listen, if you've learned this much English, where are you from? What is your native language?
Finland. We learn like Finnish, Swedish, and English by norm. So you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know Ismo?
Which Ismo? Oh, the comedian. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So it turns out we've been looking for this information. Well, since this resurgence of the flat Earth has popped up here, it seems like it happens at the turn of every century. This was a very highly debated topic, or very popular topic, early in the 1900s. Now it's back, and so we've been scouring the internet because apparently, even though I know that not every document and not every source is going to be on the internet, it's a pretty good library. There is no evidence that anybody has actually measured the curvature of the Earth ever, not once. It's always been a calculation based on a few pre-assumptions, but never a measurement. So there is no measurement of the curvature on the surface of the Earth, nor is there any detected. And that means that if there is no measurable curvature, then the Earth cannot be a ball. And if the Earth cannot be a ball, the entire heliocentric model, the idea, the concept with all the math, is thrown out the window. It is just a concept. It's all based on a presupposition of an Earth with a certain size as a ball. Once that's taken down, everything else falls with the house of cards. And that's where we're at. There's never been a globe. It was only an idea.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Yeah, I sent pictures to Sidhu because they are nice and they will probably send them into the chat. Thank you. I didn't notice that, so my apologies.
So the Busta, this is not a speculation. It's fact that no one has measured any Earth unless you can show me some.
Busta? Me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't join to discredit you.
Well, you said speculation. I'm telling you as a fact that there are no actual Earth curve measurements. Oh, okay. Well, if that's not a speculation.
I'm sure I could pull some measurements up. That shouldn't take me too long.
Okay. Now, all I need is a measurement, and hopefully it's something that's verifiable by us. Give us the method, right? All that stuff. So,
who's this guy who's going to make some measurements?
What?
Who was the guy that was about to make some measurements?
Well, I was
Who was the guy?
saying it's speculation because I bet I can pull up some measurements.
Great.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but is geodesic surveying not taking into account the curvature of the Earth?
No, in fact, they're measuring the Earth flat, and then they're taking those flat Earth measurements, and they are wrapping them around a presupposed ball. So those will be flat Earth measurements that you're going to show me.
So, yeah, they assume that the Earth's flat, but that's because it seems to be flat.
No, they don't assume it. They measure it that way.
So geodesic surveying treats the Earth as a curved surface.
Oh, it does. Okay, so you can tell me then how they're getting angles to points along a curve. I'm sure that'll be real easy.
It's something to do with the triangle adding up to more than 180 degrees because it's wrapped around a 3D.
Oh, so it's wrapped around a ball that's presupposed. That's why it's more than 180 degrees, and then it's not a triangle. So you don't have a triangle. You don't have the curve. It's only presupposed. It's like I need you to go ahead and measure. Yes, I know. Hey, bro, you think you can shut the hell up? I don't know why you're talking over me right now. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I just need you to just shut up, dude. I'm talking to somebody.
Inebriated.
Anyways, if you're going to measure angles to points along the surface, then you have to have 3 straight lines. There's no way it's not going to be a triangle. If you have a measurement where you have a triangle that adds up to more than 180 degrees, well, then number one, it's not a triangle, and it's not a good measurement, and it's not going to help you, you know?
No, but it's right. So please forgive my lack of mathematical literacy, but if you wrap a triangle around the globe, you can have a triangle with 3 right angles.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. So number
I'll pull
one,
up the picture if you need to, but
I already know what it is. It's a PZX triangle. Number one,
there we go.
You can't wrap the triangle around something that you've presupposed. I need to know where the globe came from in the first place. Where was the Earth curve measured?
I don't have specific measurements, but I'm happy to get back to you and see. I'd imagine you've already got a debunk for it, but
no, I mean the debunk is that there are no measurements. Everything that is measured is planar. They measure the Earth as a plane, and then they take all of those angular relationships to the distance that they measure, you know, height, like elevation angles and then depression angles and the distances in small sections. They take little squares, and then they take those little squares and they wrap them around a presupposed sphere like a giant disco ball. You know what a disco ball is?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, okay. So you take all those little squares and put them around a sphere. And some people don't know what a disco ball man is. I'm not trying to demean you. Some people. Oh, well, I know, but some people don't know what disco is. I'm dealing with young people. Sometimes you sound like you're a little older, whatever. But so that ball part is the part that we're struggling with. And that curved triangle, I think you'll understand. So when you take something that is straight on all 3 sides, and then you try to place it on top of a spherical object, you're going to have to bend the lines, and that's when you get the bending of the lines. So what they said is, oh, well, we've got just a couple of measurements where, you know, we couldn't quite get the triangle. And I think the reason that we couldn't get the triangle is because we're on a ball. Well, that's circular reasoning. In reality, these surveyors always get a triangle because that's what they need for an accurate measurement. And then, you know, when they place it on the ball, they have what's called spherical excess, because now it warps the triangle or it warps the square, and then you have what's called spherical excess. It's after the fact. The thing that we're looking for is the measurement of the curvature of the surface of the Earth. Yeah, right. So, like I said, I've already seen this, bro. And it's not a debunk. Yeah, if they didn't get a triangle, did they make an accurate measurement?
I'm sorry, I was so sucked into the conversation. I must go. It is 1 a.m. I didn't notice.
Okay, man. Come back anytime.
Yeah. Thank you for the conversation. It was very fun. I'm sorry that I couldn't prove my point, but the very nice cider, they sent my maths for flat. So yeah.
Okay.
Do with it as you wish. I must go now.
Okay. Right. So we have triangles that aren't triangles. And so just because we have, in my estimation, bad measurements or just an inability to get a triangle in a couple of situations, why are we assuming that's because of Earth curve? When if we measure the surface of the Earth directly, there is no curvature.
Well, can you link measurements that display zero curvature?
I did. Well, you posted it. You gave me these measurements here. These are all planar surveys.
But would that not show the curvature of the Earth? I mean, I didn't look at it, to be honest. I was just trying to help you out.
Oh, no, it's fine. So you gave me the measurements that I need. These are measurements of the surface of the Earth. It's all triangles. And those triangles, right, the baseline of a lot of these triangles, especially when doing planar surveying, is straight, flat, horizontal.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me be honest. I don't have a fucking clue about the measurements, the physical, mathematical measurements of the Earth. What I can say is I've looked into this stuff, and there's a lot of things that don't align with the flat Earth model. Not that you claim to have one.
Sorry, what flat Earth model are you talking?
Well, that's the issue. If everything aligns with reality, everything of the flat Earth, shouldn't you have a pretty succinct working model right now?
That's a good point. We've been looking for a globe Earth model, and there isn't one of those.
Well, heliocentrism, I'd say that works pretty well.
No, I've never seen. Where's the model at? Can you show it to me? And all the predictions and the things that are accurate about it.
Well, yeah, it predicts the celestial bodies.
Well, just post it.
Gravity. I'm surprised you're asking me, to be honest.
Yeah. I'd like to see this model.
Well, a model that predicts lunar eclipses. That doesn't make much sense.
Well, yeah. I don't understand. Do you have a model that can show us how the Selenelian lunar eclipse works?
Selenelian is that's just refraction, is it not?
So it's refraction. Okay, well then I guess it's incumbent upon you to prove to me that refraction can bend light, or actually it's going to be bending a shadow, so it is occulting the moon upside down, while both the sun and the moon are above the surface of the horizon.
We know that refraction bends light. For example, if you
no, we don't.
No, we do, because if you track the sun going down with a camera, for example, like you track the speed, the sun will appear to descend below the eye line of the camera because it's appearing to rise up due to refraction when it enters a more dense medium.
Okay.
So we know
no problem. Can you get me the test where they could accurately, predict how the light will behave in the medium across the distance that you're describing to me? Instead of just making the claim that because we have this thing over here that happens, sometimes it's because of refraction. It's kind of like a baseless assertion that you're making. So what I need to know is, how did they test this so that we can see that light, which by the way is not a string or a piece of wood, how light bends? It's photons.
But we literally know that it does. We can prove this. We can
demonstrate. Great, then do it. I'm just go ahead.
Are you denying that refraction bends light?
No, I'm not denying anything. I want you to show it to me. I would be denying it if you showed it to me. You making the claim is not me denying it. It's asking you to prove your claim.
Right. In the manner you're talking about.
You would actually prove your claim. I don't know why you won't do that.
I'll pull up a video. Yeah, of course.
Let's just make it clear, Building 7, that we understand that light's capable of changing direction based on the environment, but we're asking you to demonstrate it in the form that you're specifically talking about.
Yeah, like the Selenelian. I would like to see that.
Well, I'll try and pull up a video, I guess.
TW, you want to take over? I got to go.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem. Man. Yep, we got others here. Cyclone's just dropped in, so
sweet.
Yep. He's good at he likes the discussion on eclipses. Unless he can't talk Cyclone, that's okay.
Did someone say my name?
Yeah, Setsu's just talking to Building 7 here. They're currently discussing eclipses, Selenelian, and I think that's right up your alley, isn't it?
Who is it?
Building 7. Oh, wait, is he gone? Wait, did he just take off? What the heck?
He's already scared him off.
No way.
Boys got to slow roll it. It's going too hot. And they jettison. You got to trick them into thinking they're not going to get totally smashed.
He didn't want none of that cyclone smoke.
Obviously not. He must have thought it coming. Oh well, wake me up for the next one.
Name was Building 7.
He came down.
No one knows why.
A live stream on my channel. It's probably gonna be Friday night. Maybe. Could be Thursday night. Some freaking goddamn tool. Globetard made a video. $1,000 challenge for flat Earth is to prove that planets aren't real. So he straw man. Yeah, he straw manned what a girl replied to a comment. Someone in their comment said, "Well, if the planets are round, why isn't if the other planets are round, why isn't the Earth round?" And she said, there are no other planets." But she didn't mean it like that.
Right.
She meant it like, no, there is no other. There's no other than Earth.
Right. There's no other world.
Because afterwards, she started talking about talking about flat Earth and God created flat Earth and all the celestial bodies, and then she goes into the definition of planet and how it's a wandering star and all that. But she never said the planets aren't real. She just said that the planets aren't what they say they are. That's it. But this guy has made $1,000 challenge for flat Earth to prove that planets aren't real, which no one ever said in the first place. So I'm gonna do a live stream in the same way Huey in not the exact same way Huey does video. I'm gonna go through the video at like 1.5 times speed, and just go through everything he says. I only watched a little couple pieces of it, but it made me so freaking pissed off. I can't let that shit slide, bro. I can't. I can't let it slide.
Not only is it a straw man, it's a stereotype fallacy.
He said flat earthers are just doing it for attention too.
Right, so that's just at home.
So yeah. So I guess we're gonna do the challenge. Like someone's gonna go do the challenge, and that's also gonna be for attention. Doesn't even make sense, bro. And then I look in the comments and I see McFrickin' commented, "Great challenge. Let's see if anybody does it." I mean, dude, like, I can't even, bro. I can't even. Look, I'm getting heated even talking about it now, bro. I'm sick of the dirtiness of this topic, man. I'm about had it. I've refrained from like trying to like take like these anti-flat earthers on and like, I've just tried to ignore them. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting so disgusted by their behavior that I can't ignore them. It's getting to the point where I'm gonna flip the fuck out because they're so dishonest. It's just like people like McKeegan and McToon and frickin' Fight the Flat Earth. when we did an event 2 days ago on the main server, we had a little McToon acolyte come in, running through McToon's talking points. McToon has convinced these guys that geodetic surveyors measure triangles greater than 180 degrees, and so many of them believe it. But it's absolutely false, dude. It's not even. Look, if I have fucking 3 lines, if I take up 3 theodolites and set up fucking triangles, and I look at theodolite, I'm in theodolite A, and I look at B and C, and from B I look at A and C, and from C I look at A and B, right? So we have 3 lines of sight forming a triangle. That's a planar freaking triangle.
Of course it is, and it's in the air.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the air. So there's no way they could measure a triangle greater than 180 degrees, no matter what they do.
Exactly.
Unless they're going to say they have curved lines of sight. But they can't be curving up and down. They have to be curving like out, right? Because it has to be plumb, right? So they're tilted away from each other like freaking like sticks in a freaking orange. So their line of sight, you know, that's vertical from their point of view, is tilted sideways from another point of view, right? And so it's like, it's not just curving. Like if I'm in one of the theodolite spots and look over at the other person, it's not just like curving in an arc; it's twisting. It's doing a screwball, from my point of view.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, man, I'm getting to the point. I'm about to whip my tits, man. Fucking, just the disgusting dirtiness of these people. Or I could just ignore them and not give them press. But
we'll see if it gets more attention than that CEO's challenge to find the edge.
To find the edge.
Yeah, and he'll give the person who finds the edge his multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah. I doubt
was it Nike or someone? I can't remember. It was some major corporation, company thing. I don't know.
You know, they do these things. They have no. It's one of these things like, okay, what we accept. If you just ask them, hey, okay, here's your challenge. What are you going to accept as evidence? You're not going to be able to actually present any evidence to them because there's no form of evidence that they will accept. They'll make sure that you can never meet the challenge. So how could you prove the planets aren't real? Even if that was true, right? How could you prove it's real? That's true. Oh, you can't prove a negative. How would you prove it's? And how would you prove it's not real? Did you really look everywhere? Maybe there was a place you didn't look. And if you would have looked there, they are real. You see what I'm saying? You got to survey the entire sky. Every freaking like if I survey the entire sky, how many survey points do I need? Is it like 1? Is it like 1 degree of zoom on the telescope, or half a degree, or do I got to do like a milliarc second and make trillions of freaking points? And like if I look there and I don't see a planet, then there's like I can have to look at all these points, and then maybe I'll say, hey, planets aren't real. Like you know, you could always like play some game where whatever you come up with, it isn't good enough, and that's what these guys do. They make these challenges and go, flat earthers can't complete this challenge. No one can complete the challenge. It was constructed so it was uncompletable. Like McToon. I want the latitude. Give me the latitude and longitude coordinates using a flat earth. And you can't use spherical geometry. Well, the latitude and longitude coordinates are spherical geometry. So the moment you convert them into latitude and longitude, you're in spherical geometry.
Right.
So basically, as soon as you give him the answer,
You fail. How messed up is that? Answering the question, giving the answer to the challenge causes you to lose the challenge.
Catch-22. That's interesting. An ant on a beach ball. Yeah, I had a conversation with an AI chatbot about that, and it claimed that as an ant you would see the curvature on a beach ball. Average size beach ball isn't large enough for an ant.
There's also some pretty big ants, man.
Right. I think it's
like giant African ants that are like 8 inches long.
Right. Yeah, some big ones like that in Australia too. Probably give them a run for their money. But I mean, it'd have to be 23,000 times bigger, or the ant would have to be 23,000 times smaller, or something like that. That's it.
World's largest ant is 4 centimeters.
Oh shit, that's big. We got these jumping ones over here that I swear they can get that big, but maybe I'm wrong. They might be 2 or 3 centimeters at the most. I don't know. They're huge though, and they burn.
Oh, they don't even have a queen. That's weird. They're called South American giant Amazonian ants. They only have worker ants, and the ants that reproduce are like a specialized workers. So I guess they have kind of like lots of queens.
Right.
Oh man. Looked up the world's smallest beach ball. It's only like, mini inflatable beach ball. Oh yeah, this ant can definitely see the curve from this beach ball. You're in Venice?
Venus. You know Venus?
The planet Venus?
Yeah.
Or Venus, Florida?
Yeah, I live in Venus. Are we gonna discuss also, is Venus flat or not?
Venus is not terra firma. Meaning it's not made of solid ground. You can't go land on it. You can't live on it unless you're like a disembodied spirit.
Well, somehow I made it. Maybe this is why I have this strange voice.
Maybe, or it could be like in the heliocentric nonsense. Venus is 900 degrees, so I mean, stay hydrated.
All right, I will.
I don't know what you're gonna be hydrated with because there's supposed to be no water either. And air is supposed to be sulfur dioxide or something. So yeah, you got issues. So I really think they landed something there. It was called Viking. I think it was Viking. What's Viking was the Mars one? The Russians, or was it the U.S.? I can't
Russians. Was the Russians.
Yeah, they got like 4 seconds of video because everything melted. Or it was you, and you did vandalism, and you destroyed their spaceship.
Maybe.
Well, when you coming home, man?
Me?
Yeah, when you coming home from Venus,
I'm not
man?
crazy.
You can't stay there
I'm
forever.
Not crazy. I'm not crazy to come back to Earth.
Why?
Let me here relaxing. Staying on Venus. Nobody's around me. No headache.
Oh my goodness. Maybe
a pretty good internet connection on Venus.
What I think is more likely is that we were all on Venus and that everybody left to get away from you.
That was rude.
Yeah, but it's funny. So
yeah. Right. Accepted.
So do you think Venus is flat?
I don't know.
Do you think Earth is flat?
I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, when you watch television or see information on the internet, on a scale of 1 to 10, how truthful is it?
Maybe 3.
10 would be most truthful, and 1 would be absolute utter bullshit.
No, some stuff could be true, but of course there might, like, some information might be misleading. So not everything is just like, reliable on the internet. So it shouldn't be like.
Well, how about TV?
TV, I don't know. I just don't use TV since a lot of time.
How about the government, what the government says?
Well, it depends. Of course, they will say what is like serve them, but I don't know. They will tell people what they want them people to believe.
Exactly. We have a winner. Yeah, and so with that, we just proved the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
See how easy that was? The government tells you the Earth is a spinning ball because they want you to believe that. If the Earth was a spinning ball, they wouldn't even have to tell you. You would just go outside and you'd realize it was a spinning ball. But that's not the case, because when you go outside, the Earth is flat.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Why do they do anything?
I mean, if it was flat, what is the problem? Like, what's the negativity of it for them? So they want to convince us that it is rounded.
Do you want the real answer, or do you want the bullshit answer?
I don't know. What's the real
Can you
answer?
actually can you handle the truth?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay, because you're not gonna like this a lot. A lot of people don't. Okay, there's only the Earth. There's no leaving here, and that's it. Okay, and because we can't leave here, and the fact that Earth is flat means that there is no materialist, naturalist, atheist explanation for the existence of human beings, Earth, reality, all those things. It means there has to be a creator of some sort that created this place.
Yeah.
It can't have happened. There can't be a flat Earth from natural processes, right?
Yeah.
It can't be a Big Bang, then flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means there's a creator.
Exactly.
Okay. And this is where the government comes in. Who has the highest moral authority? Who has the moral authority to tell you what's right and wrong to do in life?
God, the one who created me.
Okay, exactly. I agree with you. God is the highest moral authority. But if the Earth's a globe and it came from a Big Bang and it's completely based upon physics and materialism and totally naturalistic reasons of why people exist because of evolution and the Big Bang and all these things, and that there is no God, now who's the highest moral authority?
You mean, I didn't understand.
Yeah, if there's no God, who is the highest moral authority?
Well, I can't even think about this.
I told you you can't handle the truth, man. Okay?
No, because having a God make more sense,
I know. Listen, this is a hypothetical. If there is no God, who would be the highest moral authority?
You mean the government?
Yes, there you go. The government don't like God. The government doesn't want anybody to believe in God because God trumps their authority for his. But if you get rid of God and you make all the people atheists and believe there is no God, then all the atheists say, oh, what should I do? How do I know right and wrong? Oh, because there is no God, I ask the government. And the government tells them what's right and wrong. Yeah, I believe in God. Look, this is a work in progress.
I do believe in God, but maybe our beliefs are not the same. I
do believe in God. How can you believe in God if you think the Earth is a ball.
What is the problem with that?
Okay, I'll tell you. When you go outside, does the Earth look like a ball or does it look flat?
Well, based on the size of it, of course you will not feel it like a ball.
Okay, but it looks flat, right?
Well, yes, it looks flat.
Okay. Why would God create an illusion? Why would God create your reality to be an illusion? Where it's like, it's not really flat, it just looks that way, but it's actually a giant ball. Why would God do that?
Because this is the mercy of it. Like, just think with me now. How many people are living in this planet?
It's not a planet, dude. It's not a planet.
What is it?
It's the Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category of planet. It's not one of a bunch.
All right.
It's only there's only the Earth. There's nothing else.
All right. If let's say it's only the Earth, so having the Earth ball like a round, this means it will fit more people. You know.
What?
And having it so much big, this will give you. It's not about like making it as an illusion. It will actually be more convenient for you to walk. Imagine walking on something rounded. Can you walk? No. So because it's very big, it made it more comfortable for you. And being rounded has more like capacity to have more people. And also, don't you believe in the Earth core?
No.
The Earth has core?
No. No, I don't believe in the Earth core. No. Why would I believe in that?
Okay.
Because I saw a diagram? Because I saw the cartoon diagram? Is that why you should believe in it?
Do you know the Magellan, or I don't know what his name was? His trip that he traveled, when he traveled, I don't remember from where. I think before they discover America. He was trying to go to India, I think, or somewhere
Columbus?
Maybe Columbus.
Christopher Columbus?
I think Magellan.
Oh, Magellan. Yes, Magellan. Yeah, what about him?
That when he was like when he traveled the opposite way, people used to thought that the Earth was flat. But he traveled like the other side, and he found himself in India. So how can this be? If the Earth was flat, that would be impossible.
No,
because it is rounded.
No, let me listen. Can you have a circle on a flat surface?
Yeah, but it's gonna be 2D.
Okay, hold on. 2D.
Yeah, circle.
Okay.
1D.
Are east and west circles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He went east and went in a circle and ended up back in the same place. He didn't flip upside down though.
What?
He didn't flip upside down. So if the Earth is a globe, he goes in a circle and then he flips upside down. So he's upside down and then flips right side up and then ends up back where he started. He didn't do that. He just sailed in a circle. See, that's the difference between a flat Earth navigation and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, you flip upside down, and that's your circle, right? If I travel, when I'm halfway around the Earth, I'm upside down, right? From where I started. And then I flip upside down again, and I'm back where I started. But I can do that same circle, but I can do that same circle on a flat Earth without flipping upside down. It's the same as just drawing a circle on a sheet of paper.
Okay, but why? I mean, why are you against the idea of it being circle? Or what proves that it is flat? What is the proof?
Dude, weren't you just listening?
Yeah, I did.
You observe the Earth is flat and motionless. You observe it every day of your life. Every family member you have, everybody you've ever met has observed the same thing. Everybody they've ever met, yes, they all observed the same thing. They've never observed the Earth as a globe. They've never seen it that way. That's why I asked you, why would God create this illusion that the Earth just appears flat, but it's actually a giant ball. Why would God do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't think God would create an environment in which was a trick.
Why do you view it as a trick?
Because it isn't the way. Because it isn't the way it seems. It's different than what it seems.
Why?
Right?
Why should it be the way it seems?
Say that again.
Why should it be the way it seems? You speaking of,
because God's not a deceiver. Because God's not a deceiver.
Why is this a deceiving? Why are you considering
Because
this?
Because.
For example, I can tell you my face from the front look like this, but on the side it looks different. Is this deceiving?
No, that's a false equivalence, bro. That's totally false equivalence. Listen, a geometric form is different than the properties of your face. But it's talking just a straight geometric form. Now we look, the oceans, right? Most of the Earth is covered in ocean water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now that water appears to be flat at all scales. It's flat in your bathtub. It's flat in a pond. It's flat in a lake. And it seems flat on the ocean. And even though it seems flat, you have to believe that somehow you are not perceiving reality as it really is. Why would God create a reality that is not how it really is? That it's actually something else. And the only way you can see the way it really is to go to, secular heaven, which is outer space, right? That was not necessary. So you go to outer space, right? That's the only place you can see the Earth as it really is, when you go to a magical place. I call it secular heaven because that's what it is. It's just like when they used to say, hey, you're going to go up to heaven. Well, there's a secular heaven for atheists. It's called a rocket ship. And they get in their rocket ship and they're going to go to their heaven, and then they're going to see the Earth as it really is. But the religious, the believers in a creation, that's not how they get to heaven. And how they see things as it really is. Things just are the way they are, right? Like, what looks flat? You ever consider this? You said, hey, it looks flat because it's actually just a ball that's so big, it just looks flat. When it also looks flat, things that are flat, they look flat. And it's a simpler explanation to say it looks flat because it is flat than it looks flat because it's a giant ball. Now, this is just surface level, like, hey, man, what's going on here? Well, I never really thought about this stuff. But we can figure out which one it really is by simply measuring the surface of the Earth. You can measure the Earth. And you can measure the Earth and demonstrate that the surface of the Earth, the surface of the oceans of the world, do not curve into a ball. Because we can measure whether they are or not. Very simply.
But even the circle has a measurement and size. In mathematics, a circle can be measured.
Yeah, that's right. And they say that the Earth is I'm going to use frickin' imperial, because that's what I'm familiar with. So it says the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, it's something like 7,635 kilometers or something. Okay, that's the radius. So that being the case, that's what they say it is. We can test and measure the world to see if that's actually true. We can go, hey, okay, if the surface of the Earth is curving, if I shoot a laser, how far does the laser, if it's level, and the Earth is curving and the laser is going straight, then they should get farther away from each other. Right? I shoot it 1 mile away, let's say that the laser's 8 inches above the water. And then 2 miles away, it'll be 32 inches above the water. And then 3 miles away, it'll be 64 inches above the water. Right? This is a formula called 8 inches per mile squared. That's how much the Earth is supposed to curve. Now, as you can see, it's because it's exponential, it's going to start curving a lot. So in 10 miles, the curvature is supposed to be 66 feet. That's a 6-story building. So if you were at the beach and 10 miles away there was a building that was 6 stories tall, you should not see it at all. 10 miles is like, I don't know, 15 kilometers or something. 66 feet is like 23 meters. So think, in 15 kilometers, 23 meters, no see. You don't see it at all. But that's not what we actually observe when we go out and we test these things. We find that what they say Earth isn't actually out there in the world. The only way you're ever going to find a globe is if you watch a screen or look in a book. You're never going to find it out in nature. But that's how science works. So you test things in nature.
Yeah.
When we go into nature, it's just not there. And that's like, we're not here to convince you the Earth is flat. A lot of people get messed up in their head. Hey, this Flat Earth channel, they're trying to convince us the Earth is flat. No, we're not trying to do that. We can't do that. We know that's not even possible. I can't convince you the Earth is flat. Only one person can convince you, yourself. The only way you can be convinced is to go out and test it yourself. There's no amount of words I can say. It's not like I have better propaganda than the government or NASA, and somehow I'm going to do some magic and convince you the way they convinced you. I wouldn't even want to convince you the way they convinced you because they didn't offer you any evidence. I'm offering you evidence, and I'm offering you that you can test the evidence. They're not offering you either of those things. They're saying we have the evidence, but they're saying their evidence you can't test.
Well, listen, the most actually evidence that convinced me that the Earth is circle is the Magellan trip. Well, you said to
I'm
me.
going to post in that. Listen, I'm going to post in the chat Magellan's trip on a flat Earth. Okay, I'll just post an image of his route that he took.
Okay, send it here. Are you gonna?
Yeah, I'll post in the text chat. Yeah.
Okay.
And Magellan didn't make it. He died on the trip, by the way, just to let you know. His crew made it.
What is the name?
Magellan. Ferdinand Magellan. So in the chat, this would be Magellan's route on a flat Earth. Approximately. This isn't a freaking. This is just a representation.
But, listen, I took their lesson. I don't think how exactly long time ago, but maybe over than 6 years before. But if it was, as you claim, he took it circularly, then it's gonna actually be the same time as taking it the other way, the opposite way. But when he took it like around the circle, here there must be a time change. And this is what he discovered, because they used to go, I don't really remember like what they said. But my problem, listen, my weakness is that I'm not really remembering exactly all the parameters of what he did.
Okay.
But I remember that it was convincing.
Okay, so Magellan, as far as the time change, he had no way to keep time. They hadn't invented that type of clock yet. That was actually a contest the British had. It was called the Award for Longitude or something, because time is based upon longitude as far as seagoing goes. He had no way to know how long he took or anything. All he could do is count sunrises and sunsets. But hold on.
Okay.
It's obviously going to take different times going in one direction than the other because of sea currents.
Because what?
Ocean currents.
Okay. But I mean, like for example, like let's imagine, okay, like we have a white surface and we draw like 2 points on this paper. Like for example, we draw India and we draw America, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the paper is going to be flat surface. So if we did as you guys are saying, like for example, from India, instead of going the usual way that people thought that was the only way, and then the other way that Magellan did, it will actually be like almost the same time, despite the ocean يعني changes, but it's gonna actually be the same time, but the opposite directions. Do you get me? But taking it from around the Earth, this will take more time, and this is
Okay.
what
The
happens.
only way what you're saying was true is if India was on the opposite side of the freaking globe as Spain, which it isn't.
I don't know, where did he go from? Was he from India? I think he was looking for something and then he found himself in India. Is
He
that
went
right?
from Spain. Look, if you look at this map, he went from Spain, South America, through the Pacific,
Yeah.
right?
I remember that he found himself in India and he was confused. Like, how am I reaching to India when I was going to the opposite direction? You know, it's like if you're going from the west,
Yeah. But directions are circles,
and then
though.
you find yourself again in the east.
I know, but your directions are circles.
So you mean
They're
it's like
circles. The opposite
circle around
direction doesn't matter. Look, man, look. If you have a circle, it doesn't matter what way you walk around the circle. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise. You're gonna end up in the same place, right? He was confused because he was confused. Like his confusion don't do anything because it's just a circle. That's why it's called circumnavigation. It means navigating in a circle.
Okay.
So they're navigating, right? And they're using Polaris, the North Star, as a point which they're circling around.
All right.
Okay, so that's all they're doing. They're not going over. There is no globe. They're not flipping upside down. There's no upside down people. Ask T-Dub. T-Dub is not upside down from us. He's in Australia.
Okay. Well,
I understand that, like, this is heavy news, okay? And like a lot of people, when they think of flat Earth, they go, "Well, where does the sun go under the disk and then come up on the other side?" No, everything is happening on the surface. There's no underneath. There's no outside. There's none of these things. Those ideas were created in 300 BC by a bunch of Greeks that were probably on a bunch of drugs. Like outer space, that was invented in 300 BC.
what about the stars?
What
Yani,
about
I
'em?
mean, we're people. We can't see them. We can't see them. I can see the stars.
Yeah. So
Are they real? Are you saying that they're
you
not
see
real?
them, of course they're real.
So you mean the other planet? But sometimes,
Okay,
like
so
we
this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. You guys get confused or something over this. I'm gonna be nice enough. About I'm gonna count to 10. Okay. Okay. We see stars. We see planets. Now there's a story about what they are, where they are, and what they're doing in the place they're in. Okay. That they're.
Let me ask you, why does
Okay,
the moon?
listen. You let me finish. Are you actually listening? Are you actually listening? Okay, so there's a story about what they are, right? Their composition, how old they are, how they were created, all these things. We say planets and stars exist. Those stories about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, what they're made out of, how old they are, those stories are bullshit stories. Okay? That's what's fake. Stars and planets exist. What they say they are, that's crap. They have no way to actually know, and there's no way to actually verify it.
Okay.
Like what? Like, listen, people have been making up stories about the stars and the planets since human beings could first look at the stars and planets, right? You know, the Greeks had their story, the Indians had their story, the Mayans had their story. What are the stars? What are the planets? What are the constellations? What does all this mean? And today, everybody's like, yes, we have our story, but our story is the right one. Everybody else was wrong. Do you think that is, do you think that like in 1,000 years, that our stories are going to be correct, and then 1,000 years from now, they're going to be like, yes, they figured this out 1,000 years ago? Or they're going to be saying, man, they were a bunch of dummies. They thought the stars were made of gas. They thought the planets were made of frickin' rock. They thought all this stuff. They're going to just say we're a bunch of idiots.
Hmm. Well, all right.
Because there's no way to verify it, because we can't go there. Do you understand that?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, look, imagine you're in your house, right?
Yeah.
And you've never been outside your house, and all you can do is look out the window. And you're looking out the window and you see a city and you see these things going by and they got wheels and they go by really fast and they're shiny. And sometimes when it gets dark out, they got lights on them. Now you could make up all kinds of stories about what those things are, right? But you're never going to actually know unless you leave your house and go actually see that it's a car with wheels and an engine and light bulbs and all that stuff on it. But you could make up all sorts of stories about what those things out there beyond your window are. But you're never going to know for certain until you actually verify it. And that's what they look at the stars and the planets, and it's the same thing. They're just looking at it and making up stories.
So how can someone verify it if you can't go?
That's not my problem.
But
That's their problem. Maybe you should just stop believing things that people say.
The problem with this, even flat people, or the flat Earth people, they can't go to the moon, without permission.
I know that.
So
no one's going to the moon.
Yeah, and this is why none of us can verify. Neither the flat people, the flat.
I know that. I admit that. Yeah, we can't verify it. Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. It's like we don't know a lot of things just as humanity. And just as humanity, we don't know a lot of things, but we lie to ourselves and we say we do to make ourselves feel better.
What do you think? You think that the Earth is flat, but what do you think the shape of it? Is it circle, flat?
I don't think it has a shape.
Random?
I don't think that means anything. No, I don't think it's inside of something like we draw a square, right? It's inside of a piece of paper. I could draw a square on a piece of paper, then the paper is what's called an embedding space, and the square I drew is what's inside the embedding space, is an object inside it. I do not think the Earth is an object inside of some embedding space. I don't think the Earth is. I think Earth is more like the sheet of paper than it is the square I drew on the sheet of paper. There's nothing outside.
Okay. Have you ever saw the moon?
In the sky, yeah.
Yeah. What it looks like?
A circle.
Why? Why is that? Is it a flat circle?
No. Okay. That's another thing you guys do. You did it before. You said other planet. Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't the moon. Earth isn't a star. Earth isn't the sun. Earth is unique. Earth is unique.
I want to just talk.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the moon is because it has nothing to do with the Earth.
How did you know?
Because it doesn't share any similarities.
Well, does it? Should it have?
I never walked around Earth and been like, this looks just like the moon.
What about the sun? What about the sun?
Same thing, dude. Same thing.
What does it look like?
A circle.
Is it similar to the moon?
Yes.
They don't have similarity.
Yeah, they do amongst each other, but we're not them.
And the moon
Earth is what don't look, bro. Look, like you're not understanding. Earth is unique. Do you know what that word means? Unique.
Everything is unique. The sun is unique also, and the moon is unique.
No, I mean absolutely unique. It shares no similarities with anything else. Is there water, life, people, plants, animals, air?
Yeah, I
Nothing
know.
that's on Earth that we experience is seen in any of these celestial bodies.
Hmm.
Not
Do you
even on
guys,
Venus.
do you guys think there is only one Earth?
What? Yeah, there's only one Earth. Yes.
Maybe there is another Earth, but we don't know about it.
Yeah,
But we
maybe
didn't
there's a
go
million dimensions, and maybe we're brains in jars, and we don't have hands.
exactly.
Like,
You know, everything I'm saying is actually agreeing what you said because we have never gone out there. We don't know what is there. You know, none of us went. So we cannot say that there is another Earth or there is no.
well, I mean, I
We
believe in
didn't
the
go
Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can.
there. You what?
I
You
I believe in the Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can. That there's only one Earth.
the Holy Scripture, is it for
The
Christianity?
Bible, dude. Yes.
Mm. Do you think that the Bible you're believing is correct?
Yes.
Is it this? Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Do you believe that this Bible is the same one that Jesus had from God?
The Bible wasn't. Listen, the Bible wasn't composed until like the 4th century.
So how can you make sure that this is exactly what the message that Jesus had?
Apostolic succession.
What?
There was apostolic succession, so Jesus' apostles appointed successors.
Well, for me, since I'm
And
a
they
Muslim,
appointed successors, and Jesus said that he is going to maintain his church. Right? So Jesus said that there's going to be a true church and that he is going to make sure that it's maintained. And that way to maintain that is apostolic succession. So it's a series of like people passing that, basically passing the torch. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church either, but I am talking about apostolic succession. There was a mechanism put in place to ensure that the church teachings maintained. The Bible didn't exist at the beginning of the church. Like 3 days after Jesus died, the Bible didn't pop out of the frickin' air, right? There was other methods. It was an oral tradition initially, and then it went to some writings called lectionaries, and then that changed, and then eventually they made the canon of the Bible and put all the books together, and that was the Orthodox Church.
have you ever read about Islam?
Have I? Only in passing. Only in passing. I read. I mean, I've never read any words of the Quran.
You know, Islam, the message of Islam, it is the same message that Jesus, the true message that Jesus came with. We believe in Islam. We believe in the same God you're believing in. Our belief is that there is another.
I don't necessarily agree with it.
You don't have to agree, but I'm telling you, as a Muslim person, I believe in only one God, which is the God that Jesus was believing in. And
Okay. Is Allah a deceiver?
What?
Is Allah a deceiver?
No. No.
Okay, then why would he make a flat looking ball?
Why are you considering this as a deceiver from first place?
Because
this is your perspective.
it's not. Look, because it's showing that where you live isn't actually how you experience it. That it's something else.
Why? Why is this?
I mean, I don't know why you're not comprehending. Imagine you lived in the desert, right? That it looked like a desert, but was actually the ocean.
It looks like a
you
desert?
perceived it as water, but it was actually sand.
Well, I don't think that these two examples are the same.
I do, because
is the water
flat and curved are dichotomous, right? They're not the same. They're the opposites. So either the surface is flat or it's curving, right? So we perceive it as flat. And if it's curving, that means our perception of what it actually is incorrect. You understand perception? That means our perception of the world is incorrect. We see the world a one way. we perceive it one way. This is before thought, right? Like we don't think about it, right? We go, oh man, that just looks flat. You don't have to draw a conclusion. You don't have to say, yeah, it is flat. You don't have to draw any conclusion. But that's how we perceive it. Just we see it with our eyes that way, right? And then to say that we see the world one way, but it's actually not that way, that's a deception. Why are we perceiving stuff not really like as it is?
Okay, if we're gonna talk in the same perspective or same logic you're talking to, for example, if I looked in my hands, will you see the bacteria and germs on it?
No.
No, but is this considered deceiving? God didn't let you see the bacteria. No, because
It's not foundational though.
It's
not foundational like where you live. Do you understand that this is where you live? Okay.
As a human, I want to say something. As a human, we have like limited, I don't know what to call it, powers or limited
perceptions. Let's just say perceptions.
Perceptions, yes. Like there's some stuff our human brain cannot deal with. For example, your human eye.
I'm sure this is in the Quran.
It's the same. I'm not really sure. Listen, I know I'm a Muslim, but I'm not a perfect Muslim, okay? I do have some sins and mistakes, but the main thing I do is my own belief. First thing first, what difference like a believer than an atheist is believing in God. I'm in the same side with you in this.
Okay.
Because
yeah, but I'm trying to help you, and you're like biting my hand right now. So it's really what I'm trying to tell you is, you ever hear this? Like you can ask 5 questions.
Yeah.
How, what, where, when, why.
Okay.
The earth is where. It's a very fundamental question. Where am I? Right? Why? God. When?
Okay,
Sometime after the creation, right?
Yeah.
What? Human being. So all these are really foundational questions: is where, what, why, when, how.
Exactly.
But you're saying that the where, it's not a deception to perceive it as not the way it really is. So we see, hey, here we are. It looks like this, but I'm not really on. That's not really the way it is. My where is wrong.
All right.
My where says flat Earth, but it's not that. It's something else.
So let me ask you,
That's a deception to me.
How can we as a human being, how can we know the answers for these important questions? How can we know the answers? Who can you trust?
I don't
measure the earth.
I can trust me.
Who are you? Who are you? You're such an ignorant human.
Yeah, but I can read a tape measure.
What?
I can read a tape measure.
You can read?
Yeah, a tape measure. I can measure the earth.
Okay, so
we can all measure the earth to see what it is.
Okay,
it doesn't take an expert.
The other questions, where is the earth? Okay, you measured it. You have the measurement. How can you the answers about the other questions? Where is it? How can you know it? What is the most reliable source you can have answers from? For example,
perception of the senses.
Scientists?
No, perceptions with the senses. That's the most reliable source. That's how we interact with the world. Our senses. Hearing, taste, touch, sight. That's how we interact with the world. Without those things, we wouldn't even know the world exists.
Does touching the world will tell you where is the earth?
No, there is no.
So
there is no where is the earth. There is no where is the earth. Okay, it's not somewhere.
5 questions. You asked me the 5 questions. Where is the earth?
Yeah, we're talking about you, not the earth. We're talking about you. Where are you?
Where am I in the earth?
Yeah, where are you? Yes, you're on the earth. And what is the earth? Is it flat or is it a big ball?
I don't know.
Do you think either one, that choice, whatever the answer is, do you think that there's a difference in what you should think about? the world and life and reality and existence.
It doesn't make a difference. I don't think it makes a difference for me, whether flat or circle.
Yeah, but that's because you have faith. So it's not the people. You're not the people. The idea is aimed at. It's aimed at to turn people into atheists.
I'm not what?
It's aimed. The aim of it is to turn people into atheists.
Hmm.
You don't seem to have that problem, but you're not everybody.
I actually used to thought that atheist people believe that the Earth is flat.
There ain't no atheist flat earthers, bro. How can you have an atheist flat earther?
So atheist people think it's circle?
A globe? Yes. The most hardcore fucking atheists. Pardon my French, man. They're all globetards. They're the ones who oppose us the most. They'll come into this chat, and because they're atheists and they think, oh, flat earth, there must be religious. I can't stand that, so I'm going to go in there and mess with them.
I don't know.
Anyway, I gotta use the restroom, so I don't know.
Okay.
Sesu, you want to talk to her?
Who?
You're still here? Yeah. Sesu, he's a good dude, man. He'll lead you the right way.
So, what is your real major hang up here? Is it that somebody who you think smarter than you says it's a globe, so they're correct just because they're smarter than you in your eyes?
What? Excuse me. What did you say again?
So I've been listening to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I hear you saying, who are you to make this determination, right? As if somehow this is some kind of specialized field. Yeah. The dimensions that we're given for the Earth that we live on is a very predictable, very easy detectable curve. Okay, this is not something that is so undetectable and so hard to do that a regular individual can't figure it out. Very simple. So even though you may look at us, coming to this server and going, oh, a bunch of crazy flat earthers that, most of them are probably just uneducated or whatever. No, we have people that work in very specialized fields with lots of technical ability and a lot of engineering ability. Very brilliant people here. You're not dealing with idiots, okay? But we've also done the math. We've also run through all of the claims about the globe and how big it is and where we should find it. It's just not there, okay? There is no globe. It's just not. It's just an idea.
No, I'm not saying no offense to anybody. I didn't say that anyone is dumb or something.
I know.
I'm wrong. But what I said is, still, as long as none of us can go into the space and see it by himself, we can't, he's been telling to me, you have to go outside by yourself to know the truth. And since we can't do this unless with the permission of the government, so we will not be able,
Yeah, I know. I think you're still trying to kind of convince yourself. You're not going to be convincing me. You must think that you haven't thought about this. What I'm saying is that I've had every thought that you've had. Okay, I already know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You think that we all were born flat earthers? No, we all believe the globe is much or probably more than you did, and we know much more about it. Okay, we know much more about this concept. But we went ahead and looked on the Earth to see if it's curving. It's just not. It's just as you experience it. It's a very vast, flat, motionless place. That's what it is. And you don't have to go outside of the Earth to look down on it and see the ball, because believe it or not, that's the only way that you've ever seen the Earth as a ball. Every other time that you experience it in your real life, it's just a flat, motionless plane. It's always been that way. You don't even really think about it, I doubt, but that's what it is.
All right.
So, listen, this is a lot to bite off for anybody. I know that people come in here real curious. I'm sure when you came in, you were curious, right? Yeah. But we are serious, It's very serious. We have measured the Earth, and it is not curving. In fact, believe it or not, all the industries, right, the people who make the maps, all the people who navigate when they build on it, they always measure it that way. There's no curve for them to measure. They measure it flat all the time. They travel across it and navigate it flat. That's what they do. That's how this place is treated. And it's documented. And you don't have to take my word for it. We have the documents from the government. So they're treating the place as it exists, motionless and flat. But that's a lot to bite off in one conversation. So I get it. I'm sure you're like, there's no way, right? These people have got to be nuts. And I know, I get it.
Listen, it's all right. I'm really open-minded.
Well, that's good.
And even the things that you were saying to me about Magellan Strip, that he was taking circles instead of going around, it's fine. It's actually possible to be happening. But I still cannot have a side, you understand? I'm not a round side, and I can't also be a flat side.
That's fine. We're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to kind of give you the information. And part of what we're trying to do is cut through the cognitive bias that you have, that really strong belief in the globe. We're trying to just, if you say you're open-minded, let's just crack that in half and just kind of separate yourself from the image that you have about what the Earth is and look at it. Like, open your eyes, listen to what we're saying, look at the documents and the measurements that we take, all that stuff, and you process it. We're not trying to convert you. Some people, I think y'all should just go back to the ball. It's where you want to be, and there's a lot of people out here that just stay on the ball side. If it's way too hard to consider the Earth is flat, that's fine. We could probably still get along. But in the meantime, if you can just separate yourself from all the things that you thought you knew and just think for a second, what do I experience? Just like Indio said, the senses is the best thing that we have. I mean, we can't even read our tools without our senses. Okay, so we need our eyes, we need our faculties, the smell, the taste, all that. We need to. That's how we're supposed to experience the Earth, is through the body, and the body is going to help us understand: is the Earth moving? No, it doesn't. It's as solid as can be. This place ain't moving at all. It's a flat plane. It's the stars that move. You know this because when you wake up in the morning, the sun is over there. And at the end of the day, it's on the other side of the sky. And you go, most people are like, oh, the sun is setting, the sun is going down. They're describing it as it actually is. The sun is going down. That's what it appears to be doing. The Earth is not moving at all. It's the sky and the stars that move in a circuit, just as described in the Quran, right? And I mean, the Quran also points to the Torah and the Injil, and as the Bible describes. If some of the Bible is true, I know most Muslims don't believe that most of the Bible is true, but all the claims that are being made in the Bible and the Quran is that the Earth is a flat plane, as described by God, right? So that's what it is. The ancient cultures all knew this. They've made calendars and they've followed the pattern of the eclipses, and they have that all documented, and that's the same pattern that we follow today. It's just a reading of the sky. It's not what you think it is. It's not a vast empty space. It just isn't.
All right. Okay, it was a nice conversation actually, and nice arguments. I will maybe read more about this topic and see what convinced me more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not trying to convince you, but thanks for coming in, and you're welcome here anytime. You've been really chill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have another question, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
It's not exactly about having flat Earth, but it's similar, Yani, in those topics. Do you guys think that there is more land, or I mean, like for now, they say that we have 7, I don't know what to call it, like Asia,
7
America.
continents. Yeah.
Yeah.
Continents.
Do you think that there is more in this Earth?
I have no idea. there are people out there that think that the Earth is much, much, much more vast than we kind of can tell that it is. And there's all kinds of land all over the place, but they have no way of proving that. That's a complete speculation. It's just an idea. I don't think that there's more than I think what we've set foot on, but I could be very, very wrong. And I mean, there are old maps. Believe it or not, there's a lot of old maps that have land masses on them that are not on our maps today. And I'm saying that they're underwater. It's just that they removed them from the map, which is very interesting, right? So still within the size of the Earth that you would kind of imagine it to be on a map, but there is land in places that there isn't anymore, according to the maps. So, I mean, I think that's interesting. A lot of it is in the north. But no, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I don't think there's much more land. No.
Do you think that if there is more, would it appear on the satellite?
Well, that's the thing. So the satellite, right? Like, let's say that just for the sake of argument, that there's something in the sky that's taking pictures of the Earth. The distance that these objects are supposed to be are not going to be far enough away where you could recognize all of the land masses at one time. They are very close and they take strips of data because they want accuracy. They're not really worried about the big picture. So they would rather be closer than farther away. And so they take sections of the Earth in small bits and then they put the pieces of the puzzle together. But even those photographs, they don't take those photographs and then transfer them onto anything that you could probably recognize as the Earth. I imagine what they would have is a large flat readout, because that's how the pictures are taken. They're taken from directly above at 90 degrees. So whatever they take pictures of is going to be flat, but I digress. Who knows if they've seen more land with whatever they have in the air taking pictures? I don't know. There's enough stuff on Google Earth. If you get on Google Earth, there's all kinds of interesting things that they find through the aerial footage that they have of the Earth that people have to go investigate it. There's a lot of stuff that's like we've never discovered before, or something that's hidden, things that disappear. Google Earth is fascinating that way, but they've captured a heck of a lot from the photographs that they've taken of the surface.
All right. Okay, guys. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is stopping the gas from...
Yeah, the rock underneath the gas that isn't attached to the gas is stopping entropy from taking place, because the rock, the Earth, is really, really big.
I don't think it's stopping entropy from taking place.
Really?
Because entropy is still increasing.
How the fuck are we still breathing then?
Why would
we wouldn't have developed gas pressure? That's the point.
Like, are you asking why there is gas pressure?
Oh, I understand why there's gas pressure. It's very well defined. Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Like, for example, a balloon. Now, I understand if there's no physical container, the gas, very unpolitely, is going to fuck off. Because that's what gas does. You've got to contain it to keep it somewhere. If you've got a breach in your container, then you're going to get a flat tire.
Well, unless you have another force acting on it.
Yeah, but gravity hasn't been thought about as a force. That's old and busted. That's like voodoo magic. That, Cavendish...
Like, you don't think that, like, gravity is, like, a fundamental force or anything?
You don't, or you shouldn't. Right, it's not what you're taught at college and universities today regarding fundamental. Gravity hasn't been thought as a fundamental force since 1915. Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. It's the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, and do you think that space-time is curved by gravity?
No, that's a mathematical concept.
It's not curved by gravity. It's curved by the existence of mass.
Okay, and then the mass itself changes. Yeah, I'm a computer scientist. I really only know these just from Wikipedia articles and stuff. So
actually the curvature of space-time isn't even the mass itself. It's just like the bubble around it, like a magnetic field, like the ley lines of it.
Yeah, cool story, Swell Dog.
Mass is actually like a unit of measure anyway. It's not even a thing. It's the measure of the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
Can't cause things, can't freaking attract things, can't do any of that stuff. So, listen, hold on 1 second. I wanted to say this. So, you know that science is based upon empiricism, right? The actual observation of the natural world. That's what it's the foundation of science. If you're not with that, then you're rejecting the entire foundation of science. If you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't reject the entire foundation of science.
So you agree that any scientific claim needs empirical validation in the natural world?
Any scientist? I mean, I guess there are scientists or sciences that don't necessarily require that. I guess because math is
pseudosciences.
Then they wouldn't be science.
And
that'd be pseudosciences.
So I guess if you're asking it like that, I don't tend to think that because math doesn't have like external natural things that we.
Math isn't science, though. Math isn't science. That's why they call it STEM. What is math? Mathematics? It's a human activity. Abstract ideas. No. You know what STEM is, right? Science, technology, engineering, and math. It's not called math, and math.
Well, technology isn't called science either, but technology is a science. There's science of technology.
It applies scientific principles, but it's not science in the pure sense, in the sense that they're investigating the natural world, right? Science investigates the natural world and the things in it. That's the definition of science. And science has to be called science, it has to be, whatever your claim or theory is, it has to be testable and empirically validated in the natural world, right? Otherwise, how can it possibly be science? What are we even talking about? It's a whole category. That's the category of science, natural world. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. I know nowadays we've freaking expanded the term to mean freaking pretty much any investigation. Oh man, I freaking counted the number of midgets on Pornhub. I'm doing science. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to abuse the term in that way.
Okay, but I'm trying to. I mean, yeah, I know that. I'm just saying in common parlance. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in the culture. It's a cultural thing nowadays. Everybody just wants to throw the word around and say it's science when it's not science. The point I'm trying to make is this gas pressure thing. You can talk about gravity, creating gas pressure, gravity forming gas balls, gravity doing this, gravity. Eventually, regardless of how many claims you stack or how many hypotheses you have, to be considered a scientific fact or scientifically validated, you have to do some experiment which would actually demonstrate that that's possible. And nobody can even conceive in an experiment in which gravity would hold a gas away from a vacuum if there was no barrier separating them. No one can even think about how to do the experiment, much less actually do it.
I can't do an experiment I guess
nobody can do this experiment.
I can't mention Antarctica again.
Nobody can do this experiment.
I would just.
Why do you keep bringing up Antarctica? What's the deal with that?
I just said that I wouldn't.
Are you obsessed with the final experiment or something?
It's along the lines of China doesn't exist, and how you validate things to be true.
That me knowing something requires me to
No, this isn't about you. Nobody can do this experiment. Nobody can do it. Nobody can keep gas pressure away from a vacuum without a barrier. Nobody can do it. You can talk about it. You can say gravity does it. You can say magic fairies do it. But regardless of whatever your claim is, Fine. Well, I accept your hypothesis. Now show me the experiment which demonstrates it. You can't. We can do the experiment on the surface of the Earth. We can take a vacuum chamber, we can stick some gas in the bottom, and it doesn't sink to the bottom of the chamber, away from the vacuum. You realize that gravity would have to be able to do work on gas. That means it would change the phase.
Like when
it would change the phase.
Like a water bottle upside down, the water falls down.
That's water. We're talking about gas. Water does not have that. Liquids don't have the degrees of freedom gas does. Yeah. That's a fallacy account. What was it? I can't remember what fallacy that is. Just because it shares some properties doesn't mean it shares all properties.
It applies to both gas and liquids.
Yeah, but we're not talking about fluid dynamics. We're talking about thermodynamics. Just the laws of thermodynamics applied to gas. Gas has an infinite degrees of freedom, whereas liquids do not. That's why gas. You ever seen a phase diagram of water or some other substance? Gas, solid, liquid, supercritical, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They have temperature, pressure, and volume. They don't have gravity. But gravity would have to be able to do work in the phase diagram to change states of matter from solid to liquid to gas based upon the amount of gravity that was present. Nobody even claims that's possible. It's just ridiculous to even think about. The whole idea of this whole space, this gas balls and vacuums, it's just a story, as DJ was saying, or as Jedi and DJ were saying. It's just a story. There's no scientific validation to this story.
I guess that's like, I mean, if we're just allowed to like claim that things are stories, then
it is a story without the evidence.
I can say that a lot of things aren't true in that case because the evidence
You're right.
wouldn't be substantial.
You are correct. People make a lot of claims that aren't true. They make a lot of baseless claims that aren't supported by evidence or in fact have no evidence. And they're just stories.
Like, I wouldn't be able to prove that, like, Greenland exists.
Yeah, you would. You could go there. You could go there.
I can't go to Greenland. Right.
Why not? Are you prevented from leaving the country?
Well,
are you on the no-fly list?
Saying that I can't go to the moon, then I would also be able to say that I can't go to Greenland.
This is a false equivalence fallacy. Okay.
What am I equivalent, or what am I equivalent?
You're making equivalent going to the moon and going to Greenland.
No, I don't think it's the same. I'm just saying, like, if I can't move one long distance, why can't I move a longer distance? Like, at what distance am I not allowed to move anymore?
Because you can't even get a distance to the moon. It has no distance that you can observe.
Okay.
How would you, if I said, hey, here's an infinite budget, how are you going to get the distance to the moon? Tell me how you do that.
We actually went over this earlier and it didn't get very far because I was just going to start hiring people to engineer the equipment and technology required to get there.
How many, when Von Braun first came up with the idea of going to the moon, what did he say was required? You know?
I do not know.
3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. The Orion program, which is now in Starship or whatever the hell it is, they're saying it's going to take 15 rockets.
Okay.
Because you use up when you're using all your fuel when you go into orbit, and then like when you send up refueling, when you send up more fuel, they're using almost all their fuel to go into orbit. You can only carry like a little bit more. So this is what they're saying currently right now: 15 rockets to go to the moon. That's 300,000 miles away.
Yeah. So
you believe that?
Do I believe that it takes that much equipment to get to? I don't know exactly how much it takes off the top of my head. Not even exactly.
That it's
I wouldn't be able to guess either.
You believe that it's possible to go to the moon?
Yes.
Why?
I believe that it's possible to go to any of the celestial bodies in the solar system conceptually.
Okay, why do you believe that? Did you perform any analysis on why that would be possible?
Well, we can go there. I mean,
That's
there's a
circular logic.
location, and it's
I think we can go there because we can go there.
we can go there because it's a location that can be reached.
How do you know that?
Because the distance can be crossed.
How do you know that? I'm asking you, how do you know that to be true?
Well, how do I know that I can get to my library? Like, it's a
Because you've
distance.
been there before. You're not talking, you're trying to
Well,
make
what
these
if I
false
wanted to walk to
equivalences.
Poland?
We're talking about millions of miles, longer than you've ever traveled, longer than any human being has ever traveled.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you how you know you can do that.
Because if we can walk 1 mile, we can also walk many, many miles.
Okay, but can you walk 7,000 miles?
Personally, I can't, so I would need a
So no, so you can't just
transportation
walk
to get
any
there.
distance that you feel like, right? There are limitations, okay? There's physical limitations.
Yeah,
And in this
I
case,
never
there's fuel
claimed that I
limitations.
could necessarily walk there. I'm just saying that, like,
This is very
we can
dishonest of
cross
you.
various
It's annoying, quite honestly. You're being very dishonest. You know they're not equivalent. Walking across your
I never
library
claimed
is-
that they were equivalent.
Then why are you bringing it up?
Claiming one is very long and one is not in comparison.
It's more than just long. It's in a vacuum.
So now we're saying that there is a vacuum there.
In your paradigm, this is called an internal critique.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were like conceding that there's a vacuum, but
Yeah,
just
you're
giving
playing.
me the
Listen,
assumption that
rhetorical
the vacuum-
gimmicks aren't going to work here. And now
I
you've
wasn't
tried
try- I
two
was just
different. Yeah. Okay.
clarifying what
Yeah.
you
Okay.
meant.
Cool story, bro. That's a cool story. This is your second rhetorical gimmick. You made two false equivalents to this, and then you made this false concession nonsense.
No, I was just wondering, like, if you.
No, you're
thought
not.
that Really? I mean, I can believe that you don't think that it's there. I was just checking, like, if you do actually think it's there or not. But
What's
I
there?
understand that you're
What's
working
where?
in my
That what?
framework.
That what's where?
That the vacuum is in space.
There is no outer space.
Right. But earlier you were just working in my framework, saying
Yeah,
that
it's
there was.
an
and I was
internal
just making
critique.
sure that that's what you meant. I wasn't trying to like be.
That's why I'm
aggressive in that
asking you.
way.
So that's why I'm asking you. How do you know? No, not believe it's possible to go to another planet, the moon, the sun, anything in the sky that's not terrestrial. What makes you believe you can go to those places?
Well, there's nothing stopping us from building a pressurized environment that can be like accelerated out of the atmosphere and reach the destination, even if it has to cross a vacuum.
Okay, so your answer is there's nothing stopping us. This is how you know, because there's nothing stopping us.
Well, there.
Really?
I mean, there are challenges that need to be overcome, but it's not. Those aren't impossible to solve.
How do you know that?
Because we can build an environment that is pressurized and suitable for human habitation that can reach.
And how do you know that?
Far away.
And how do you know that? Because when they did this terrestrial, it was called Biodome, right? They almost all died.
Well, then that was a failed experiment.
He's missing the whole point. He looks into the sky. He sees planets in the sky. He sees that they're round. He said, "Oh, they must look like the Earth. So the Earth must be round." Well, the Earth is solid, so therefore those things must also be solid, because the Earth is round just like those things.
Well, I don't think that they're all solid necessarily. Some of them are more like composed of gas and liquid, but may have.
How do you know that?
Look, how do you know anything you're saying is true? Anything.
Because there are people who've studied it.
Okay, how do you know that? That is really important, because this is the magic science guy fallacy that all you guys, this is where I'm trying to get to. That you really just believe that there's some guy out there that has all the information that you don't have, and you just trust that this guy exists.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to even say that like climate change exists if I were to have to.
It
like,
doesn't
prove it.
exist. Doesn't exist. They don't even have enough
I mean,
thermometers to even tell you what the
there
temperature
are
of
like
the Earth is.
scientists who study this.
Oh,
and
they're
I know
scientists.
them.
Oh, they're scientists that studied it. That proves it.
Yes,
That's a socio. But Bradley, you know that's a sociological statement, right? That's not a statement about the actual evidence. That's a statement about people.
Yeah, people have studied it.
Yeah, but we don't base science on sociology.
I mean, like, I can't like look at an atom myself, but we know that atoms exist.
No, you know no such thing. And atoms don't exist, even in the mainstream paradigm, because what they call an atom is divisible. An atom means indivisible. So no, atoms don't actually
believe
exist.
that atoms are indivisible. I think that's just the etymology of the word, but they were wrong at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. The thing that they call atoms, actually, they found out that they don't.
I can go to protons and neutrons, and then I know that those are composed of quarks.
For Bradley, they thought atoms. You missed the point. Okay, I said atoms don't exist. There was a thing that they thought was atoms. Okay, they found out that the thing they thought was atoms are actually not atoms, and it's actually composed of things. That proved atoms don't exist. Okay? You don't just get to change the word's definition and say, well, atoms still do exist. We're just going to call them divisible things now.
Like, do lids exist? Like, this is almost like...
Do you understand what's been said?
Here we go. How many questions are we away from brain in a jar?
Yeah, not far.
What is brain in a jar?
You're going to start saying we could all be brains in a jar and we don't know anything. We can't actually know anything to be true because we could all be brains in a jar. That's where this is going.
I wasn't actually, like, genuinely, I didn't come up with like an argument like that.
Or we have to trust somebody at some point, right? Or that.
I was more or less going to go to the point where, like, we have to describe things that we observe with, like, terms and language, and just because, like, the etymology of something might not match what it actually is, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't call that.
That means it's not a description, and that's an interpretation of what's actually being witnessed.
Look, if you say, hey, there's unicorn. Well, say, here's your theory. There's unicorns, okay? And then you go out, and then you find something, a unicorn, like would be a unicorn, it's a duocorn. It's got two horns instead of one horn. You don't get to just change the definition of unicorn to a two-horned fucking horse and say, yes, a unicorn still exists. That's not how it works, bro. If you say atoms are indivisible and you say they exist, and then you find out nothing is indivisible. I never said that
atoms are indivisible.
That's the definition of the word, dude.
I thought that's just the etymology, because the definition of an atom is just...
When did the definition of the word change? When they found out it wasn't indivisible? Or before that?
Probably after.
Yeah. Then all they did was change the definition and called the thing that they were wrong about something else. And instead of admitting they were wrong, they just called it something else.
Like,
that's how science works. You just change definitions.
We change what we know about things based on observations.
That's fine, but not changing definitions.
Well, why would we have to change the name of an atom to something else?
Okay, we have a category called atoms, right? There was a category of individual freaking elements. They were indivisible. Then they found out they actually are divisible. They maintain the name atoms, okay?
Like, it comes from, like, Old Greek or something, like.
But it was
English, so
yeah. But they didn't stop using. They didn't stop using that definition until they found out they weren't indivisible. They're supposed to mean indivisible fucking thing of matter. Then they found out, oh, there's nothing that's actually indivisible, so we'll just keep calling it atom and just change the definition. That's not science.
It is hard to, like, make those, like, linguistic changes so much. I understand.
They could have just called them what they are, right? They could have just said, well, there's no such thing as atoms, but there's these electrons, neutrons, and protons, and they coalesce, and we're going to call that something else.
What would you call, like, a bounded group of those things?
Something else. They're at no loss, but dude, there's an infinite amount of words we can use in the English language.
The word atom is only supposed to describe the entire unit of...
I forgot what the point was.
The point is that he has to that we know atoms exist. We don't know atoms exist because they don't exist.
By definition, atoms don't exist.
So, but, like, do you know that neutrons exist? Or, like, unless you want to go straight to quarks. We can go to quarks or whatever. I don't care. Like, how do we know that any of those exist if we reject the observations being done by other scientists?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the ontology of quantum particles, that's where it gets fucking weird because,
like an electron, I don't believe is made up of anything else. It is just an electron. So how can we even say that an electron exists if we've never
Well, I mean,
I've never done.
Now we're going to get into quantum mechanics, and that's why I brought up ontology, because when you get into quantum mechanics, when an electron is quote unquote bound to an atom, it doesn't exist in any particular place. It's a cloud. It's a cloud of probability density. But when it's not bound to an atom and it's flying, it has a ballistic fucking profile. When it's an actual particle, so when we get into the quantum realm, we're stuck with these models that model reality, but they don't capture it accurately. But that's not what we're talking about. We're going way down the frickin' rabbit hole.
I know.
We're talking about a story about.
If you don't know that the models of the solar system are valid,
they are valid, but they're not real.
No models. Conceptions.
They're models.
Yes, so why would
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.